All your data belong to us.
First, we need music. Now, what is the purpose of liking? Why must we do it? Why does our soul consume us so to click one little button and we take the mouse into our hands and we move it in such a way as to show appreciation, to show a voice, to show the world that we are not just numbers, but people? So I want you to grab that mouse and use that index finger for what it was made for. To click one button. Or else. Alyssa Mercante's gonna chop your dick off, man. Like that's really gonna happen.
Money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, super chat money.
As salty as the sea, calling us no code names. SJW screaming, but it's money they blame. Burning with envy, they're falling flat. They can't handle the sound of a super chat.
Hello, and welcome to the 12-hour stream. Oh, Sonia, you've heard it before. I mean, I did one with, it would take me a second to set it up, but I actually did one with Jay, and that inspired him to do, kind of like a combination between what I made. But yeah, doing a 12-hour stream today, and, why am I doing it? Honestly, it's a question that I need to ask myself. Well, I saw that, you know what, we'll just kind of get into it a little bit. But this is Jason Monroe. He's doing a 12-hour stream, and I was up at like 6 in the morning. And, you know, I was chatting, and he actually reacted to this, which I really do appreciate. And I'm like, why don't I just do it myself? So I just decided to do it. Like, let's call it a stress test. Because I don't know what it is, man. I worked on Sunday. I did a 13-hour day at work and I did the same on Monday and Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, I did 11 hours. Yesterday, I was just bonked out. I keep saying to myself, oh, I'm going to stream, but no, I need to do research. I need to do all this. I'm like, you know what? What happens if I just do, like, just be my like I kind of thought about it. I was like, wait, like even when I'm dead tired, I'm still just browsing the internet and reacting to shit, just not out loud. What if I just kind of just do that? You know. Yes, 12 hours. Sonia, did you not see the title of this live stream? Well, no, I mean no, good for him. Dude, Jake Monroe, he based as fuck. And the thing is, like, he has, I hate to call it a gimmick, but it's I guess the more polite term is that he stands out. He is a based goth dude that is also a live streamer, performer, and all that. But the thing is, I also have the same thing. I'm the guy in like a mask and a tie and all that. Like, so it's gimmicky, right? But no, it's like no. But for him, I think it's a little bit different because this was originally to hide my face. And then Alyssa Mercante came along, and then her orbiters doxed me, and then I doxed myself, and yeah, that turned out well. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you. Woman, I will yell at you. Sonia, the only woman that has made me blush on stream. So actually, this is a funny story. So I forget exactly what the circumstances were, and yes, I'm gonna uh I'm gonna just call you out, Sonia. So I I think Sonia and Toasty were doing a stream, and they got, well, yeah, both of them got drunk as fuck, but Sonia was pretty drunk. And God, I don't know if it was on stream or if it was on Discord. I honestly forget. This was a while ago. And I was still new to streaming. I actually hadn't started any streaming myself. And Sonia just drunk as hell. I'm like, oh yeah, da, 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 da. And then she goes, so how about you, nobody? I'm like, what? And then she just like does this like to the screen, like with her with Sonia, you did this. Like she did this to the screen, and I'm just like, hey, hi, just met you. Nice boobas. Okay. Yeah. Yes, you were wild, Sonia. Nah. It's okay. You're not the only one. Weeping Hero, not your fault. I'm about to submit a 12,000 dissertation and my mind is running on coffee and the word malakas. I'm guessing that you're saying 12,000 worded or 12,000 characters because 12,000 pages would be insane. I don't know, man. But I guess we started. I have the timer. I'm and I am streaming on what, God, I'm streaming everywhere. I'm streaming on YouTube, YouTube Shorts, Twitch, Kick, Rumble, X, and TikTok. So I'm streaming fucking everywhere today. Yeah, 12,000 words. Oh, okay. That's a sad day. That is a sad day. Anyway, let's do this real quick. Okay. How do you guys like Tectone? Just AI Tectone along with AI Jake Monroe along with AI me in a ninja suit. Get DM Guardian. Oh God. Not sure how I'm gonna start out today, but there was something that did pique my interest. So I have no idea who this is. Jeff Geerling. And this was a little scary. So you know what? Let's just do this, and we're gonna go over here. Like this is actually legit scary. Like you guys saw this. I made all of this with AI. This Chrome extension that I have that I made, DM Guardian, go check it out. I made it all with AI. But this is even scarier. Like it's really fucking scary.
Quen just released Quen 3 TTS, and 11 Labs has something to be worried about. I already talked about last year how somebody cloned my voice and used it in tutorial video series, and it sounded pretty good. That was using 11 Labs last year, and they're a little bit better now. And it's very easy to take someone's audio, like you could just take the audio off of this video, upload it to 11 Labs, and clone my voice. A lot of these...
This is something that you can absolutely do. I was trying to use 11 Labs. I'm not going to go into the specifics, but I was trying to get clarification on what someone said, and I was trying to divide two different voices. And if there's someone out there that can still do this, please reach out to me. Like, literally, I have a 10-second clip that I just need.
Shit! I just got
Someone just got triggered. And it didn't play all the way through, so I have no idea. Subproc file. But yes, I was trying to individualize it, and I got really close. I just couldn't get there because there is one clarification that a lot of people from a story that I did of did they say it or didn't they say it? And we're going to get there eventually. We are. Like, we're cloning voices right now. And right now it's for money with 11 Labs. And what this guy's talking about is now it's free. And that's fucking scary. Hey,
These cloud
Seabrew.
services are supposed to have safeguards against cloning other people's voices.
Hey,
but,
Glad Guy.
You know, those work better and worse. But that's besides the point now, because there is an open source Quen, which is made by Alibaba Cloud in China. They have released this TTS series of models that you can download and run on almost any kind of system. I can run it on a Raspberry Pi with an external GPU. I can run it on my Mac. I could even run it on my phone if I wanted to.
Okay. If you can run something on a Raspberry Pi that's AI, that's pretty insane. Because Raspberry Pis are basically just transfer like modules for information. And if AI can go through that, that's fucking scary.
And you just take a recording of someone and you put a transcript in, put those together, and a couple minutes later you can clone someone's voice and make them say anything.
Sonia, I'm gonna clone you. I just need the boobas. That's all I need. Surgery is in 1 month. Let's just say that.
This is just using the demo that's hosted on Hugging Face, so this is running on their servers, but it's not that hard to run this on your own. And I'm sure that there's going to be software tools like a Mac OS app or a Windows app that you could just download and do this yourself. But all I did was I typed in these words here, I read them into my computer and recorded this little clip. It's a little scary how easy it is to clone anyone's voice, even my own. My voice is my passport. Verify me. And you put in something that you want it to say right here, and you can let it detect your language. And there's a couple model sizes, so you could even run this on a smaller computer than, I mean, both of these run on a lot of modern systems. And you click this button, and after a minute or so, it will spit out something like this. Cloning someone's voice used to take at least a little effort. Now it's even easier, and some people can do it free and offline at home.
That's pretty fucking scary, guys. Not gonna lie. Like, the first thing that comes to my mind is that I'm a guy with a mask on. So technically, at any point, like, or even VTubers that might have like PNG stuff, Like, can you imagine the stuff that they can just make me say because I wear a mask and they just record my voice? I Dude, that is scary as fuck. I I mean, what I think is that a majority of the internet majority is using AI to kind of meme. Like with my Smash JT $20 dance. Like Smash knows that I'm memeing on him, right? And I think it's funny, he thinks it's funny. You know, you know, we're friends and that's fine. But then like what if you get someone like Airbagged or Alyssa Mercante or just a bad actor in general? They can make me say whatever the fuck they want me to say and claim that it's true. You know, no, like just as a reference, like just for an example, they can make me say whatever they want. They could do Jose. They could do Sonia. They could do Proctophile, Sebrew. It's not that far fetched, guys.
So obviously that's not the same intonation that I have. My vocal range is a lot different, and there's little quirks to the way that a real human being talks. And the problem is that for little short snippets, that doesn't really matter. It's good enough with this free model that anybody can run. It's good enough that it can fool you if it's a short phrase, and it's good enough that it will fool a lot of people if they're not familiar with the person. So, you know, if you've never seen one of my videos before and this is the first video you're watching, if I just used this tool and had the, you know, if I generated it different ways and I tweaked it a little bit, I could generate the audio for an entire video and you probably wouldn't notice. That doesn't make me too happy.
Yeah, like even like there's a project I've been working on for what 7 months now. There's only a few things that I need like in real life, but I will tell you that with a little bit of money uh and just some clothing you know, with AI, it it's gonna make a lot of the work incredibly easy. Like it wouldn't even be an editing job. It would be just perfecting whatever the AI is spitting out. It it is really insane how because you gotta and I'm not the biggest fan of Philip DeFranco anymore, but there's a line that he says that I think is very prominent. Today is the worst and best that AI is ever gonna be until tomorrow. Like, let me repeat that. AI is the best and the worst that's gonna be today until tomorrow. That's what's fucking scary.
Honestly, as somebody whose voice is part of their online presence that is something that generates revenue for me, the ability to just clone my voice and slap it on anything doesn't get me that excited. Because so far, I have never used, except for in demonstrating this technology, I've never used a cloned voice in any footage, even for a little pickup or a little one-liner or anything like that. And I don't plan on ever doing that. But I've already seen other people use my voice, and I didn't authorize it, and yeah, I'm a little worried that it's getting easier and easier to do these things, and we're going to see more AI slop that actually looks like it's realistic because now it's easier and quicker to generate people's voices to go behind it.
And what's not helping is the CEO of YouTube what basically said out loud. It's like, hey, we're trying to get rid of AI slop, but also at the same time, you can put your face on anybody. Like he literally said that. Not word for word, but practically he said that. And what really sucks is that I imagine that it's going to be specifically for YouTube Shorts. Like, because you're just gonna save money that way.
Shit! I just got
AI any
triggered.
Skynet snoo bot incoming. I want it.
AI anti Skynet snoo bot income. Yeah, dude, that's happening. It's gonna happen. There's gonna be, um, dude, there's gonna be fuck dolls. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. There's gonna be fuck dolls. Thank you so much for the $1.99. King of the Monsters. Let's give you a little bit of something here. Yeah, no, but it is really fucking scary. It. Let's see. He has a few seconds left here.
And all you really need to do is rip off some of someone's video, and boom, you have their voice.
So in about an hour, because that's when, you know what, I'll go ahead and follow him. You know, whatever. In about an hour, we're actually gonna see, because my credits are gonna be redone for an AI that I use. Yeah, it's really fucking scary what you can do just by asking some entity that we call AI to do something. Let's see here. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. Gotta be fucking kidding me. Sonia, why are you not a moderator? Yeah, Sonia, that's a problem. Like, why aren't you a moderator? How dare I? How dare I? What is wrong with me? Let's see. Also, another thing that kind of happened, and I saw this yesterday, and this is Leaflet. Actually, let me do something real quick. So you know how this is tech tone. So with my Chrome extension, I can basically change whatever I want. So now it's Leaflet. Since we're watching her, I might as well just have her as my X background. But yeah, this was like when someone's red pilled, like she's already really based. Like Leaflet is based as fucking hell. I love her to death. Like I really love that side scrollers, put her on their show. But this was like when you see someone like kind of using logic in real time with information as it's being gathered, I find it very, very interesting. because remember, like, you know how they say a conspiracy basically becomes facts 6 months later? That's essentially what we're looking at.
Modern society is so great that the biggest fucking retards survive. If this was like the medieval times, these people would have died a long time ago. The sad thing is too, to be honest, is they also reproduce a lot more. Because
hold on, one second. I gotta get something. I'm gonna distract you guys with this. Nope. This.
First. Oh, we need music. Now, what is the purpose of liking? Why must we do it? Why does our soul consume us so to click one little button and we take the mouse into our hands and we move it in such a way to show appreciation?
Anyway.
Because they're also simultaneously like not smart enough to make decisions that would like make them not reproduce more, which is like, do I have the resources right now to support a child?
Well, and the thing is, I've already seen this video, but she's about to get there. Is it weird for me to say, she's gonna get into birth control. Like, that's the thing she's gonna get into. But like, we can basically say that ever since condoms were invented is the moment that we started losing society. And let me explain. Look, condoms are awesome. They help you plan, ahead of time for children. More than fine. But it was the start of removing responsibility for an action. Does that make sense? Because before the internet, before condoms, before birth control, we had a society. There's many societies all across the world where there was no consequence for having pleasure, right? Which is a baby, which is the most amazing consequence that could ever happen in someone's lifetime. I don't have kids of my own, thank God, because I'm a train wreck. But I think that once the idea that you can have the fun without the responsibility is essentially the time where we all decided, oh, we can just have fun as a profession, right?
Do I have the resources to like give this child like a good, successful, prosperous life? Yes or no? They don't have that. They don't have that parse in their head. Their parse is like me horny, me fuck. But it's true.
I just got
People that
screwed.
contribute more to society,
Pull
people that
out
actually want to play by the
OSITR.
rules, the people
Cool
that
face
actually
emoji.
think ahead. We have to carry all of these people, right? And at the same time, we reproduce less because it's like, oh yeah, like let me wait until I have money. I have a house. Okay, that means I can get like one kid. I need like enough to get another kid. Like another kid. They just have a ton of kids because they don't give a shit. The problem I was gonna say,
And maybe that goes back to like motherhood a little bit. You know what I mean? So we kind of have this weird dichotomy right now where, and Kentucky basically changed this when they made child support 50-50. So essentially, well, not child support, but child custody 50-50, like at the get-go, unless someone is proven otherwise in the courts. Because here's kind of what we do. We're like, okay, and this is not Kentucky. This is everywhere else because Kentucky right now is they're singled out. For the rest of the country, they go, okay, if you get divorced and you have a child, 50-50 split. Now, that could technically make sense. Technically. In reality, it really doesn't. And here's why it doesn't. Because we are now in this, everyone works society. Right? And then we're at the moment where a woman can divorce her husband for no reason, get a lot of his money. She's not working. And also take full custody, and dad gets him every third weekend. Right? And then he has to pay an extra whatever percentage of his paycheck towards that. I mean, I know some of like Trump's new policies have changed so that whoever's giving child support can actually write that off on their taxes and not the person receiving it. But we did that for like 40 years, guys. Dads were just giving money to bitches, not knowing where it goes. And look, I know that you've seen the TikTok videos. I know you've seen the shorts of women that literally said, oh, I got my child support check today. I'm going to get my nails done. Right? So, what was I going on about? What was my point? So, oh yeah. So essentially, when you reward a certain group for leaving a marriage, you essentially incentivize them to do so. Like, King of the Monsters. He's a mod. If I said King of the Monsters, at any point in time, if you decide to never view my channel again, not be a mod, do none of the responsibilities that are required of it, you get 50% of my ad revenue. That would be kind of fucked up, right? Like it would. Oh shit, Sonia just going there. Those bitches don't deserve children. Well, we're gonna actually get there. We're not, because this is more of a video about birth control, but we will get there, Sonia. We will get there.
Is that some people might use that as like more nefarious people would probably use that as a argument for abortion, which, like, you know, well, we just need to give them abortion that way, like they can control the population or whatever. I think that's evil, but I think people would try to make that argument.
And
Just
the
use a
IA3
condom.
She's not wrong. People would try to make that argument.
They're too stupid. Do you think this person can use a condom? Do you really
TikToker that recorded himself doing crime and uploaded it. Okay.
think that this person could use a condom? Start like think about how fucking retarded this person is.
Do you remember health class in like middle school or high school? For me, it was high school. I'm not joking. Like, I know it's kind of a meme nowadays, but they literally put a condom on a banana or a cucumber. And my first response is, wow, they're just assuming all dicks are black. Yeah, people, yeah, Seabird, people do, when you say people abuse the child support. What do you mean by people? Which people? There's two options. I'm sorry. Women are the Somalians of child support. They really are. They are. I'm sorry. They just fucking are. Like, look, man, woman, make a baby, okay? Like, can you imagine, and this is just pretend world right now. Can you imagine a time where let's just say I meet Sonia in a dark bar and I kissed her, right? Let's just say I kissed Sonia. And then she could just magically tell through the courts tell me to give her money and I'd be forced to. That sounds pretty fucking ridiculous, doesn't it? Because, all right, and this is going to sound controversial. Women don't create life, men do. Yeah, I said it. I fucking said it. Men create life. Yeah, I'm not going to take it back. Women carry and grow, men create. Said it. Said it. Yeah, the thing is, like, it is an infinite money glitch. It absolutely is. Like, you can work at a woman could work at Burger King, be attractive enough, go to a bar one night, sleep with a millionaire, and then get those benefits for 18 to 21 years. Like, well, yeah. No, like, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that, Sonia. I'd say that women are the arbiters of life. Like, literally, do you actually want to know who's actually transgender in this world? Men. Men are transgender, technically. In my balls right now, I have millions of XX and XY chromosomes. I got women and men in my testicles. I do. Every man has them. Yeah. If you are a dude, you have literal women, whammon DNA in your body. No one really thinks about that. Homie, and that'd be the first laugh, not gonna lie. I know, Sonia. Like, that's why we're so aggressive and emotional at the same time. We have emotions, and rather than expressing them, we punch walls because of the whammon DNA that's within us. Yes, you do, King of the Monsters. Yes, you do. Sorry, but men are the ones, our DNA decides what gender it's going to be. Galactic sounds like it worked great for Ashley St. Clair. Yep, exactly. That's a great example. So Ashley St. Clair, if you don't know, she recently gave birth to Elon Musk's most recent child. And she's complaining about it. She gets monthly child support, which is probably in the thousands, if not millions of dollars every month. And bitches about him all the time. Not about how he's a good father or even a bad father. It's just like, I don't like the person. I don't like who he is online. I don't like how he like, bitch, what does that have anything to do with him being a good father? Is he a good father or not? Does he provide or not? Bitch, get the fuck out of here. How about you actually go back to getting a job? Yeah.
Think he thinks that far ahead. Condoms suck though. Do they really? I don't know, obviously. That's the only thing I'll say on it. As a game designer, I would say that condoms are anti-fun. If it's true.
Look. Condoms are anti-fun. Like, I don't know how it is for women. For guys, I would say it takes away the pleasure by about 50 to 75%, depending on the mood. It does. Men like like once you take it off and you go down the slip and slide, oh my God. Such a difference.
That condoms suck is the reason why women are
actually funny point. So my dad, God, I forgot how old I was. I think I was like 17 or 18. But my dad said, the one time I didn't pull out, you happened. And I'm like, thanks, Dad. He goes, oh, well. He tried to backtrack a little bit, like, oh, no, I love you and everything. Da, da, da. But literally, that's what he said. The one time I didn't pull out. And according to him, my mother says otherwise, I was conceived in a tent because they were camping near Thanksgiving.
crazy because they're all on birth control. Does birth control fuck with women's minds?
Yes, it does. It does. Why? I wouldn't have a problem with birth control if it was able to be prescribed later. I don't think if you're 14, you should be taking birth control. Like if you're like 18, preferably 21, yeah, like your mind is developed and you're able to kind of recognize the difference between when you're off and on it. That at least that's kind of my mentality on it. I mean, I don't have the girl parts to and the girl brain in order to, or the girl experience in order to, justify that. But just in the front of my mind, I'd be like, you know what? How about we don't pump women full of hormones? Oh, wait. Nowadays, they're pumping children full of hormones. God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Is that why women are crazy? Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Does that work? Does that stack? So
I love that she's asking these questions and being red-pilled in real time.
like, hold on. If you have a woman who has like birth control's like, isn't I don't know what birth control is. Isn't it just like hormones or what is it? I don't even know what it is. What is it? What is in birth control? Okay, hold on. So if you have okay, hear me out. If you have women,
We're about to get
have
there.
natural like estrogen, right? A higher
Yes.
amounts. Like you may
Yes,
have
Leaflet.
estrogen too, but women have like a high level of estrogen, right? And
Yep.
that makes them really emotional, like
Yes.
really kind of illogical.
Yes.
Right? If you give a woman more of it, if estrogen is the factor, does that make them even more of that? Birth control
Yes.
changes your hormones, it tricks your body. Trust me, I'm a nurse. So like, wouldn't that, wait, did birth control fuck up society?
Yes.
Hold on, wait.
She's learning.
Levonorgestrel is a synthetic progesterone that absolutely impacts the brain in many ways. So it makes them like super women, basically. Like women squared, because it's like a woman with like more estrogen.
It's like if you give a guy more testosterone, they become more aggressive. If you give a woman more estrogen, they become more emotional. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Just a little bit of common sense. Who would have thought?
So she's like even more emotional, even more logical. Because remember how I said that like it's like men tend to be more logical, women tend to be more emotional, and I don't think that either of them is bad. Like wait, because if you give men testosterone, they get more like aggressive, right? Like they kind of like male traits.
Yes, we do get more aggressive. And at least as far as I understand, if if Weeping Hero is still here, like he's the one that's going for his PhD and might I know like his specialty has nothing to do with this, but testosterone does make you more aggressive. It doesn't make you more logical. It doesn't. It's just like testosterone can be a rage boner, essentially. That's what testosterone is. It is the more you have it, the more rage boner you get. And I encourage men to like actually, be able to like look at their testosterone levels just so that they could be like, am I being too aggressive or am I not being aggressive enough? But I'm just a dude that still hasn't had my testosterone checked. Like I haven't been to a doctor in like 15 years.
It's like they get higher, correct? Like aggro, like roid rage. So wait, so is Karenism caused by birth control? I think we found the answer. Old Keegan, thank you so much. Casual, thank you so much for the prime. Close to 80% of women are on birth control. That's what I mean. So you have like all the women on birth control, and they get turned into Karens. Is that it? It's also
Yes, Leaflet. Yes, they're so emotional and want to share their love with everybody because they have too much of it. Like back in the day when we said sharing is caring, and all of our teachers, even nowadays, are still women. Great concept for the most part. But then if you inject an entire gender, 50% of the population at the age of like 14 with additional hormones, then you overshare. King of the Monsters, that's a myth. Men on TRT don't suffer those side effects, though. The thing is, you're talking about testosterone replacement therapy. I'm talking about just straight testosterone, not the replacement. So, yes, you make a good point, King of the Monsters, but I'm talking about something different. Like, with not the replacement, but the people that addition that into their bloodstream, essentially.
the water supply. Exactly. The water's turning the frogs gay.
And eventually we have discovered that happened.
into Karens. Karen frogs. We've got Karen frogs. I see.
Yes, Proctofile, I have seen Sydney Watson's video. It honestly, it's incredibly informative, and honestly, if there was like, what's it called? If there was like a propaganda video, be like, hey, maybe you should wait on getting on birth control until you're older. Sydney Watson, I think, has like the best video on that. Because even she says, I was on it for so long and now I'm off of it. And I'm seeing kind of the difference. And I've seen online some women that are getting off of birth control, where in a matter of like 3 months, their entire mentality changes. They went, oh, like they almost in real time, they were able to be like, oh, I was acting like a crazy person for like 15 years. Why was I taking this?
Math equations appearing in the air. You'll see. The Karens, the Karens are real. Gay Karen frogs. Yes. And then, oh my God. And then the men drink the water. The men drink the water. And then they get even more. And then they become Karens.
Conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat. I think birth control is creating more gay men. I said it. Either it's in the water or the birth control directly there. Like, conspiracy theory, that is what I think. King of the Monsters, be right back. Gotta do women work like folding laundry. Don't make me think about folding laundry. It's not like I'm staring at a laundry basket right now, contemplating my life. You know, I could have been productive today, but I decided, for no reason to do a 12-hour stream. Oh, well, responsibilities. Who needs them?
Karenism is caused by estrogen. Guys.
Yes.
Karenism is caused by estrogen. We found the fucking answer. This is it. The one theory to rule them all. They don't even need birth control anyways because they ain't fucking unless it's their pet's dog. No. I mean, they obviously are. They obviously are each other. What else has estrogen? Soy. That's so true. That's true. Dear Monster, Lord, thank you so much for 10 gifts. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you. This is the reason behind everything. This is the answer. The true answer is...
Yes. I honestly do believe this. Look, because I know a lot of people talk about Marxism and communism and the mentality behind that. Like Smash JT talks about that a lot. And see, here's what I think. Like Smash JT is right that there is like a communistic Marxism aspect that is with that for some reason got into liberalism, right? Now, I don't think so. Hold on. Just hear me out, guys. Feminism used to be a cool thing. Do you want to know when it stopped being a cool thing? When birth control was introduced. And when was it definitely readily available for the entire population of women? The 70s. Then suddenly you had a high rate of divorce. Women started working more. They're working more than men. They are now graduating better than men right now. But now you have a population of women that are after high status men. Because remember, women go up, women date up, equal or up. They do not date down. It doesn't exist. I've never seen it exist, ever. And then you introduce the internet, where all around the world, women have access to any high status man in the world. And if they're just decently good looking and they can use that to get higher status, they absolutely will. And the thing is, I don't blame women for that. That is a priority. Like, hey, if I can live a better life with a man that can provide and make money, that's awesome. Good for them. The problem is that it went worldwide. So you add birth control, you add feminism, then you add the internet, and it's a shit show. That's all it is. It's a fucking shit show. Because one of those individually is fine. But when you combine them all together, then you get riots in Minnesota. You Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Birth control. Birth control started this all. The birth control and the plastic, the microplastics, making everything gay.
Who the fuck is Leafit?
Oh my god! And then you have trans people are on estrogen. Is all birth.
I forgot about her saying this, but yeah. And what are women known for? To be very empathetic. And then you give them pills, and then you give the men pills. You have literally a drug that prescribes suicidal empathy. Not the right amount of empathy, but suicidal empathy. So I'm not joking when I say that okay, this is the authoritarian in me, all right? If we stopped the production of birth control for a year, I think the United States would turn around. I do honestly think that. I do think that. Sue me.
Control, which was from feminism and
Yep.
feminist men that wanted to fuck women. It's Slanesh. Slanesh is real. It's real. It's barely regulated, understood, one size fits all medication that fits no one at all. I know.
Dude, like some of the things that birth control is prescribed for teenage girls is fucking insane. And I know that we have at least one woman here, Sonia. I bet you anything that you or you know a friend when you were in like middle school or high school that was prescribed birth control for their acne. I'm not joking. Birth control is prescribed to teenage girls if they have an outbreak of acne. I'm sorry. Isn't that fucking wild? Hey, here's birth control, the thing that prevents you. Oh, God damn it. One second, guys. I don't know why it does that. Like, I'm obviously doing shit. What? Hold on. 1 second, guys. Why is it frozen? Am I frozen? No, I'm not frozen there. Why is it? Why is it being weird? Sorry, guys. I'm streaming on TikTok as well, and for some reason it's frozen on TikTok. No, don't reset. I just want to refresh. Excuse me. What the hell? I'm just. Your life will end if you exit. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, it's stuck there too. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God. You try to go viral on TikTok and like it just ends everything. No, I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm just not gonna do TikTok. Fuck it. Fuck it.
No, that's so crazy, man. That is so crazy. Wait, is that why I'm not crazy? Because I've never been on birth control.
Probably. And you probably had a dad that loved you and also said no every once in a while.
That why I'm not crazy? Oh my God, no wonder I'm broken. The modern birth control pill was developed by a team of scientists and activists with Gregory Pincus and John Rock playing the central roles in its creation. Pincus, a biologist, led the research at the Worcester Foundation for Experimental Biology, while Rock, a gynecologist at Harvard Medical School, conducted the clinical trials. The project was funded by Catherine Dexter McCormick, a wealthy philanthropist and feminist, who's initiated by Margaret Sanger.
Margaret Sanger, if you don't know who she is. Margaret Sanger was a racist, like straight up. Like she was the leader of the abortionist movement and really did not like black people. Like she wanted abortions because she didn't like black people. Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. Wait. This might be a perfect opportunity to say that abortion is racist. Hear me out. Like a lot, and the thing is, like, I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is because these loony lefties want to use like the origins of like white people or wherever someone's from, like against like being normal. What if we use the origin of birth control and abortion against them? Like, well, you're clearly racist because, you know, you support abortion because you supported Martha. Wouldn't that be the best Uno reverse card in the world? I would love to see that. I would love to see that video. I would love to see that video. Just calling someone who supports like outright abortion no matter what. And the thing is, I'm not like anti-abortion, guys. Like I'm not full, like I'm not like hard cock on it, right? I think there are reasonable times to have an abortion. Reasonable. Not when, oh, and this is actually a real thing. My mom works in the medical field. She told me, like in high school, that that women would go to doctors saying, "Oh, bikini season is coming up. I just don't have time for this." I'm not joking. This is a real thing my mom said.
Dude, that Margaret Sanger bitch is like old school boss bitch who like did all of this. She killed all the babies and then she, oh my God. She was like super racist.
Yes. No one listens to me. No one listens to nobody.
AC Paisan, thank you for the bits. Thank you. There's two types of birth control, hormonal pills and spermicidal implants. Wait, what the fuck is that? A spermicidal implant? Wait, what?
I think they might be talking about the like the insert that you can get, that women can get in their arms. It's another form of birth control. I think that's what she's talking about.
What is that? Is that like the Iron Dome, but for your pussy? Is that what that is? Well, thank you, Master Setup. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Master Setup, for the bits. Thank you for 3,000 bits. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. What a way with the words you have, man. So the whole thing was a co-op. Okay, guys, you know what? I was wrong. Asmongold was right. I admit it. I admit my fault. I was wrong. You remember how I said that the problem was like only the Karens and that the Karens was most of it? I was wrong. It was also the Gooners.
Men are culpable in this too. Men have some blame in this.
The Gooners, the Gooners. Sorry, it wasn't incel. Sorry, no, never mind. I wasn't that wrong. It's the Gooners. It's the Gooners and the Karens. They did it. They did it. They did all of it. No, because the Gooners created birth control so they could fuck more women without responsibility, right? The Gooners created all of this shit. They wanted this stuff to happen so that they can fuck women without consequence.
You see how it's all coming together, guys? That means high status men can fuck a lot of women without any consequence. But that also creates a problem in itself. Because of birth control, men, even high status ones, no matter what status you are, men now have to be even more selective. Actually, no, I'm going to go back on my word there. The higher status ones need to be more selective. Because high status men, like with millions of dollars, like they're the types of guys that want to see their woman take birth control. Like they want to see it with their own eyes. That they're safe. Like me, I mean, for me personally, it's been a few years since I've gotten some action. So if inclined, I'm probably gonna be like, wee.
And then the Karens, and so like the thing is the Gooners created the Karens. Oh my God, it's the sneaky fuckers.
Yes, it is the sneaky fuckers. The thing is, the sneaky fuckers. And if you don't know the sneaky fucker hypothesis, so and this is actually a real like technical term that scientists use. So essentially, and I think this was used on monkeys, where you have essentially it's the nice guy, right? The nice guy's like, hey, no, I'll no, I know you're not interested in me, but I'll pay your rent. I'll give you some bamboo sticks. I'll give you some leaves here. And they basically peer pressure the lady monkey into sex. It's a long game, but that's essentially what they do.
Oh my God. The sneaky fuckers wanted to fuck more women. So they created a method in which women are more likely to fuck because there's less responsibility involved. And they created the Karens.
Yes.
They created the Karens
Yes.
with the birth control.
Yes.
And so now we had a bunch of Karens that were on birth control because
we created a cycle. And there's no stopping it.
they're like, oh yeah, you mean I can just like fuck everyone like for free? Wow, sounds great. And then they had that happen. And then we got all the fucking hippies from it. So we got all the hippies came from that. Oh my God, birth control destroyed our world.
Yes. Yes. It took away responsibility from both men and women. Therefore, because people are now later less now people like remember back in the 50s, like you talk to your grandparents like, oh yeah, we got married at 18 years old and then accepted responsibility and we had a kid like within that year and yada yada yada. Yes, because we used to have responsibility when you got out of high school. Now it's not about responsibility. It's just gaining power through any means necessary, which used to be a dude thing in a certain aggressive manner. And women used to do that based on who they chose as partners. But now you have girl bosses coming in being like, hold up a minute. that are riddled with birth control brain that think that they can compete with men. And yes, they can. Absolutely. They can compete with men. But the problem is that they also want the higher status. So now you have women that are on higher status, and majority of men are now down here. And it's very hard to flip the script because women's like, oh, I've been taught for, 35 years of my life not to have children, not to get married, not to, care about relationships, and men are evil. But I also want men. Where are all the good men at? They're down here. In their minds, men are down here because they don't have the higher status. And status can mean money. It can be community relationships. So the more higher status women get, the less of a population that you get. And who is the main culprit, everybody? Again, this is like conspiracy theory nobody right now. Liberal white women.
It was birth control. It destroyed everything. Because the sneaky fucker created the birth control to like increase the amount of women that are willing to fuck them, because they no longer have to look for they no longer have to look for financial stability or like.
I just said this, guys. I just said this.
That sort of thing. Responsibility was no longer like a question. They could only focus on charisma as being like the primary stat.
Can you imagine like how this was thought up? Wait a minute. Because men were like, wait, we can invent birth control, have more sex without consequences. Wait, and then our wives can work. That's double the money. Oh, how did that backfire like a motherfucker? It did.
Change the game from intellect, responsibility, wisdom into a charisma game through birth control. Created the Karens. The Karenism increased due to the pill altering the hormones of women, making them even more Karen, making them into like, that's what turned them into Karens. They weren't Karens originally. They took the pill. They became Karens. The Karens created the hippies, and then they got the vote. So you had like the Karens able to vote now through being psycho due to the birth control, and that they control.
See, when it comes to the 19th Amendment, and I believe this like outright entirely, the 19th Amendment would be more than fine. Women can vote, women can have power if birth control didn't exist. I'm gonna just say it. It fucks your guys' minds up.
Everything. They created the degradation of the degrading of the family, which spawned more care. They're like a fucking virus. Because now
it's not like Elon Musk said something about the woke mind virus. Like, no, he never said anything like that. Curious.
they created even more Karens, right? Because they destroyed the family, which made even more Karen. Because the only wall that stood between civilization and the Karens was the family. So naturally, they have to destroy it. Well played, Satan. Holy fuck. Honestly. Well fucking played. It goes even further than that, because now
it does.
You have a society, you have a situation where the Karens and their lack of balance in their minds, the total feminine energy, right? And again, I don't think feminine energy is a bad thing, and I don't think masculine energy is a bad thing either.
It's not.
But it's the imbalance. It's the imbalance of the two energies. You have the feminine energy out of balance, total Karen takeover. Their levels of emotional reliance is so high that they start caring for everything. They start caring for so much shit that doesn't matter. They start caring about people they shouldn't care about, which is why you have the whole thing where...
Okay, you know what? She's getting there. We're just gonna hold our horses here real quick.
Like the good guys, the guys that are trying to be like good people, they get ignored for the bad guys, because they just have so much empathy. They want to fix these people.
See, men have the I can fix her issue. I think women on birth control have the I can fix him mentality. I think it's times 10. You can call me, misogynist. You can call me a red pillar. But I honestly do think that is the case. Because of birth control, there is I need to fix him mentality, not look for a stable dude. And I'm not saying I'm a stable dude because I'm not. Not whatsoever. But I'm saying mentality and results. That's all I'm saying.
All right, they want to fix everything because their nurturing instinct, their female nurturing instinct is out of control. It is like maxed out basically due to all of the fucked up chemicals in their brain, and also they don't have a and again, the father is another male force. They've removed the father from the equation as well. They don't want the father. They hate their fathers. So they have zero male counterbalance, like zero positive male counterbalance. And then that caused all of this misplaced empathy, misplaced emotional investment in people that.
Okay. So there's actually a really good study. And let's see, what's it called? So men, like we talk about men, right? And we talk about mothers. So sorry, mothers and fathers. There we go. You know how mothers can have postpartum depression? This is going to blow your mind, guys. Men could also have postpartum depression. And the reason why is because essentially during the first 6 to 9 months of like their newborn's life, they feel kind of useless. But then the baby starts to be able to walk around, be able to lift its head up. Then men start being a little bit more aggressive. They start roughhousing. They start, doing like light tackling and here and there. That's when men like get out of that postpartum depression, because then they feel useful. That like, when they feel like they're not going to break the baby, they're like, oh, I can have fun now. I can have fun with the baby now. Like that's honestly what it is.
Don't matter, that just prey on them even more, which is why they don't care about destroying the culture and importing people from other places, because they feel bad for them. They're like their kids, they're surrogate kids. The illegals are their surrogate kids. And that.
Yep. And the thing is, like, a lot of people are thinking, yes, but you also have people with babies that, are still doing this. You want to know why? Because they're still taking the fucking hormones. They're still taking birth control after they have the baby. And now their brain is even more fired up because not only do they have the baby, plus that's already firing all the oxytocin into their brains, but it's like, okay, back to more estrogen, which just amplifies it. That's all it does.
That's why they're doing this, and that's why they care about them more than their actual kids. And then all the entire time that they're doing this, the other Karens are patting them on the head. The other Karens are like, you're doing such a good job. You're such a good person. And then it makes them feel like they're doing their jobs as mothers. And this can all be traced back to the sneaky fucker creating birth control. Like that was like literally, that was the ball that was like the little tiny pebble that created the avalanche. It created like the snowball. It's like rolling down the hill and like getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Like it's fucking like Katamari Damacy all the way down.
It took about 50 years until men stood up and said something. I mean, if you want to talk about tolerance, like women are so much more men took 50 years in order to start combating this shit. We're like, okay. Like every okay is like 10 years. So like 50s, 60s, oh, fine, okay. 70s, okay. Wait, where was I at? 70s. Wait, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, that's more than fair. 90s. You know what? A pretty decent balance there. 2010, early 2000s. Huh, pretty decent. I think we all have this nice equilibrium. 2010. Well, actually, I should say 2008 because that's when Facebook was pre-programmed the app into the iPhone. 2008 is when society was the origin of society's downfall of the Western world. When Facebook became in the palm of your hand. That's when everyone lost their minds. Specifically women more so. But men could get, easy access to sex through apps. Women could sift out all of the higher ranking men as well. So men are looking for what's easy access. Women are using their body for easy access to high level guys. Again, it's incentives. Like, I'm actually not that mad about it. But the thing is, if you create the incentive, then you either create the solution or the problem. And
We're fucked. Man, I gotta do some research, guys. I gotta take all of the leftists, I gotta ask them if they were on birth control. I gotta just poll people and be like, okay, what's your political affiliation? What do you believe on these topics? Did you take birth control? And I do a study on it. I gotta do a study on this, man. Like, has it been done? Dude, it has to be done. There's no way. Hold on. Hey, Grok, is there a study on the relationship between...
Hello, my name is Leaflet, and I don't show what I type on Grok because I'm afraid I might misclick and you will see all my AI ERP. Not sure what ERP means.
Political alignment and political beliefs and birth control. There has to be. There's no way no one has done this before. There isn't one. Wait, chat, there's no real study on it. Is this real?
There should be.
Real? There's no way. Because we're reviewing the study, we're on birth control? Yeah, because what they're saying is that there was one study in 2013 that did it, but they're saying, oh, well, it's not a good study.
It's just common sense. If you infect an entire population with an empathy hormone, they're going to be more empathetic to a suicidal degree.
Women become more liberal and less religious during ovulation? How do you measure that? While committed women become more conservative? What the wait. So, but does that have to do? Maybe it's oxytocin. Maybe it's oxytocin, chat. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the reason why women who have a husband are less likely, because oxytocin's the chemical that makes you bond with people. So, like, is it that the reason why because if this is true, that
yes,
during ovulation, women that are single women become more liberal and less religious, whereas committed women become more... What is the reason behind that? So if a married woman is ovulating, she has sex with her husband, oxytocin, this is just a stretch. This is a stretch. She bonds with the husband, and then the oxytocin would form the bond between you and your tribe. Is that
more or less, Leaflet? Yes. So, not to get into like the Christian religion too much, or just religion in general, but most religions do revolve around this like one man, one woman mentality. At least, basically, I know that there's religions that's like, oh yes, David had 12 wives and like 300 concubines, but guess what? Even says in the Bible that God did not like that. David's like, wait, I have power? I can sleep with women. And God is like, not what I was intending, but you have free will. Fuck, like, and then he's like, I didn't, he's like, pause. No, I didn't. Anyway. So bonding, in marital situations benefits both the man and the woman, the husband and the wife, because if that is all then that grows and that becomes more, bonding, right? And women are more susceptible, I think, in my mind, to over bond. So we live in this society where, we have a, free love, all that jazz. Like, hey, you have a good night with a good guy or a gal, then you go out. I think men, and I'm not giving men excuses, I'm just saying what I have observed in my life. Men, I think, can compartmentalize sex a lot better than women can. Men still bond with women, but women bond with men, I think, through sex a little bit more because, let's see, what? Oh God, I forget who told me this, but if you want to, what did they say? If you want to, I think it was like, God, what was it called? Okay, I don't know what the reference is, but it was like, hey, if you want to bet a woman, the first thing that you need to do is have her to be able to trust you. So if you have that deposition or a requirement in order for sex, where men are like, just like we're boner angry, like we'll stick it in anything. Hell, couch cushions, like, just saying. But I honestly, I do think that's the thing. I think that women bond quicker and men need more time. But with women right now, if you add in the additional hormones of birth control, then it just goes all out of whack. Well, Proctophile, were they on birth control? Just saying.
Why? Is it because oxytocin makes you more bonded to the people around you? And do they associate the family with that whole thing, with the husband and stuff like that? Hormonal birth control alters brain structures, VMPFC potentially affecting emotional regulation. But emotional regulation with no study links to political shifts, but the emotional regulation tied to a political shift, obviously. How couldn't it? How couldn't it? So it was all.
How can women emotionally regulate when you're pumping them through full of hormones? Can someone answer me this? How can you emotionally regulate if you are a already normal hormonal woman and then you're pumped full of hormones 6 days a week, every month for 30 years since you were 14? Just saying.
Big pharma. It is big pharma. Wait, how could we be so stupid? How could we be so stupid? How could we have thought giving women more hormones that affect your brain couldn't have a negative effect? How could we, like, for no reason other than recreation? How could we have not foresaw that? Oh my God, it's because big pharma wants money. It's because big pharma wants.
No, it's a combination of, yes, big pharma wants money, and men and women want to do the nasty with no consequence and no responsibility. That's all it is.
Money and gooners want to goon. Oh my God, dude. I can't believe we won 2 world wars for this shit. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit, I'm so black-pilled right now. I'm like about to cry. I'm so black-pilled right now. Remember what I said about ignorance being bliss? Remember what I said about just being ignorant and not worrying about any of this stuff, never thinking? It's so much easier, man. Like, I would have been like, hey guys, let's play some Hightail. That sounds like a good time. Let's play Hightail and watch cooking videos. Why have to be like this? Also, his microphone looks like a fucking vibrator, bro. Is he passant?
Wait. Does it look like a vibrator? Yes. Yes, it does. Like a high quality vibrator.
And watch cooking videos. Why have to be like this? Also, his microphone looks like a fucking vibrator, bro. Is he passant? Thank you for that. Same reason they taught me in nursing school that women have the right to choose their reproductive freedom. Well, it sounds good on paper. It sounds very good on paper. A lot of the societal issues that have been caused by this are massive. I mean, like, here, let me just ask. You want to know the damage? I'll tell you the damage right now. What if we fought the wrong enemies in World War II? Oh my God. I don't want to talk about that. Thank you, Cream Monarch. Thank you. Oh my God. You did not just send me the creator. Julio, you did not just send me the creator of the birth control pill. You did not just send me his early life. Guys, stop. Okay, this is way worse than I thought.
All I saw was Jewish. I am not going to comment on that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy fuck. That is like so much more than I thought. Do you guys want to know how many babies were killed by abortion since the pill was invented? You guys want to know? 2.8 billion people. Think about that. 2,800 million. 2,800 million people. That is so fucking crazy. Dude, 2.8 million babies sacrificed to the altar of the self, to the god of the self, the pagan god of narcissism. 2.8 billion babies. To Baal. Yeah.
By the way, I believe that she points this out later, but there's been more babies aborted than in the last 100 years than all human society has ever been killed by men in wars. By like 300 million. If there's something that women are winning at, I'll leave it at that.
This is everything. Yeah, this is. Well, I mean, the thing is we probably don't even know the Chinese numbers, right? So this is a low ball probably. This is what we know.
We don't know the Chinese numbers. Oh God, I don't know how China, like, what their laws are in regards to being pro-choice and all that jazz. But we do know that they're like, hey, there's too many women, and only one at a time couples, and then now they're being fucked over because of that deal. I mean, it's absolutely true. Like right now, it's even being discussed that let's see. Yeah, it's being what the hell? Huh? Like right now it's being discussed like just globally. Like are the population numbers actually correct? Like, yeah, like we say here in the United States, there's 380 million people, plus or minus 10 million. I mean, that's usually like the go-to thought process. But what if we have like 500 million people here? China, like reportedly, if I remember correctly, has like 1.4 billion people. What if it's actually less than that? Because, like, think about it. It doesn't really make any sense for a population growth of that size when there is a law for, like, 20 or 30 years that said only one child at a time. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Again, tinfoil hat, nobody.
No, it's probably way higher than that if you were to count. So I use that number when I ask people, what do you think killed more people, all the wars ever, abortion? Dude, if you think about it, dude, that was a Margaret Sanger bitch. Dude, her KD is fucking wild. Her KD is insane. Her fucking post-death nen, man. You sent me a classic meme. The worst thing is this men killing 1 billion people on all wars. A lot of those are justified, right? In terms of like, you're not killing people for yourself. You're not killing people for your own personal like ego, like your own personal like self, your own personal well-being. A lot of those like people that were killed by men were killed for the reason of protecting other things, other people. So it's kind of like,
it's either so like wars are essentially at the end of the day, you're either protecting something or you're trying to gain something. Sometimes it's a little bit of both, but that's why wars are fought. Either a country wants something, needs to protect something, or both. And at least in the last like almost 30 years now, in regards to the United States, it's usually been trying to gain something, like 80% trying to gain something, 20% trying to protect. I think that's flipped recently. I think it's more like 60-40, at least from how I see it. But that's essentially what wars are all about, either gaining or protecting.
you consider that the 1.3 billion, since 1980, and this is again the number that we know, is purely it's purely in the pursuit of an escape from
Who the fuck is Leaf It?
Oh my god, it's
Who the fuck is Leaf It?
Really, it's literally a woman taking responsibility, challenge impossible. Chat, I think I'm turning. I'm turning, chat. I'm turning in real time.
Yes. Yes, turn. Turn, Leaflet. Turn. Come to the dark side. You know what? Like, kind of the idea is, and maybe I'm just a fucking moron, but I think a lot of like, especially my community, is like, come to the dark side so that you can look into the light. You know what I mean? Like, if you're at the epicenter of the darkness, like, let's just say, like, I don't know, this might be a bad example, but let's just say Earth was nothing but black, right? It was covered in shadows, uh, dark clouds, and nothing else. But if you can like see a ray of light and you want to push forward to it, like clear the clouds, it's like, hey, that's what we're fighting for. I only brought you here so you can look up and fight for that beam of light so that the clouds will finally part. Sometimes I feel that way. And maybe that's like what Black Pill is. Like, no, I think Black Pill, at least the way that it's been, promoted into this world, is more so like everything is shit. It'll always be shit. There's nothing you could change. I'm like, no. How about you just, hey, come to reality but still look for hope in the light. I don't know. That's the way that I kind of view it. Especially coming from someone that used to be homeless. It's not a fun time. Not a lot of those guys look for the light. They just accept their reality and then stay in that reality.
Okay, chat. This was a trolley problem. Oh my god, what would I do? If I was removed from reality right now, and I was placed in like an all black room, and I had God standing there, and God told me, Leaflet, you're making the choice. We could prevent all of this, and all you have to do is time travel back in time and remove women's right to vote. Would you do it? I think I'd do it. Yeah, if
hold on. Let's look at the close up there. Let's look at the close up.
Real time. Okay, chat. This was a trolley problem. Oh my god, what would I do? If I was removed from reality right now, and I was placed in like an all black room, and I had God standing there, and God told me, Leaflet, you're making the choice. We could prevent all of this, and all you have to do is time travel back in time and remove women's right to vote. Would you do it? I think I'd. And all you have to do is time travel back in time and remove women's right to vote. Would you do it? I think I'd do it. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, here's the funny thing about the 19th Amendment. Over 80% of, around 80% of women did not want the right to vote at the time. See you, Sonia. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, this is a real thing. 80% of women did not want the right to vote. When was the 19th Amendment passed? Like 1917 or something like that? But what happened is that Congress allowed it anyways. They're the ones who passed the 19th Amendment, allowing the women to vote. So literally, our representatives went, you know what? 80% of women do not want this. We're going to pass it anyways. Do I still think it was the right thing to do? Yeah. At least the way that our society works, we want equality as much as possible. Not equity, by the way. But I don't know. Like, I want to hold on to the hope that this too shall end at some point. Some sort of reasonability will happen at some point. I don't know. Call me an optimist.
If I was like Aaron Yeager, if I was like Aaron Yeager, I'd do it even without this. I know you would, but it's kind of different for me because I'm balancing it against like 2.8 billion people. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a lot. 2.8 billion is a lot. This isn't like one person. This is 2.8 billion. The sneaky fucker that started this was a man though, probably Hitler or Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger. If I had to go back, if I could time assassinate one person, it would not be Hitler. It would be Margaret Sanger for sure. It's not even close. Even if I had to high five Hitler to do it, even if that was a part of the.
Would I high five Hitler? As long as I know that by the end of World War II that he'd still be dead. Yeah, I'd high five Hitler. Yeah, sure.
Package. You have to high five one, and then you have to. I'd still do it. I'd still pick Sanger. Twitter's gonna love that quote. Ugh, I don't really give a shit. They really think I'm a Nazi anyway. Who cares? Like I
That's what I love about the one thing that I do love about the radical leftists. They have watered words so down. That's like, and then like especially like I've gotten a lot of hate online. I've been called a bigot. I've been called transphobic. I've been called homophobic. I've been called every sort of phobic. Eventually, just like, yeah, there's no change in their mind. Like, fuck it. like, why do you think Hypnotic has the bigot army? And he is allegedly, Latino. Because it's like, does it really matter anymore? You've watered down the word bigot so much that no one fucking cares. Either radical leftists, even themselves, get tired of it and they move to the center. And the only thing that you have is just radical leftists that will not let it go.
I don't even care. I know I'm not a Nazi. I don't like the Nazis. Okay, guys. I only think their outfits are cool. All right.
Sorry, Leaflet. Well, unfortunately, I hate to tell you, but we're both Nazis. Oh God, I'm gonna get canceled.
The songs are kind of cool too. All right. Okay.
And okay, here's the reason why I say this. Because anybody who is somewhat reasonable nowadays is called a Nazi. And no one cares about the label anymore. I mean, I care about it because I know exactly what it means. Like, I went to the Holocaust Memorial in Washington, D.C. So I know exactly what that means. And I know the horrors that, came with it. I'm not Jewish myself, but I know that it happened. Like, if you guys, God, I forget what the author's name is. It's only 80 pages, I think, but there's a book called Night by Elie Wiesel, I believe his name is. Wiesel, like with a W. And at the end of that book, and it's kind of like a self-biography at his time with Auschwitz. He's finally saved, and the horror is finally ending, and then he looks in a mirror and he just sees the skeleton that has become of him through all of his experience. Like, literally, he was watching the result of Auschwitz on his body. Like, it's a very powerful book, and it's his own account. And I believe he won a Nobel Prize for that book. And yeah, I think it's only 80 pages long. Like, if you can get a Nobel Prize for an 80-page book, like, you're doing something right. And the thing is, it matched up with all the other reports that everyone else was seeing, that everyone else had heard. I mean, it's highly documented. But like, here's kind of my point. If you call, it's kind of like if everyone's special, then no one is. It's the same thing of like, if you call everyone a Nazi, then no one's actually a Nazi. Like, it's like, you're calling me that. I don't even know what that means anymore. You're taking the power out of a word that actually used to mean something. I think words used to have power when we actually knew what the words meant before people tried to change them.
Okay, Erica, kind of a good song. Uniforms, pretty nice looking, but I don't like the rest of it. Okay, like I don't. Yeah, Hugo Boss was a boss. Yeah, true. Very true. Someone else would have done it probably. Well, the thing is like, to be honest, Hitler was like he was basically a leftist if you think about it. You wonder what events happened before Islam became as strict as is not a statement of support. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is actually like the best case for. But see the thing.
It took almost 100 years to realize that Hitler was a leftist. It just changed from get rid of Jews to get rid of the white people. That's it. Like, that's the only thing that kind of changed. We just moved the racial profiling spectrum.
Is I could flip this entire thing. I totally could. I could flip this entire thing and make it men's fault. Do you want to see how? It becomes all men's fault because men had the choice to let any of this happen. Men had the final say in force because men have a total monopoly on force and they could have prevented any of this from happening. So
hear me out, guys. Guys, hear me out. And here, actually, ladies, I'm not supposed to be telling you this. But you're not even supposed to know. So, ladies and gentlemen, at any point in time, men can strip all rights away from women. Like that. But guys are pretty nice, so we allow it. Tell me I'm wrong, guys. Tell me I'm wrong. Most guys are pretty good guys. They're just like, well, fine. You can have rights. I mean, we could take it away at a time, but we like to see you happy.
you could see it that way and then flip it back to being men's fault. No, but I'm memeing about all this stuff. Like, obviously, like I don't think women are bad. I don't think men are bad. I think it's the lack of togetherness that makes everything bad. And the calculation of removing like women's ability to vote wouldn't be through like, obviously this hypothetical time travel scenario isn't based on me hating women. It's based on me preventing 2.8 million people from dying. Does that make sense? I don't really count the voting part as like anywhere near as important as 2.8 billion kids dying. Like, that's crazy. Is big pharma that's bad? True. Hush, women, take accountability. Well, I mean, I think logically, I don't think you can.
Well, I think that was someone. Yeah, right up here on the right side. Hush, women, take accountability. LOL. I think that's kind of because like women are speaking up, but they're in these closed circles with like myself and a bunch of other creators. But that's still a very small circle. We're not seeing this globally, or at least in the Western world. We're seeing reasonable women not say anything. And yes, like there's a lot of women that we look to that actually do. I'm just saying there's not enough of them. And I think the reason why is I think women are a little bit more groupthink than men are. Like, men have to be trained, and women want to fit in. Like, everyone wants to fit in. I'm not saying that there is a big difference. I'm saying that the incentive to fit in, I think, is more problematic. That can be, more problematic with women than with men. Like, if I run into, let's see here, Weeping Hero. Let's just say that him and I are strangers, and something happens across the street. Like, let's just say disabled guy is going to be getting the shit kicked out of him. Weeping Hero and myself, being the good lads that we are, we will go over there, and we will restrain that guy, and then encourage someone to call the police while we have him restrained from beating up a disabled dude who did nothing wrong, right? Women, I think, are more than likely, that's the word, social contagion. Women are more likely to look around and see what everyone else is doing, and then blend into that. I'm not saying it as like a firm stance. I think that women are more susceptible to that. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I'm saying that's most likely the reality. Blend in or die. Right?
logically beat my argument though. I think you would lose like a logical battle of that argument. Honestly, I should ask Rock. Got a trolley question for you. Would you rather remove, if you could go back in time, if you go back in time and remove the women's right to vote to save 2.8 billion babies? It would, you know, to be honest, it's a little bit silly because actually, no, it isn't. Never mind. Really, you wouldn't do it,
silly
Rock?
whatsoever.
You crazy clanker. Oh, dude, this is evil. This is an evil answer. What the fuck? This is an evil answer. It's saying it wouldn't do it because population explosion to prevent overpopulation.
Didn't Elon Musk create Grok and Grok spit out that answer? Wow. Just wow.
Truly clanker answer. Yeah, I know. Globalist clanker. But anyway, you know, all the hypotheticals, the silly hypotheticals aside, like, you know, I think the important thing here is that the birth control caused all of this. It was like that was the meteor that hit the earth. You know, like if there was like if there was one point in history that you could point to, that would be it. You know, like memes.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you think of the world wars, I'd say birth control, and I think this is like a big like red pill talking point, but I think it is accurate that what was more impactful, the Manhattan Project or birth control? And if you don't know what the Manhattan Project, that essentially is the birth of nuclear weapons. I would say birth control made more of an impact than the atom bomb did. Because the atom bomb, yeah, it did kill people, but feminism, birth control, abortion, again, 2.8 billion people are now gone. The atom bomb can't even compete.
This memes aside and like kind of thinking with more clarity, it's actually impressive that like we did it. Like in conclusion, I guess I'll conclude the whole thing and then I'll finish the Tazi video. But it's actually impressive how in our attempt to obtain pleasure without responsibility, we've destroyed everything. Kind of interesting.
I said that like almost an hour ago. I said that. We chose pleasure over responsibility. And that's what birth control and condoms did. That's what it did.
Interesting. That's what happened. That it all kind of makes sense now. It's kind of weird because I know it's kind of an Eastern concept, right? Lenning, thank you so much. Thank you. I know it's kind of an Eastern concept, but it really just feel like
like think about it this way. You know, like the term doing it like rabbits. Now give the rabbits condoms. What's naturally going to happen to the rabbits? Their population is going to decline. Am I wrong?
concept of like yin and yang is like a real thing, and that a lot of the problems that we have are because of the instability of like the two forces and the two counter forces and balance that they have. Big corpo, it probably is all of it, right? Businesses use it as an opportunity, and you know, these are always aspects of, you know, seven deadly sins are always.
No, the thing is, it's about an incentive. If you give the incentive, then you have people that will pursue that. Either majority of people will or a minority of people will. But in regards to our biology, if you basically give a no consequence to a fun pleasure, then there's going to be societal consequences more so than personal ones. And not historically accurate, but fall of Rome.
An aspect of humanity, right? But I feel like the birth control was the thing that was like the big turning point, I think, because the forces
Turning Point USA.
Forces of, you know, evil and the forces of good, order and chaos, have always been at odds forever, since the dawn of time, right? It's not like a new concept, right? It's always been, since ancient times we've had that struggle. But it feels like the birth control thing is the single point in history. Like if I had to look back in history, what is the one thing that happened that changed everything. I think that's it. I can't see anything beyond that. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I feel like that
Red pilled in real time. I don't think I've ever seen someone being red pilled on birth control in real time ever. Absolutely. I love hearing about it. God, Leaflet's so good. She's great.
was the turn that we took that created so much destruction in its wake, and we couldn't even possibly have calculated that it would be the case. The birth control in of itself isn't the problem. It's the hormones. I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. If I had to say, it's a little bit of both. I definitely think.
Hold on, let me think about this. Birth control or the hormones? I would say, yeah, I think it'd be both. I think she's right. Because the hormones by themselves are fine. Like if it's naturally in someone's body, right? But, you know, if you put too much into a container, then yeah, then they'll explode. And in this case, it's just in a mental and biological capacity. And I think that it's had societal and political repercussions because of that.
The chemical problem is worse. Disagree there are no contraceptives in ancient Rome or France, and plenty of vices though. No, that's not what I mean. Freelancer Zavis. I'm talking about the decline of Western society right now. Like the actual current decline. I'm not talking about, what happened millions of years ago. I'm talking about right now. That's the inflection point that has like set everything in motion for the world we see today. It can be linked to short-term versus long-term thinking. The world still the world still functions even with shorter time preferences, all hedonism, longer time preferences, more good. But see, the thing is Skybrows, the people that couldn't think ahead before, we were talking about this earlier. The people that couldn't think ahead before, they died. That's how it happened in like life. It's like, before all the conveniences of modern day, the modern era, the medieval times, right? Like if you couldn't think ahead, you died. You didn't really.
Well, the thing is like there's survival mode in almost every single aspect in life. I go to work, taking care of, 3 men with intellectual developmental disabilities. Yes, do I have a caring heart? Do I care for them? But that's like the second or third priority. My first priority is I go there so that I can afford my life. So I can pay rent, so I can pay bills. And it's just it sucks, but it is a reality. Like even my own boss even said, "Hey, not to he was trying to make an example, but he just recently said, "Hey, we're glorified babysitters at this point." And it's a harsh reality. But it is. I mean, would I be hanging out with my residents if I wasn't being paid? Probably not. But then again, like their families won't. And it is a sad time, and it's a sad reality. But the thing is, and to get back into it, almost every interaction that we have in life is what I'm saying is a survival aspect. Like even a dude hitting on a girl, that's a survival aspect. It's like, hey, girl, I want to pass on my genes. That's your bloodline surviving. And I remember, like, if you guys don't know Chris Williams or Chris Williamson, I forget how his last name is, Williamson or Williams, but I kind of like his observation where we are not baby making machines, where the goal is to be grandparents. Like once you become a grandparent, then technically, biologically, you win. You just won. As long as that result is done, and I'm removing all society factors, political factors. I'm just saying pure biology. if you become a grandparent, you literally won at life. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think anyone can really argue with me about that.
They reproduce because you died and everyone died that was like that. But now, like, in society, it's, you know, ask Grok the pros and cons of adding 2.8 billion people and its effects. I don't know if you're just asking me that, or are you trying to make a statement that it's good what happened, that 2.8 billion people died, because it would have a bad effect. The problem with that ideology is, what's the limiting factor? What is the limiting factor? So can we justify killing a bunch of people now for, like, the future? According to that logic,
Can we justify? Hold on. Let's have her play this out.
if we could justify doing something now that's vile to protect the future or to make the future better, then you could justify killing a lot of people. How many geniuses were killed? How many great artists were killed? Yeah. For all we know, we could have been on Mars already. All right, I'm gonna move on. I hate being so retarded.
Leaflet. Hold on. I'm gonna make myself a little bigger. That's what she said. No, that's what I said. Leaflet. Other way. Leaflet. Your retardation is so admirable. I love it. I hope you continue with your retardation journey. Salute. Okay, I have to do something. I need to tell you guys. So the other night, a travesty happened and I had to make a choice. So I got home from work, came upstairs, went in my room, put down my backpack, was like, oh, I'm going to settle in for the night. Then I went to the bathroom because I had to take a massive shit. And after the shit, I looked to my left and there was no toilet paper. And I knew for a fact that I was kind of caught in a moment where I knew there was no toilet paper in the house. But I looked into my pocket and I had receipt paper. So I just want to let you guys know I had to wipe my ass with like 5 receipts from a grocery store. And I'm not joking. That literally happened like 2 nights ago. One can say I... Oh, God damn it. One can say I cashed the check. Okay, wait, what the fuck happened? Weeping Hero. Hold on. My neighbors just knocked on my door, so that's 11:30. Still 11:30 at my time. Next lottery store told me. Weeping Hero 11:31. They were worried because I was laughing so hard. I am in pain, and you are making me laugh. Not a good combo. It'd be worse is that if you were laughing so hard, you had to take a shit, and then you didn't have any toilet paper. That's what would be worse. I guarantee it. So, Weeping Hero, I hope you shit yourself. Okay, no, I'm laughing. But no, that's actually pretty funny. Um, all right. All right, let's so yeah, I bet you're careful. I bet you're careful. So, actually, I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna actually change the title uh of my videos. Uh, What the what the fuck? Oh, there we go. Hold on. Uh, lawyer. Okay. No shit. You know, like with all the platforms with like Twitch, Kick, and all that, I wish there was like universally like a way to change all the titles. Okay, well, that's all I could do. All right. Here we go. So, the great and powerful Ron Coleman came into Smash JT stream. And if you do not know, Smash JT is hilariously a very expensive comedy special of a lawsuit by Alyssa Mercante, and he has hired the great Ron Coleman, and they wanted to clear some stuff up. So we're just going to be looking at that.
The man, the myth, the legend, Ron Coleman. How's it going, buddy?
You know, I always hear about that. People always call me the legendary Ron Coleman.
Because you are legendary, Mr. Ron Coleman.
I don't know what this legend is. What's the legend?
It's the person that never.
I don't know. It's like you're, going after Ofcom. Telling the British Empire to fuck off. Like, no, I'm not a legend. I'm not a legend. I'm just, trying to sue Ofcom that's being represented by, an entire country. But no, I'm not a legend. So humble, this man.
You never lose. You never lose.
No, so let's get that. Any lawyer who tells you he never loses is a lawyer who never tries cases.
Fair.
Yeah. There's always a possibility of losing anything at any time, even if you do everything absolutely right. I think losing is good for the soul. Absolutely. I think that is important for people to lose. If you do not lose, then you learn nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Fair.
There's so much for us to clear up here. So I'm looking at the comments, and someone says, I'm worried about Play Lunar. I'm worried about this judge you got. They shouldn't have even got this far, dude. The problem isn't with the judge. This judge missed nothing. This judge gave us a very, very good decision. What happened, however, is that all the judges of history before her created a body of law. It's called the common law. It's called precedent. And one of the precedents that she is obligated to follow is that when there is a jurisdictional issue, that it is appropriate in most cases to allow a certain amount of what's called jurisdictional discovery.
Again, guys, I am not a lawyer. I'm just a semi-professional retard. So what I think he's saying, to the best of my ability and in my own opinion, because I am not a lawyer, is that he's saying there is a difference between the law and common law. And common law is more so of a precedent thing. So, I don't know, maybe, and I might be off base here, that maybe he's more so talking about traditionally we do it this way because of X, Y, and Z for this particular area of the United States. So we could say that the common law, that's like either written or unwritten rules that are outside of the Constitution or even outside the laws, like this is how we do it, and there's reasons that we do it this way. And then you go to California, there's different precedents. If you go to Texas, there's different precedents. Like that's the way that I'm looking at this, the way that he's saying it. And I might be full of shit. I might just be.
That's what's going on here. In other words, everything in the opinion was pretty good for us. But what the judge did say was, well, but, you know, I might not have jurisdiction over this case. It probably really should be in California, which we argued.
Mm-hmm.
We argued. Oh, and by the way, I want to say hi to my adversaries, who I know if they're not watching, they're having someone from their office watch, because
there is always someone watching. Like, one thing that I have learned is that there is always someone fucking watching. Haters will watch an entire stream from front to back, not comment anything. And also haters will see a title of the video and assume a position that's like, haters will just be haters. Like, for example, like I have a high tolerance. Like, okay, I want to see what this person says. I try to watch Hassan Piker stream. I have no idea why people watch him. It's kind of like the Kardashian effect. You're famous for being famous. That's what I look at Hassan Piker as. And then I look at, like, I watched Alyssa Mercante stream. I don't think I've been able to get past 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Like, I can't do it. It's such just mind-numbing stuff. But the thing is, I also can't blame Hassan or Alyssa Mercante, but because, and maybe that's just me, there's people that want to watch that content. I don't know why. And hey, you know what? There's probably people that are outside of my bubble that look at me that can only stand me for like 30 seconds. And that's also fine. But I do my best to view it from an outside perspective. And I'm just like, and actually, I think Alyssa is more talented than Hassan Piker. I really do think that. I think Alyssa Mercante could have an amazing career streaming, more so than Hassan Piker. I think Hassan Piker is a moron. I think Alyssa Mercante is actually smarter than him. I think way smarter. I think she's more... I think the issue with her is that she does get a lot of her ideology from him. And I think that she is smarter than him and could actually have a better following than him if she had her own, like, foot planted. Like, honestly, if she ditched Hassan Piker, I think that her streaming career would be like tenfolds better. I honestly do think that. Like people don't like believe us when we say like we wish the best for Alyssa Mercante as much as she's being a shithead, but I really do. I honestly do think that she is more talented than Hassan Piker by like a strong 10 miles. Barry Stroud comes in. I'll listen to practically anything if I think it's foreplay. I don't know how to take that. Pause. But you do you, sir. You do you.
They're obsessed with you, Jeff. And I think they kind of like you.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, There's not anything wrong with that, Jeff. With your not knowing how to feel. But in a discovery dispute like this, a reply submission is unusual.
What is a reply submission?
Okay. So anytime you ask a judge to do something, and this is true whether it's a motion or on an appeal. I want you judges on the appeal court. Anytime you ask a court to do something, you have the burden of moving the ball from where you are to where you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
See, I wish they got a little bit more into what the reply was, because my question, and I was watching the stream, I didn't think about it at the time, but were we talking about the initial complaint, the first addendum, or the second addendum? That, I wish I would have been smarter during the stream, or else I would have asked a better question, because I think that's something that should have been clarified, because there's been responses, but he's saying specifically replies, so I'm kind of confused. I would like a better definition of what he's talking about. And I'm not blaming Ron whatsoever. I'm just saying that I wish I would have done some sort of follow-up question like, hey, are you talking about the first addendum, the second addendum, or the initial complaint, or are you talking about something different?
So you have to first come forward with your argument, and as the case may be, with your evidence, and then the other side says, no, here's why Coleman's wrong. And then because the burden is on me, I get last licks. I always get to say the last thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of typical when it comes to just being a defendant in general. There's a lot of case law where they give benefit of the doubt, or they give certain advantages to the defendant more so than the plaintiff. Like you saw that in the the Johnny Depp trial. Like there was okay, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt for Amber Heard for this, this, and this, and this. But with Amber Heard, her issue is that because she countersued, that actually opened up a whole new avenue of problems. So with Amber Heard, one thing that she says, hey, it affected my mental health. Well, guess what? That means a psychologist on both sides of the aisle did an evaluation on her, and one was more credible than the other. So, a lot of people are like, oh, why doesn't Smash JT countersue? And I am not speaking for Smash. I will just say that from what I know, and my mom's third husband was a lawyer, is that when you countersue, you open yourself to even more shit. And when you countersue, you have to be so specific in what you're countersuing for. It also depends on what your goal is. So, and if I know Smash as much as I do, he just wants this to fucking end. And if you countersue, then it just makes it go longer and longer and longer, and that's more money being spent. That's more, e-begging. That's more that. It's a headache. For anyone, it's more than a headache. It's probably just that's a boulder on your shoulder, and then if you countersue, you're asking for an even bigger boulder on your shoulders. It's not the smartest thing to do all the time. There are reasons to do it if you are even completely in the right, but there's also reasons to not do it. Hey, I don't want to countersue because I just want this to fucking end. And that is a reasonable place to be in.
So on an appeal or on a motion, it's moving brief or moving submission. In other words, this is how I'm going to start the process of arguing. Give me something I want. Other side says, no, he's full of it. I get one last shot at saying, no, here's why I'm not full of it.
Okay.
In discovery disputes, though, the general rule is each side, it's not a motion. It's really, we're asking the judge to sort something out, and you don't usually have a reply. But these guys are super, super aggressive, and they asked me would I consent because I asked for an extension of time because I needed it. And they said, well, we'll give you an extension of time on condition that you will consent to our request for a reply brief, which the court has to grant us. But if you consent to it, we're much
Oh, okay. That's what he meant by that. Okay. I totally missed that.
more likely to get it. The rules are technical crap. Don't worry about it. So they filed their reply last night. And the general rule is, like, say a typical motion, I get 40 pages to argue, here's why the court should do what I want. And then the other side says get 40 pages to say, here's why Coleman should pound sand. And then on the reply brief, usually it's like 15 pages. In other words, reply brief is your chance to just sort of touch up. No, you see, they misconstrue what I said. Their reply is longer than their original submission.
So that's one thing that I've noticed with the lawsuit is the allegations that they're making just keeps getting longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. Because, like, with their second addendum, I think it went from 40 pages to like almost 80, like within like a month or 2 months. So, and maybe this is what Ron's implying. It's like, it seems like every time that, and this is a separate thing that he's talking about. So, like, when the reply is longer than kind of what the initial claim is, like why are you now just doing this now? There's procedures for this. But in at least the way that I have, because I'm named in the lawsuit, yay! Thank you, Alyssa. I'm so fucking happy about it. They just keep adding more things without a lot of substance, at least in my personal opinion. But at the end of the day, they just keep adding things. So I'm kind of wondering, like, how the magistrate judges are looking at this. Like, you keep adding stuff. Why? Like, it's almost like trying to impress the teacher. Like, hey, I know you asked for only a 2-page essay, but I did a 10-page essay. And the teacher goes, why are you making me read more? You know what I mean? Oh, LG. Emperor's Court 2. Why did you? Okay. Not sure why you changed your name, but all right. Thank you for joining the stream, man. I guess I'm just gonna have to go to your channel and see why the name changed. After another 9 hours and 44 minutes.
Which is rare.
It's rare, and as a general rule, judges don't like it.
Okay.
Because it almost certainly means that one side or the other, that the side that's adding to the reply is adding something new. Now, what I would...
So essentially, at least the way that I look at this, the way that I personally look at this is just my opinion, is like, if I were the judge, like, you're adding to something. Now I have to think about this case in a whole nother different way. Like, and I don't even know what the judge is thinking, but like, then I at least, like, let's just say, like, back to the point as, the student that, you ask for 2 pages essay, and then the student gives you 10 pages, and the 2 pages of it might be great, but then I look at the 8 other pages and go, you just wrote more words just to write more words. Why did you make me do more work to grade in your paper than you needed to? Because it's not what I asked. So I can see that mentality, at least according to how Ron Coleman is kind of looking at this or explaining it.
Now listen, one of the really bush league things that these guys do is, besides monitoring your entire life, so one of the things these guys do.
By the way, speaking of monitoring his entire life, I'm not like gonna post this on X or anything, but I think about 3 weeks ago, I was playing a video game on stream, and someone on Twitch just started spamming my actual address. And she's like trying to sue Smash JT for stochastic terrorism. I'm like, Uh, uh, like I don't have any evidence that it was an Alyssa orbiter, but from my experience, for some reason, I got into the ring, and once I got into the ring, for some reason, people point at me. It's fucking stupid.
Do is like they like to run to the court with things I said on streams, and I'm just.
So he's referring like, man, I forget what document it was, and I'm not gonna bring up court listener for this, but there was a very odd document that they submitted where they're like, he was on stream, therefore he is releasing attorney-client privilege for this live stream, and it's like, did you really have to document this? Like, what is the point of you documenting this? Like, honestly, you're just wasting trees writing this.
I'm not gonna. In a case
You're not part of the lawsuit, though. That has no bearing on anything whatsoever.
Well, what they would like the judge to think is that I'm exchanging that I'm waiving attorney-client privilege, or that I mean, like you said, that the whole thing with meme, why should that have been in there at all? That was just to get the judge to not like me. What that really does, and by the way, these are not bad lawyers. I mean, in other words, their technical skills.
Okay, Ron. Nice save. Just gonna say, nice save.
Are excellent. They're, I mean, the lawsuit itself is meritless, utterly meritless.
I don't.
Okay, but I just tell you that there are a lot of people who can buy and sell me, and even you, okay, who have made a living off meritless lawsuits. I mean, that's.
Let me ask you that actually while we're on that topic. What at this point am I being sued for? Because
the big question.
Like seriously, like don't you think even before jurisdiction, even before it gets to that point, shouldn't that supersede jurisdiction? Shouldn't the judge be like,
oh my goodness, no, it doesn't.
That's crazy.
No, it's not crazy.
It's very.
The court should not even have the ability to weigh in on whether or not you did something unlawful if it has no jurisdiction over you.
I guess, yeah, true.
But here's the thing. It goes back to what I said in some of my introductory remarks about precedent and the rules. The law does provide the judge with the option of dismissing a case where jurisdiction does not appear to be present. She took the softer option, which was to give them jurisdictional discovery.
Which you said that's typically what they do.
That is look, if a judge really thinks it doesn't fly, but I think what the judge was acknowledging here, I'll let you guys in on something. Very, very few judges understand our world.
Yeah. This has been, like, obviously I've paid more attention to this than most because I'm fucking in 14 goddamn pages of it. But the one thing that you recognize real quick is it's kind of like the same way that you look at politicians, and you like, do you remember I forget what like congressman or senator it was, but they asked Mark Zuckerberg during a hearing how he makes money, and the entire world went, wait, you have no idea how Facebook makes money? And Mark Zuckerberg, he even looked kind of surprised, be like, ads? Advertising? Like, what are we doing here? Are you really asking me that question? And I think sometimes, especially in this day and age, when in regards to judges, because they're typically older, like, and I'll be a little nice, like 35 years old and plus. I mean, typically you're looking at 40 plus, but I'll say 35 and plus. How many judges do you know that are on YouTube? you can probably only think of right now 2. And you'll think about the black judge who's based as fuck that you saw, especially during 2020 with the Zoom courtroom stuff. And you'll probably think the other one would be Johnny Depp's judge. Like, that's probably the only 2 that you know outside of the Supreme Court. So we also have this. So there's the LawTube section of YouTube, and it's gonna happen, but slowly but surely. I think this is gonna. At first, I thought it was gonna take like 20 years, but I would say 7 or less now. I think that we're gonna have a group of lawyers that are gonna be so much more in tune with the internet. And I think that's going to also, you know, in progression, because lawyers become judges, we'll see more judges that are more in tune with how online platforms work than before. I think that's going to be like a 7-year thing. Then there's going to be kind of like a lot of contradictory stuff happen. Then wait another 5 years. So we're looking at 12 to 15 years before judges are there and are actually caught up with the modern world. What sucks is by that time, they will also be behind. Because that's just how technology works.
When I say our world, I mean the YouTube world. I mean, of course, Ron Coleman, live in many, many worlds. But this world of streaming, very few judges and lawyers, and certainly old ones like me. So what I think may have been the case here is that the judge said, I don't really know this stuff. I mean, maybe they're right. Maybe we're going to find. In other words, I think anyone watching, anyone who, like your listeners, they would. I think it's really obvious if you understand the scene and understand this particular show. You have, like, we all have our circles of friends. Yeah, just like I do a regular show with Valiant Renegade, and I frequently appear on WDW Pro. So, like, I'm part of that cluster. I've got friends over there, and I might be, but I'm not in business with them in any possible way.
Yeah. So think about it. And I know that I know that LG knows what he's talking about. And it's normal for us be like, okay, yeah, I'll go on Toasty's show. I'll go on Digny's show. I'll go on this show. And yeah, we're friends. We're friendly. Or sometimes we have adversaries on there that, we butt heads a little bit. But the thing is, like, just because there's opportunity there doesn't mean that we have business relations. So let's just say, Emperor's Court 210. He goes by LG. Apparently this is a different channel, but whatever. So let's just say LG invites me to do an interview on his channel, or he is hosting a panel and wants me on. He's just inviting me on. We don't have a business relationship, right? So I'm wondering if this might be like a real time, like, judges learning about this world, and Ron Coleman has to kind of guide them into how this all works, which is a very interesting position to be in, because, and here's just a little tidbit before Alyssa Mercante deleted it. I'm pretty sure that it's somewhere on the internet, but I remember Alyssa Mercante, she posted the video that got taken down for cyberbullying. And she wrote on X, I believe. She said something along the lines of, like, my attorneys are YouTube experts. And, like, I don't see them on YouTube. You don't know YouTube unless you actually use YouTube and take advantage of its strengths and understands its faults. And these lawyers Because I bet you that they went over her video several times and still approved it. And within 5 hours, it got taken down. No, that means you do not have lawyers that are familiar with YouTube and how it works. It means that your lawyers did not understand. I will not call them dumbasses because, Ron Coleman says that they're very technically skilled, but I think the issue here is that they are more ideologically driven as much as their technical skills are brilliant. Which, honestly, pretty high praise from Ron Coleman. I mean, he could be just fluffing them for all I know, but I know one thing he's been very consistent on is that her lawyers have been very courteous to him and to the court. So I'll definitely give him that. Give praise where praise is given.
Right.
Although actually they happen to be my clients, but that's completely separate. I think if the judge got that the way everyone listening to the sound of my voice, including my adversaries who are watching this right now, either live or recorded, love you guys, really. You're courteous and professional. And
told you, dude. Do you guys understand how fucking weird it is? So back in Johnny Depp trial was like 2021, 2022. I was watching this guy on Legal Bites YouTube channel who was covering the Johnny Depp trial. And now, and this was just a few years ago, and now I'm in a legal documentation that he has to review. Like, it's one of those moments like, what is my life? It's so strange how life works out. Just some homeless guy from Oregon just makes 2 videos, and all of a sudden the legendary Ron Coleman, it's like, who the fuck is this nobody guy? And by the way, that actually happened. So Ron Coleman made a post, and I actually oh, hey, I'm in 12 pages of Alyssa Mercante's lawsuit, and he went, who are you? He didn't even remember me. And I'm in 12 pages of the second addendum. I'm like, yeah, all right. I guess I am nobody. All right, cool.
Last couple of submissions, actually, I think you really kind of
pushed it
a little bit. And I don't know if that came across at all in my letter, but in any event, she doesn't, and her clerks don't. And she said, listen, maybe there's going to be some smoking gun that is going to demonstrate that Smash is really in business with toasting.
But fair. But let me interrupt you and ask you this then. They have zero evidence or proof of that. They provided nothing.
Right.
And they demanded to the judge, they said, this guy's doing all these bad things to us. Let us prove it to you so that we can dive into everything that he's doing to prove it. That's not how a court case should ever work.
The thing is, that is an amazing question to ask. And Ron Coleman definitely addresses it. I would say vaguely, because I think that Ron only had a certain amount of time. And there's a lot of kind of topic changes like in between like the conversation, but it's interesting to hear nonetheless.
Be able to just accuse someone to be able to get access to their private information.
Well, that's a very well-known and legitimate complaint. The American rules regarding discovery are really extreme, and in many other countries, including semi-civilized countries like in Western Europe, they sneer at our discovery rules. They flare their nostrils and fart in our general direction. They think it's really out of line how much information, how much adversaries in litigation are allowed to go through the underwear drawers, and also to publicize information. But it is what it is, and it sucks. It sucks.
I like how his response is, well, because it's that's just the way it is. And it sucks to hear, but like if I was giving any credit where credit is due in this lawsuit and the legal system, I would say, not to give too much credit to Alyssa or her lawyers, but maybe it's due to like kind of the idea of reasonable suspicion, right? So, like something there, I have reasonable suspicion of certain things that go online, like my doxing, uh, people that post. I have reasonable suspicion. I don't have direct proof. So I do wonder if there is kind of this precedent in the legal system that goes, hey, at least because of circumstantial evidence, we're going to give you a little bit of a leash in order to see if that's actually what's going on, right? So I do understand that argument. And I think it's a reasonable argument. At least what sucks for Alyssa Mercante's crew is that there's no there. It's like, okay, well, you asked for it. Here it is. Nothing. No conspiracy here. So I guess it does work both ways to a certain extent, because they're like, hey, you're probably hiding something. All right, well, here's what we're hiding. But the thing is, it's none of the evidence that you want. I'm sorry, the truth sucks. You thought that there's this huge conspiracy going on against her. There isn't. She's just a shitty person that we're talking about. Like you think it's not even skin deep. Like we just think she's a horrible individual. That's it.
That someone can, because what you're seeing is a miniature version. This is just the jurisdictional stuff. I try not to bog down discovery with a lot of over designation of stuff as confidential, and I expect my adversaries to respect that, but sometimes they don't. So in other words, I could have redacted your personal email address. Frankly, first of all, I would have had to find it. You think I watched that 2 hours?
How long? That was about 2 hours of footage, right? That was.
So what they're referring to in 2 hours of footage, and you can see this in the legal documentation if you want to see it. I don't advise it. But essentially, Smash had to literally screen record his entire conversations with certain individuals, and one of those took over 2 hours. So he literally, I think it was on his desktop, but he literally just had to scroll down for over 2 hours, submit it. I think maybe Ron received it and then he submitted to the court. But it's kind of one of those things like, okay, I just spent 2 hours doing this to prove to the court that there's no fucking conspiracy. Like, so when we say that we have no idea what she is suing him for, we really don't know. The best explanation that anybody has is that her fifis are hurt. And look, I can understand fifis being hurt. That's more than natural. But that doesn't mean you sue over bad fifis. And if you have bad fifis, then you have to have evidence that impacted you more so than just bad fifis. Because, like, guys, hold on. You know what? Let me bring someone up. Hold on. Barry Stroud, 892. Finest woman to walk the street, in your opinion. But you know what, Barry Stroud? That hurts my feelings. And I have evidence of that because you said it. Even though It's just an opinion. Now, let's try to go with something a little more substantial here. Da, da, da. Ron Coleman is a straight G. Well, maybe he's not a straight G. Maybe he is the evil emperor of the Jewish empire. He's not, but in this case, let's pretend that he is. And I'm going to be accusing him of such because it makes me feel bad. Well, I need to provide evidence in order to do so. So that means I'm going to file a lawsuit and I'm going to look at every single thing that Ron Coleman has ever done and spin it to make it be like, well, my fifis are hurt. Now, here's what this case is actually, though. Because Ron Coleman, he'd be like, why are you suing me? And then he would look at all the shit that I said, and then he'd look at all the stuff that he said. He goes, and he'd be like, wait a minute. I'm just quoting literally what you said and wrote down. Now, is that defamation? No, it's not. Like, when I've never ran into an idea where like someone sues someone because they repeated the words of the other person. And that creates a quagmire in a sense, right? Because, well, think about it this way. If Alyssa Mercante, and this has been said before by Smash himself, let's just say Alyssa Mercante was able to go to trial and win the lawsuit. Let's just say that happens. That means immediately after, Smash JT could go after Alyssa Mercante based on the precedent that she is trying to set. And that is dangerous territory. So I don't know why she's suing him. The only way, and this is my personal opinion, I am not saying anything for Smash JT, I am representing myself. The only reason is that her fifis are hurt, and she only sued for like $75,000. I believe that's the number. And it's like, so you're only suing for like a yearly salary? Like, I understand that could kind of help you a little bit, but see, like when I go back to the initial cease and desist, the C&D, she just wanted him to shut up. And I think she honestly thought that he would cave. Smash JT don't cave. He is probably one of the most principled guys I know. And the thing is, like, everyone thinks that, like, oh, you're just Smash JT's bitch. you're a simp. I'm like, sure, you can call me. I'm a loyalist. Yeah. But you don't think that Smash JT and I have ever argued? Yeah, we have on several different topics. And by the way, he wins majority of them. I think I've only won 2 out of like 15. Like he's been doing this for a while. 8-9 years? Yeah. He's probably going to, kick my ass in most discussions. But that's just, guys talking. Like, you can view it as a debate, but it's just 2 guys talking and he just ends up winning. He's definitely, way more versed in the digital aspect of life because he's been doing it for longer and he knows how to argue better than me. I would say the Moriarty one wasn't his best work by far, but, against like someone that, for me, that's still learning all this stuff. Yeah, he's going to kick my ass. Who would have thought? Someone who's more experienced that will kick my ass? Yeah. It's not fucking rocket science. But no, I'm not his bitch. I'm very loyalist and I have reasons to be. I mean, he's a guy that essentially helped me out and, changed my life for better or for worse. So yeah, I mean, unless he starts kicking Dexter, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for a second. Be like, why did you kick your dog? And if, and if his answer is anything else but, oh, it was biting one of my Dexter was biting my kids and I just reacted. understandable. But if he said like, well, because I felt like kicking it, then yeah, I would be like, Smash, dude, I don't think I can associate with you. But I guess like, but Smash wouldn't do anything like that. Like it wouldn't happen. Man, I can only imagine somebody right now being like, nobody's confirming. Smash JT kicks puppies. It's like, no, no. Smash in general is just a good guy. And yes, I do disagree with him on stuff. And that's completely natural. Like, like it's kind of like we were talking before, like on the Marxism. When it comes to, especially in the gaming industry and politically, like he kind of has this Marxism communist take on it, where like that's kind of the more so the basis of these other people's ideologies, which he's not wrong about at all. But I remember on stream I had a conversation with him. I think we were talking about pirate software, and I was going like with a mental instability kind of take on it. And the thing is, I like if I would have had that conversation again, um, because my worldview has shifted a little bit in regards to the leaflet video. Like honestly, Marxism is the problem, but I think that feminism fueled it. So it's not that it would be that him and I are right or wrong. It's that we might have a better discussion now because I've been able to think about that conversation, right? And it depends on the circumstance and the subject that you're talking about. So that's something that I think about all the time. Like, what are the consequences of the history of the past, and how did it lead us here? I mean, we could look at Gamergate 1 for example. Like, just like World War 1 led into World War 2, Gamergate 1 led into Gamergate 2. And a lot of people like to say that Gamergate 2 started with Kabrutus, and you can make that argument. Honestly, I think that was just a precursor, because I think Gamergate 2 started with this lawsuit. Because that's the one thing that's different, like significantly different than Gamergate 1. There was no litigation in Gamergate 1. Gamergate 2, the main difference is that there's litigation involved. And hey, if chat, if I'm wrong about this, or if you have a different opinion that you want to express, let me know. But that's the way that I kind of see it.
Or an hour.
Yeah. And frankly, you don't want to pay me for that. Okay. and I wouldn't, and that would be double time, by the way. So
can you imagine Ron Coleman? Imagine Ron Coleman just sitting there watching video for like, I don't know what his hourly rate is. I know that Smash is getting a little bit of a discount, but like, let's just say it's $300 an hour, just sitting there watching video for 2 hours. See, and that's what makes Ron effective, is that he understands what the budget is. In my opinion, he understands what the budget is. He understands that, he wants to save costs as much as possible. So it's like, okay, if Jeff is willing to submit this, then it's probably more than fine. I mean, Smash JT, he is a professional retard, but he's not an idiot. Like, if there was something that Smash JT was concerned about in that 2 hours of footage that he sent to Ron, he would have brought it up. And because he's kind of informed us on the circumstances of the lawsuit, and with this conversation, I mean, he's expressed that he's going to dial that down a bit, because Mercante's lawyers, again, they're always watching somewhere. They're probably watching right now, being like, oh, nobody talked about Alyssa and Smash JT in the court case. Like, what are we going to, like, no, I didn't say anything disparaging. I have given my opinion. I never thought that, I mean, anything you say will do will be used in the court of law. I just didn't know it'd be stuff that is so stupid and be spun in such a way. It's really retarded.
No, it is what it is. Because what's my concern? See, the judge has basically ordered that it all has to be given. And I think that I think she's made a mistake. In other words, I argued a letter ago. I said, I don't think. Remember, this is the magistrate judge who's the traffic cop. Judge Ashkenazi is. I think really she may be a Khazar, but I don't know. She is in charge of managing discovery disputes. Now, it's in the Eastern District of New York. Okay, that's like Brooklyn, Long Island, Queens. It's the outer boroughs, New York City and Long Island. In the Eastern District of New York, they use magistrates a lot. In contrast, in Manhattan, the Southern District of New York, most of the Article 3 judges, the presidentially appointed judges, are not. They're hands-on, and they tend to not use magistrates as much. Interestingly enough, here as is consistent with the practice in the Eastern District, the judge who I think we did very well with on the substantive ruling.
I think in this case he's talking about Judge Brody.
Handed off discovery to Judge Ashkenazi, who might have a different take on the case, but she's reading the way she reads the judge's jurisdictional discovery ruling was produce whatever would be necessary to demonstrate the extent of the connection between the two, between you and the three friends of yours.
But I feel like that sets me up to fail because that's so ambiguous. It's like, just give us things to prove that you're connected to. I'm like, well, I'm not. So what the fuck do I give you?
Well. You're bringing up the valid point, which is that
Well, and Ron is about to say this because I've watched this I watched it live on stream, and I watched the video last night. So this video from last night. I think again, I'm not a lawyer, and this is my personal opinion. And I think this is what he's about to say is, okay, it's what I was saying before. Let's give you all the communication so you look like idiots. You think there's a conspiracy? Fine. It's really intrusive. You're kind of like invading someone's privacy, but as you're going to be fucking doing that, let's give you everything. Then they're the ones that look like morons.
It's difficult to prove a negative.
Right.
But that's why I have been so eager to produce as much as possible that doesn't get too personal and too gross, which turns out that you have no life, so there's really not even any of that.
Right.
There's a risk that people are going to post stuff that and people are going to go through it. And I've made, I don't think, frankly, that the rule regarding what.
Oh, I missed this. Ron Coleman might be Palpatine. Dude, Ron Coleman is fucking Yoda. All right, like let's not fucking go there. He's the fucking guide, man.
Gets produced in discovery versus what is publicly accessible. They're not the same. In other words, there's no reason all the stuff that you produce doesn't necessarily get into the public record at all, unless it's part of a motion. I argue.
Hold on. You want to know why is Yoda? Now look, I don't know how tall Ron Coleman is. I'm just saying this stereotypically. Short Jewish man, not Yoda? Come on. Totally Yoda.
That, Judge, you don't really think that every single conversation between them is relevant to the issue of jurisdiction, do you? And I suppose the answer to that could be, well, if they're talking about, anyway, it's great that we're doing business together and that you're using my New York address. Like, in other words, but then if those are the conversations, then we would produce those because they would be responsive. But the idea that, so what are you watching these days? You going, where are you going for the weekend? Crap like that.
Or what game are you playing? Or do you want to play a game later or something like that? That's not.
But again, on the other hand, if I can say I gave them the whole freaking conversation.
And that was my point. Okay, you guys think that there's this, network conspiracy going against her? Well, let me prove that it's not by giving you everything, right? And again, in my personal opinion, I am not saying anything else outside of that. I'm not representing anybody. In my personal opinion, there's no there. Like, in one of the documents, they ask for the DMs between Smash and I. Well, they're gonna be very bored. I mean, even if they do get it, which the thing is, they can't right now because of jurisdictional shit, because I live in fucking Oregon. So there's no jurisdictional to even fucking look for. So I don't even know why they asked for it in the first place. But let's just say they do. Well, you're going to be really fucking bored, lawyers. If you ever get it, you're going to be very fucking bored. I mean, I can't wait for the spin that you'll take on it, but you're going to be fucking bored. You know what? Thank you for saying hi, Octarin. You are I think you're the only person on X that has ever messaged, that's ever been in chat. So, you know what? We're going to reward you. We're going to reward you for being the first person ever on X to comment in my chat. Let's see here. Yeah, actually, so Octarin, X streams, at least in my community and at least our space in general, actually are not very popular. Like, you might see the impressions and the views, but majority of streamers just use that as like a marketing thing to be like, hey, come to my stream. So that's all it is. It's just a call to action to come to YouTube or Rumble or Kick or Twitch or anything like that. So, but hey, I'm glad you commented. It's, I made an event out of it. But yeah, that's essentially what that is. It's just good advertising. Hold on. Because he was saying this directly to Alyssa Mercante's lawyers. One of them is a woman that has balls. Allegedly. One more time. Wait, hold on. With the amount of me getting bomb unsubbed from channels on YouTube, this is good for me. Gonna grab a bite and tune in again. On YouTube. Oh, thank you very much, Octarin. I really do appreciate it. Let me know if it's you, if you have a different name on YouTube, okay? So, and the thing is, this has been online publicly for a while, like that people are speculating, where is she getting this money for 3 lawyers? Especially when I think, and I'm just going off like from what I remember, I might be wrong, that she goes, I'm paying for lawyers, from my own pocket. In my personal opinion, I think she's lying her ass off. I think she may have initially, and this is my personal opinion, tinfoil hat, nobody here. In my personal opinion, I think that she might have put initial money in and that a sponsor came later. That's my theory. Or a sponsor was there the entire time. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying those are the options. But I personally don't believe that she is funding this on her own. And I can kind of prove it. We could go through that later. Let's just say she got a new job, and because the internet exists, we can give a guesstimation of how much she makes. And without community support, which she hasn't publicly done, and as far as I can tell, or did she do a GoFundMe? I forget. Like, God, like it's dude, it's been like over a year. There's so, how there's so much that happens that you forget everything that's been done. Like it's fucking insane. But I'll explain that in a sec. We do love Jeff. Jeff is the man. I mean, I have my reservations about him being Italian. But look at this doggo here. You guys think that I'm here for Smash JT? That I'm a loyalist for Smash JT because of Smash JT? No. It's because the doggo. Dear old Dexter the doggo. We got to protect him. And unfortunately, we have to go through the owner. This Italian nobody. What are we going to do? What are you going to do? We just have to protect doggos. And sometimes you just have some Italian dude who just happens to end up the most beautiful dog in the world. Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Oh, God. King of the Monsters comes in and says, I'm only loyal to Smash because of Chair JT. Oh, and he follows up and says, the chair has the biggest heart on the internet. The chair has given us more love than any woman has that Smash JT could ever give. Hell, even Dexter cannot give us this much love as as Chair JT has. He is the heart of the channel and always has been. What is this stream? I don't know. All right, this might be the chat of the day during this 12-hour stream. Bro, that chair has made more money than my boo-boo's entire internet career. You know, I can't breathe. Okay, now we gotta bring it back up. We gotta bring. It's so true. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I need to move this. Yeah, let's put it right here and make it a little smaller. But it's so true. That chair has made more money than Alyssa's entire internet career. Oh my god. This is like an neurotic with the Spock on his chair. But then again, it's like her lawyers are gonna be like, now they're gonna be like, well, how much is the chair made from Alyssa Mercante? They're gonna sue the chair. They're gonna sue Smash JT's chair. They're gonna sue Chair JT. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Oh, shit. Oh god. Oh. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god, don't follow up. Weeping Hero, my first short story will be you and Mr. Smash dueling so you can escape the basement. Will you do it? You can find out next month. Okay, when it gets to fan fiction, you know that we've made it. Smash and I have finally made it, boys. Fan fiction's happening. Oh god. Jesus. I don't know what's going on anymore.
The more I looked into it, the more I said, "Wow, there's really strong case law on this." And also, I had other things to do during the day, so back off. But I got it, and yesterday wasn't even a real day, right? It was milk day.
Milk day? Oh, I'm okay.
I filed it, and then I think it was last night or first thing this morning. One of your fans, breaking story, had screenshots of each page of my brilliant.
I saw that. Yeah.
I'm thinking, this is about it. I mean, my litigation for Gavin McInnes doesn't get nearly this much attention. and
here's something to kind of like. Ron is fairly well versed in YouTube, the internet, X, and all that jazz, but like Gavin McInnes, there's a difference between like supporters of Gavin McInnes and there's a difference between having fans for a content creator. Because they're supporting a person and they're supporting an idea. And usually that I've seen is that if you are a fan of a content creator, then you are more so a supporter. You're usually both. And thing is, like, you're already online, which means that you're already allowed to, well, not allowed, well, you are allowed, but you have the ability to voice your support. But that also comes with detractors. And when he says fans, he means the detractors. That's all that means. Like, dude, the amount the amount of hate that Smash JT gets is kind of legendary. Almost as legendary as Ron Coleman himself. I have seen the most brilliant of theories that are stated as facts about Smash that I go, where, huh? Like, at least every 2 or 3 days, I have seen like the weirdest shit that has been said about Smash. I have seen him cut out of context several times. And the thing is, you get to a point where you don't comment on it anymore because it's like, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't even matter if you bring evidence. They will stick by, King of the Monsters Boo Boo no matter what. They are that ideologically captured. Like, let me put it this way. Like, I would have reservations if Smash kicked Dexter, right? For like no reason. These people could in my personal opinion, could literally see one of Smash JT's detractors kick a puppy and justify it, in my personal opinion. Take that as you will.
That's been going on for 6 years now. But in any event, you know, I get that. And that's why I agree. I agree. That's why I said it would be good for me to come on tonight, and I could even take questions.
Oh, King of the Monsters. My suggested videos YouTube gives of Smash hater video is fucking wild. One said he's the cause of gaming industry going to. Actually, I think I know what video you're talking about, and I did a little bit of digging, and I found a video. I was like, oh, okay, well. Like, I understood 2 small points that this creator made about Smash. I was like, okay, you know, maybe Smash, didn't necessarily cross the line, but he definitely pushed it. And then I did some like additional digging, and it wasn't like because I made any effort. It's because I looked up a video from 5 years ago. Things from 5 years ago started from Smash's channel started appearing on my timeline on YouTube, and I actually saw the video that they're referring to, and I'm like, that son of a bitch, like from the creator of the last video. I'm like, you left out so much goddamn context. And it is amazing how people can flip a story. And the thing is, like for me with my Alana Pierce videos, I know that they're not perfect videos. And I talk to myself sometimes. I go, was I too hard on her? Because this might just be a segment of her life that she fucked up on. And maybe, hey, Smash JT's video, like maybe he's focusing on certain segments that she fucked up on throughout the course of the years. But when you release a video, you got to be confident about it. And sometimes you need, at the same time, a broader spectrum and a tunnel vision at the same time. Like, one of the reasons that my next exposed video is probably going to take 6 to 9 months is just basically because it's going to take me that long, because I decided to make a choice to approach it in a certain direction, because I already have a video made. But I looked at the video and I was like, you know what? I didn't accomplish the goal that I wanted. So I never released it. And I take pride in like actually having exposed videos. And kind of like you could talk about any YouTuber, it's like you have to ask yourself, how am I going to up the ante? And it's a difficult thing to balance. And, maybe I need to do like shorter videos that are commentary. Like, let's just say I did something like this, but not live. I'm still trying to I'm still trying to figure it out. Like, there's a reason that they call it the creator journey, right? Like, you're trying to figure out what works for you and what works best for your audience. Maybe it's me being live all the time. Maybe it's me doing live and then clipping it and then doing smaller clips on my other channel. Like, there's so many options. And I think that a lot of creators, because I'm going through it, is that like I have so many ideas, I have so many projects that I'm working on, and like was it decision paralysis kind of deal. It's kind of one of the reasons I'm doing this 12-hour stream, because I was like, dude, I need to do something. Like, I need to comment, I need to do commentary. I you know what? Let's just fucking do 12 hours and see what happens. But that's just, God, like being a content creator is like trying to figure out life. You learn as you go. You see what works best for you, what works best for your audience, whether that's sustainable or not. Like it just is what it is. It's beautiful and it sucks.
For the chat, if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
One of the things that this lawsuit was meant to achieve was to intimidate people like you so that you would stop
Cover.
So Smash cut this out. I don't think he intended to do that, but what I asked is, why am I in this lawsuit? And Ron Coleman said, fuck, what did he say? That I have star power, which I don't have anymore, but it was nice for him to say. But this is what he's responding to.
people like you
People like me.
so that you would stop
Covering or doing anything or saying anything.
hurting the feelings of their client.
The reason I don't, quote unquote, expose Alyssa Mercante more. Like, I had my little dramatic period after I was named in the lawsuit. You know, I eventually got over it. Good for me. Just because, like, I wasn't expecting that. A lot of things did happen after that. I lost my job. I lost sleep when that happened. I was able to get my job back after like 2 months, which, hey, and also good for me. But also once I got my composure back, I don't really think she knows how much I know. And there is a line. I know stuff that should not be on the internet. Because, I mean, not to call myself a journalist, but people are allowed to have their private lives and not involve people that didn't ask to be involved, right? So I haven't really looked into her since forever ago. Like, man, I think it's been like 6 months maybe since I really did a deep dive into Alyssa Mercante. I mean, I could, like, there's stuff that I know that I've forgotten. I just have to go through some channels to figure out again. But at this point, there's nothing new. She's a lolcow and a cunt. Let's see. Did TikTok warn me because I said anything like that? Okay. No, they didn't. All right, cool. And that's basically it. She's just a lolcow, and her only relevance on the internet right now is because she's suing Smash JT. And once that is done, I think she is going to quickly realize that she was a face of a movement and not a content creator that people believe in. And I think those two things are very distinct.
Well, let me ask you from a legal standpoint, is there anything illegal about hurting the feelings of someone?
In and of itself, usually not.
Okay.
Because it has to be attached to something. Like, when you look at defamation lawsuits, like, yeah, you'll see people put emotional distress plus loss of wages, right? Because emotional distress is just emotional distress. Like, for example, Alyssa Mercante, she has posted stuff about how she's gotten threatening emails. Let's say she was suing Asmongold, who probably gets, I mean, he's a big creator, so he gets a lot of hate. He'd be able to, like, counteract with, oh, you get them? Here's a bigger list. So it's like, it's one of those welcome to the internet. Like, do I like some of the things that she's been emailed and DM'd about? No, like, some of those things are fucking horrid and just unacceptable because they are. But also, but the thing is, there is an understanding that when you put yourself out there in the internet, that you are going to get that backlash. So do I approve of people messenger her like the horrible shit that she's been messaged? No, I don't approve of that whatsoever. Especially like the really disgusting stuff that I can't say on YouTube. But is it surprising that she got those? No, it's not surprising. It's like, well, when you kick a hornet's nest and then you lie by omission in your own articles, like you're going to get backlash. It's just whether it's going to be at a level of 1 or to 10 or to 15. You know what I mean? It's just the reality. And that sucks. That's just what sucks about the internet.
But if you establish a tort, a legal wrong, let's say defamation, then hurt feelings are, if you're seeking damages based on emotional damages, which I refuse to ever let my clients do. And be clear, there are many cases where that is an entirely appropriate measure of damages, but I'm mostly...
See, that's also the other thing, is that you have to be very specific, I think, in emotional damage. Because there needs to be something tangible that's connected to emotional damage. Like, it's one thing that, let's just say I don't get too much hate on the internet. I mean, I get a decent amount, and which is fine. But let's just say it was Asmongold levels big, or Hassan Pikers, because I don't want to be biased here. Then I have to ask the question, did I let it affect me? Or did it affect my personal life directly? There's a difference between someone leaving a mean comment and someone coming to my front door. And even if someone came to my front door, let's just say Smash JT did a hate campaign on me, right? If one of his supporters, let's just say King of the Monsters, let's just say you showed up at my front door, I wouldn't blame Smash JT. I would blame you, right? Because making that connection is kind of dumb. And like, if we want to talk about conspiracy theory, like that would be one. Like, oh, you're a supporter of Smash, therefore Smash probably ordered you to. And then you look at the evidence, like, no, he never ordered anyone to do anything. That's just dumb logic. It's not even logic whatsoever. I mean, how many times has Smash JT said, hey, don't harass Alyssa Mercante. Please don't do this. Like, it's uncountable. Him and I just report the stories. And yes, do we call her out? Yeah, we do. But guess what? Freedom of speech, and you can claim harassment when it isn't. Just because your feelings are hurt doesn't mean that you have to punish other people for saying your own words back to you. Because that's all that happened.
A business litigator and emotional, like if you haven't got real damages, like money damages, then I know that you probably can't pay me. But it also means I'm not going to be able to prove like once you put emotional damages into your case, your entire mental and emotional and psychological life becomes my bitch. Okay, if I'm from the other side, so you don't want that. So yeah, the hurting. It is legal to hurt people's feelings. I do it all day long on X.
Yep.
But there is a point at which that can be illegal. If it's defamatory or if it's harassing, it can be. And she's claiming that it is. She's incorrect.
Well, how about this one? Big Viper, can you anti-slap over jurisdiction since it's so clear it's not in jurisdiction? They're clearly here to waste time and money. That's a really good question. Is there something we can recover the cost of for anti-slap?
Well, okay, so
great question by J Viper.
The question really is whether New York's anti-slap law would apply if their jurisdictional argument ends up being what the case is dismissed on. rather than the merits. And I don't want to comment on that now because that's an issue that I think is going to end up being litigated. But I will say this much: I'm going to be seeking anti-SLAPP damages, and if that is the way we end up finding out who paid for this lawsuit, which is possible, then that'll be all that more enjoyable.
I think that'd be fascinating. I really do.
I think so.
Question. So she wants Hypnotic's info and legally docs them. Is this even legal? Because he has nothing to do with it at all.
Wait a minute. Is it them or is it he?
So Ron is going to make a joke here, but the thing is, what I think that Belgium Warrior is asking is Hypnotic plus like Toasty, Rev says Desu, myself, and other people have been that have been named in this lawsuit. Just I think is that's how I read it. So take that as you will.
He.
This is not the kind of YouTube channel where I expect a lot of them shit. Okay.
That is fair. That is fair.
No, it's not legal. It's not legal, but I would have to, in order to get sanctions for that, I would have to demonstrate that the only reason to get Hypnotic's info was to dox him, and that's a really hard argument to make when they are pinning they claim that he's really in New York.
Right.
They claim that.
And the thing is, they claim this based on, you want to know what they're claiming, that Hypnotic lives in New York? Based on pictures of him showing packages based on where the packages came from Amazon. So let's just say there was a warehouse Amazon warehouse in Long Island. They're like, well, there's a package that has a letter on it that means it's from this specific warehouse. Therefore, Hypnotic must be from New York, and he must live in New York. It's like, he could also live in Pennsylvania. Like, it's like, what are we talking about here? Like, that is grasping at straws. If grasping at straws, like, to its utmost degree.
And by the way, even if they demonstrated that
doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Even if there were even if you were sharing revenue with them, with Hypnotic, and he did live in,
it still doesn't.
And that's one thing. It's like, I'm not sure. Like reading their documentation, Alyssa's lawyers, I don't know if they're after business, personal, or just kind of like it's, and maybe Ron is just, and maybe it's been communicated, behind closed doors. But the way that I've kind of read their stuff, it was more like, if any relationship exists, therefore, there's a conspiracy to harass Alyssa Mercante. And like, that's how I've read it. But at least with Ron, he's stating that like a direct financial benefit to commenting on Alyssa Mercante. Which then, like, let's just say you did establish that. Then I go, well, so does the President of the United States. It's like, that's what news anchors do. They either hate or love the president and make money off of it. That's not illegal. They're allowed to criticize him. They're allowed to praise him. Like, so when we talk about like, why is she suing him? That's kind of like one of the other questions that we have. Like, you're trying to establish a precedent that would screw over everyone that has ever existed ever, especially if you're a journalist in the news industry, or if you specifically exist. So what are we doing here?
Prove anything. Like, that's they have another like step they have to go beyond it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really grasping at straws, and I'm disappointed that the magistrate has has been so.
Because you think they would think that. They would think, okay, so if they're going to get this address as proof of he's in cahoots with this guy, does that alone prove anything? No, it doesn't. So why is that address so important?
Well,
they need to like, cooperate.
But in the look, you're talking about people who are very optimistic, okay, and who are they are cause people. They are Kool-Aid drinkers. Like you and I are, okay? We believe in our causes. We're committed to them. We believe in right and wrong, and they believe in their campaign. Look at the name of the law, Fem Law. I mean, this is what they're about.
Does it surprise anybody that Alyssa Mercante hired a law firm called Fem Law? I think it's spelled Femme. It's called Fem Law, which you would assume would be feminism law. But one of them is, quote unquote, a trans woman. Wait a minute. All our lawyers are dudes then. These people are very confusing.
So they are optimistic. You have to be optimistic really to be in this business. They say, if I can cross that bridge, I betcha I can prove. Because look, here's the thing. You and I in Hypnotic know. You don't live in New York, and you're not in business with him. But they don't really know that. They think they now. Why you would want to go through all this trouble? In other words, you could just as well have decided to litigate this in New York. Like, California is not a friendlier. Anti-SLAPP was invented in California,
right? And
the judges are not shy about it there. But I guess the lawyers are here, and they really want to handle it here. That's and of course, the plaintiff is here.
Right. But I'm not.
But the answer to your question, though, it's a damn good question, is they think they don't know what you and I know, and they believe that there's a smoking gun, or at least enough of a smoking gun that they can convince the judge that if you let us continue with the case, we're going to find even more. Now, the problem with that reasoning is, if they don't find even more, then you will have litigated for 18 months.
And have nothing except a lot of bills.
No, but not. Well, you make that sound like a bad thing. But
I'm not the one getting paid.
Ron's like, not a bad thing. He's the one getting paid. He's the one paying. It's like, well, technically, like, the community is paying. Just to be fair, but God, dude, without the community supporting Smash AT, like, let's be honest. I don't think Smash would have had a chance without the community support. So, if you're someone in here that supports Smash AT and you donated to his Gifts and Go, like, dude, you're a real fucking G, because honestly, like, just a lot of us don't know what we would do without you. And I really do mean that.
That makes two of us at this point, folks. No, but the point is, it's worse than that. It's that you will have been litigating for 18 months in a case over which the court has no jurisdiction. You shouldn't have had to disclose any of your confidential information, any of your private stuff. But
so I think again, just from what I'm observing, I think what Ron is saying is, hey, you wasted 18 months of this man's time and money. Anti-SLAPP. The plaintiff needs to pay him back for wasting not only the court's time, but his time. So yeah, like, if this gets dismissed and Smash is rewarded anti-SLAPP benefits, I wouldn't care if he's like, you know what? I know I said I was going to take care of the cancer patients and donate to charity, and then this kind of the small amount I'm going to just take to, I think he said that a little bit amount he's going to take his family on vacation. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't fucking care if he's like, dude, I am taking all of this money. Fuck y'all. $70,000 is going to be the best 1 month vacation in the world for my family. I honestly wouldn't care. Like, that's how much of a see you next Tuesday, Alyssa and her lawyers have been. Like, I would not care if that happened. If Smash was like, fuck the cancer patients, I'm going on vacation with my family, I wouldn't care. I mean, he's not going to do that, but I know he's going to donate to charity and stuff like that. But I'm just saying how I feel. I'm just saying how I feel. If he was just like, you know what, I'm going to take a vacation, the best vacation that I've ever had with my family, I wouldn't blame him. Even if I was the last viewer left, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, sucks for the cancer patients, but I don't blame you.
You know,
what Richo said here, he says, isn't the burden to prove Hypno lives in New York on them? Why should I have to disprove theirs? Why am I needing to provide information?
Okay, so let us not confuse the difference between the burden of proof and the rules governing civil discovery. Look, remember I was saying before how the Europeans sneer at our. What that means is you could be a company that is selling candy made out of rat brains, okay? Mm-hmm. And let's say it's against the law. And
in New York, that's questionable, but yeah.
And dude, don't they sell rats on a stick in New York? Don't they? And if they do, wouldn't surprise me if Alyssa eats them.
All day long, you're sending emails, and and everyone in the company is like laughing about it, or texting each other, and then so this is disgusting. I'm gonna sue them. My kid got sick. If you don't have one of those emails yourself, you can't win because you're never going to get the truth.
Well, how about this one? Jay Viper brings up something like
again.
Yes, this is something I meant to bring up to you. Is the issue of Lane, her lawyer, publicly promoting doxing going to ever be brought up? They've already used this.
Yeah. So I spoke to one of his colleagues about that tweet, and I got to tell you guys, you sometimes this is a real problem, and it's a problem. It's ironic. The plaintiff in this case wants to take a lot of stuff that has been said on the internet out of the context that it was said in order to prove, defamation.
I think I'm gonna slightly disagree with Ron here. I mean, he makes a solid point on this, but there's a reason that I'm gonna slightly disagree.
At the same time, people, normal people, not lawyers, normal intelligent people say, "How about this tweet?" You have to look at the place where that tweet fits into the conversation that was taking place there. It's not an admission that what we do is get discovery in order to dox people. It was a tongue-in-cheek. It was someone had already accused someone of doxing and said, "Oh no, I'll decide who's going to be doxed." Like, it's
okay. So essentially, Ron is giving Lane, I believe his name is, the benefit of the doubt that it's just kind of a joke tweet. Now, here's where I'm going to slightly push back. Because it was near the same time I was doxed in the actual legal documentation. Like, literally within 30 days, either before or after. And I'm like, that's kind of weird. So what I will say is that is not provable at this point. It is only circumstantial. And as much as Ron says that they are very professional lawyers, there's some weird shit that is surrounding this case, in my opinion. That's all I have to say about that.
It's a fucking joke. You're not going
to... Context matters.
Context matters a lot, especially in defamation, which is why they can't win this case.
Right.
You know what you have to do on the especially on X to get defamation on X. I mean,
it's insane.
You would pretty much have to say that like someone's wife is a man, and that person would have to be like the president of a foreign country.
Well, ironically, you bring that up. She reached out to my wife, and I could argue tried to cause strife in my relationship because she didn't like how I reported on her situation.
Of course you did.
And ironically,
if I remember correctly, God, man, there's so much that fucking happened during that time. Dude, honestly, I don't even know what caused Alyssa Mercante to DM Smash's wife. Because this whole thing, initially started her hate boner because he liked and shared a post about someone who basically did like a call to action death threat. And you know what's actually really interesting about that? I actually like found this creator. They apologized, but you want to know something? They left their initial post up, and it's still not deleted from YouTube. And yet she's suing Smash JT for something so iniquitous when you literally have a death threat here on YouTube that is a short right now. It literally has a gun in the thumbnail. An actual direct call to action threat. She could have sued him and been successful, but she didn't. I don't know. That should tell you a lot about her. That's all I'm saying.
Alyssa's suing me. Well, I'm like, I could have a better case against Alyssa than she does against me. Ironically.
If you're a pussy.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah.
Because look, you're in the rough and tumble. I mean, look, it's really out of line.
You were doxxed not too long ago. Why isn't the law looking at that? So there's a lot of circumstantial things that surrounded my doxing because it was a different account. I didn't take screenshots at the time of what was going on. I do recall, though, that the person that was trying to dox me, dog on a train, did tag Alyssa in a post in order to let her know who I was in real life. Unfortunately, I don't have the screenshots. And I say this in one of my videos. I'm like, you know what? I don't have it, but this is what happened. And hopefully I give enough evidence to prove my point. I know a little bit is circumstantial and it's kind of like a trust me, bro, situation. But, hopefully, people that watch that video have enough context outside of what I said to be able to understand what's going on. But yeah, it just is what it is, man. It just is what it is.
Look, it's a chick move to call someone's house up, and yell at them. What can I tell you? These are, I joke.
She also challenged the entire internet to a fight physically. Like that's a real thing. That wasn't out of context. That was like a legitimate, like you can argue.
But now we're talking about why.
So he's talking about the DMs that Alyssa sent to Smash's wife. Let me tell you something, guys. The only time I considered DMing Smash JT's wife was to tell her how much of an amazing guy he is. But the thing is, I have a brain. And that's still not cool. Even as a content creator, even though, I'm a homie with Smash, still not okay. Like, still not okay. I mean, that tells you, like, because really think about it. Would that be okay? Someone from your digital life, like going into like your family personal life, like, hey, I live in the basement, right? Like this is a very digital basement, as you can see. But no, would that be okay? Even if I was complimenting Smash JT to his wife, still wouldn't be okay because those two worlds, you don't want them to merge. Why do you think I initially started wearing the fucking mask? Because, well, and the thing is I keep it on now because I kind of learned that I don't like my face on camera. Like I did it a few times after I was doxxed, and I'm just not the biggest fan of it. But also branding. Like that's what I'm known for.
Why she's a person that we don't want to be friends with, and why she, but
Well, I could also argue she's bringing this upon herself, though. Too.
Yeah, no, and you could. I mean, well, that's really the essence of our motion.
She is bringing all this upon herself. If there was a modern day Streisand effect, Alyssa Mercante is the poster child for it. Because all of this could have gone away if she just didn't continue to say stupid shit. I'm sorry, that is the God honest truth.
To dismiss, which is that look at the things this person says about herself.
Right.
Happy National Slut Day. As a former sex worker myself,
yep.
Sex work is real.
Or cam whore or whatever the fuck she said. Yeah, things like that. I'm just like, or how she slept with a dude for a story. That was a thing.
Dude, I think that post was deleted a while ago, but someone did share it with me, and I was like, this can't be real. And they're like, yeah, it's real. I went, and I think it's the story is that like she slept with a guy, and I'm just trying to remember. I don't have it in front of me. I don't have the screenshot at all. I know it was sent to me at some point, but it was essentially slept with a guy to prove him wrong about something, and then she said that she was going to write about him. And I'm like, wait, so you slept with a guy for a story, and then you threaten him with the story? Like, isn't that a crime? like I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Thing too that she said.
But who among us? Jeff, who among us?
Well, I guess the point is,
yes, I do believe it was the farting guy.
You're welcome to do it, but don't start suing people for saying, "Hey, she said she did this." That's the problem.
No, but that's why we win the case when all this is over. But in order to,
so, like, I know we have about 7-ish more minutes ago. At this point, like Ron just said, like, once we win. And I think that we've all known this for a while. Like, and he said this before, this is meritless. And you know what? I will address, because she's probably watching, or one of her orbiters are, or one of her lawyers, or whatever. So I'll just say this, like, right now. Dear Alyssa, you have caused all your own problems. And once you lose this case, or it gets dismissed, which is essentially losing, let's not, deny the reality there. The amount of content will be made, will be biblical. Everyone will clown on you. Everyone will make sure to make fun of you for this lol suit. That is my prediction. I, in fact, think that people will celebrate, and I can only imagine your crash out is going to be blaming everyone else but yourself. Hopefully, you will be smart enough to shut the fuck up, but didn't your therapist say that you should probably stay off the internet? And you haven't. So I have no reason to believe that you will ever shut the fuck up, even in your own interest. I think that you are not necessarily dumb, but so egotistical that you feel like that you have to say something, which will, inarguably, backlash on you again. Because one thing is very evident, Alyssa. You have the amazing ability to not learn. Because you continue to step on rakes. It's almost like you see a rake and you're like, I can defeat the rake by stepping on it. And then it hits you in the face. I think that is your legacy. Congratulations. You played yourself. Moving on.
To screw with your life. That's why this is an anti-slap case. That's why this is a slap case, because since this is such an obviously meritless lawsuit under all existing, legal doctrines and whether it's statutes or common law, there's no case here. So why proceed with it? You think because they are ideologically or economically motivated to make a new law in New York. That could be, but the point is, that ain't going to happen. That is right. And by the way, the New York courts, the New York state courts, have acquitted themselves so poorly over the last 10 years. It used to be a matter of some pride to be a New York lawyer because there was a level of sophistication, and you had some great judges in New York who ended up being Supreme Court judges, justices. The New York judiciary today is a shithole.
I like how he praised the judge earlier. And I don't think that he's like shitting on the current magistrate judges. He's probably talking more about the mentality and the process of judges. But I don't know, just something I noticed.
The way they allowed Trump to be treated, the Michael Cohen, like just political crap. And thank God this is in federal court. Thank God this is in federal court.
Oh yeah, I guess it's not federal court, even though it's. Oh yeah, because they need to establish jurisdiction on the state. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
We got any more?
Anything else? Because I know it's late there. I don't want to keep you all night here, Ron.
It is late for me, especially as a senior citizen. But the fact is, I am I'm a night owl. I do tend to start late and finish late.
Gotcha.
But I never finish first, ladies.
There you go. Well, let me ask you this.
Ron Coleman. Conservative in the sheets and the streets. Ladies.
Yes, let me ask you this. Because I know there's a lot of concern over the Discord thing. Did that come and go? Or what are they doing with Discord? And why are they coming for me for information when they could theoretically be subpoenaing Discord and stuff like that? I don't know what they're trying to get out of me, because I don't, unless it's just provide thousands and thousands of pages of documentation of everything I've ever done. Like, again, what does that prove?
Yeah, the Discord thing is kind of weird. So they're trying to establish some sort of connection to New York, and this is this goes back to the grasping at straws thing. It's like, okay, I think they also they went after Smash JT's website, smashjt.com. There's also Smash JT with TEA, where he sells tea. Go to smashjt.com if you want some good matcha tea. That's kind of asking Netflix to be like, hey, give us all your subscriber information, and if any of them from New York, you're probably doing business with them, therefore it's your fault. It's like, huh? Like that, I don't know. It's just a very bad argument.
I don't understand.
I don't want to go into that.
Okay.
I won't go into that, but I will just generally tell you that they're on a short leash in terms of the amount of time available to them for jurisdictional discovery. Getting subpoenas responded to by technology companies and social media platforms is not a fast turnaround proposition. They tend to just, as a general rule, if you try to subpoena Facebook or Twitter, especially Facebook's, and
so essentially what he's saying is that subpoenaing X, formerly known as Twitter, Discord, Facebook, they could literally just wait out the subpoena and the court case would be done by that time. You know, whether it's a pre-trial, post-trial, or in this case, discovery. Like, you'd have to be suing like a platform directly in order to get that information. And you'd have to be maybe 2 to 3 years in order to get that information.
And Google, like they'll usually tell you to fuck off.
Yeah.
And because remember, they own the universe. So if you have to come after them to, and punish them for not complying, a process that could take 6 months, what's the worst thing that can happen to them? They might have to pay some money. Money? They're not like us, okay?
Right.
What? Facebook and Twitter, X, Instagram. That's just chump change, guys. Wait, we have to pay $2 million to an individual at the end of the day and then change nothing? Oh, cool. At least it wasn't criminal court.
So I don't know if they're going to get anything by way of subpoena in the foreseeable future.
And Menakatnar over on Kick says, Ron, can you estimate the cost for starting an anti-slap in New York City?
For this case or in general?
I have no idea.
The answer would have to be no, I can't. I can tell you, just to be clear, folks, the anti-slap counterclaim or the request. So the law in the Second Circuit, okay? Second Circuit decides how New York law shall be applied in the federal courts to the extent that New York state courts have not ruled, or where there is a federal procedural issue that cannot be decided by the New York state courts. In the Second Circuit and in the New York courts, as I understand it, you don't have to make a special motion or bring a separate action under anti-SLAPP. If you file a motion to dismiss and succeed on a case that the court finds, if you raise it in your motion to dismiss and say, and by the way, Judge, this case is a SLAPP lawsuit, and we want sanctions under anti-SLAPP. The courts have almost, not entirely, but consistently said, if a defamation case is dismissed at the pleading stage, that means that it was an anti-SLAPP, that it was a SLAPP case, and anti-SLAPP sanctions are available. So there's no additional cost. That's already been baked into this case.
But the concern would be if they say it's not jurisdiction but move to California, then anti-SLAPP.
Then we could. Well, it would depend on the basis of. You see, the court also could transfer it. It's a lot of moving parts here.
Okay.
Good question, guys. It's been an incredible simulation of reality. I want to thank you all, and thank you, Jeff. Jeff's a great client, by the way. Sometimes a little bit too good because he listens to me almost all the time. But whatever I tell him, he buys it. Like, it doesn't get better than that. And that's the advantage of having a guy for a client. Because when you have a Jew for a client, he already used.
When you have a Jew for a client. Okay.
Chat GTP, and he's going to tell you what you should say. And it's like, God forbid, and he looked it up, and no, they're actually, believe me. So this is the best of all possible worlds. Seriously, guys.
I place my trust in you, Ron. But before you go, though, I want to say, first off, thank you. You've been incredible. You really have. And mods, please again share Ron's channel. Guys, go sub, bell to him. He puts out awesome content. You really do. Like, every time I watch your videos, I learn something new every single time, and I genuinely appreciate it.
Well, I'll tell you something fun is that the videos, like the stuff from my podcast, I'm really learning there. I'm having genuine conversations with people, and and it's been great for me as a way to increase my appreciation for people that I had been following for many years. I say to them, hey, come on the show, and now we're buds. So that's pretty cool.
Yep. No, you've been great. Thank you again, Ron. Appreciate it, man. We'll see you. Bye.
Okay. God, how many hours did we spend on that? Like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours? I mean, it was a 30-minute video, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, I'm trying to do something here, and it's not freaking working. Okay, hold on. Because I know what I want to do next. It's just not necessarily a technical issue, but for once, let's just say for once, it's not my fault. Okay, well, I know what we're going to be talking about. Let's see here. I think I already got it saved up. Oh, yep, here it is. All right, right here. So we understand that a Reddit moderator got a little famous recently for thinking that Reddit moderators were the cream of the crop, the cherry on top, and that they should be making deals and talking to lawyers and be able to view contracts. And he's made 2 videos, I believe, thus far, making himself look like a maniacal maniac. Now, since I started streaming at the same time as Side Scrollers, I have not been able to view it. By the way, Stuttering Craig, this is not the thumbnail to use because I would use the actual, like from his video, just my opinion. But holy crap, we are about to see, hopefully, the crash out of the century. Ready, set, go.
This is a good one, guys. We had the viral sensation that is the Reddit moderator with the comb over. And ladies and gentlemen, we asked every single uncomfortable question and wait to see Vera's reaction. It is gold. You got to stay to the end. Watch this.
Hey, it's nice to meet you all. Thanks
Hi.
you for
Nice meeting you too, man.
Yeah, I'm going to be kind of
Great to have you. How's everything going in your world?
You know, it's been a bit of a wild ride, but things are okay now. You know, this is not this is certainly the biggest viral moment that I've been in, but this is not my first rodeo.
Not your first rodeo. Okay, well,
Guys, being viral as a moderator is very different than being viral as a content creator. I didn't handle it well when I got doxxed. I think this guy, like, I'm sorry, and I'm judging, like, how many seconds am I in? 35 seconds. 35 seconds in. And I'm already judging this guy, be like, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I think this is 15 minutes of fame territory. I think we're there.
well, let's start there. When was your first rodeo of being a viral sensation?
Yeah,
Great
I'm more
question.
talking about how you know, these spaces like Reddit moderation, the internet are
Doesn't answer the question whatsoever.
insane. So actually, about like a year ago, I got like super doxxed. Was all over Kiwi Farms. If you know about that website, it's kind of like a harassment kind of website. And
Kiwi Farms has actually been very supportive of me, believe it or not. I'm rarely on there, but like the 2 times I was on, I looked myself up after my doxing, and they're like, "Man, I feel bad for nobody." I'm like, "Thank you, guys. Thank you. I really appreciate it."
yeah, it's you know, initially it's overwhelming, but you kind of get used to it. It's like, you know, you're not really worried about after the.
It's barely been a week, dude. It's barely been a week. Like, stuff really doesn't start settling in. Like, it depends on what's happened, but typically it's a month or 2 from what I've seen and from my own personal experience.
The first couple death threats are annoying, but like, who really cares about the thousands, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You said you got
Oh my God, he got death threats and he's not suing anybody? Holy shit.
docs. That's fucking horrible. Sorry about that, man.
It's good. I mean, that's I mean, you guys
You're a stronger man than me then, because that would piss me off. So good on you, man.
All right, well, let's talk about this. I got to be honest. You went viral. You talked about the Reddit mod, and you know, like, we'll get into all that here in a minute. But I went through your timeline, and I'm just curious here.
By the way, Stuttering Craig is amazing. because I don't know. And the thing is, it's like you don't know until you're there. Situations, I'm like, I don't know if I can be this polite. I really don't know. Just for myself, I don't know if I can be this polite to a guy that's clearly in the wrong. But we will see. We will see.
Right off the bat, this comes from Reddit Lies over on X. They are asking. This is kind of posting your initial viral video here.
Sure.
That got popped off. It said Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities here. This is you. This went viral, got popped off. But then I guess who is Amanda Watson? I'm guessing this is a friend of yours saying that you're a troll now as you were in college. So like, walk me through this. Is this just a giant troll? Is this a bit? Like, is this authentic? I mean, I don't doubt that you were a Reddit mod, but like, walk me through this. Are you truly? Is this just a big troll? Or are you coming on a troll or show?
No. So I like to mix.
I want you guys to realize something here. Look at the camera angles of every single one of these. So creator, Reddit mod. And they showed this, him looking directly in the camera, head centered and everything. So when someone says, yeah, I'm used to it, it's like, no, you're not, because you haven't had enough criticism or have denied the amount, even legitimate criticism, to just put your camera on top of your monitor. To me, it kind of looks like he's using a phone, maybe, but it's hard to tell.
Oh, YouTube. I think it matters a little bit. Like, surely, I mean, it matters to their stockholders. I guess that's my general thoughts. And so that was my idea with that video is, I was trying to be funny, but I was trying to talk about real things. And I will admit that the video kind of got away with it. Like there's some parts where I thought I was joking, and then there are other parts where I just got like way too into it.
Cope. This is smoking so much copium. You were serious the entire way through. I mean, hey, if you have an explanation that sounds legitimate, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. But I watched the video. You were fucking dead serious.
But and I'm hearing like, okay, I am angry right there. That's real anger that's coming through. So yeah.
So you're basically using humor to help try and carry the point out, basically.
So, like, here's the difference between a content creator and someone that really hasn't been doing this before. Like, look, I went through the rigmarole, especially when I got docs and all that. But one thing that content creators will tell you is that they still hate looking at themselves while they're editing. They just get used to it. But just because they don't like looking at themselves, they go, oh, what is the most flattering position? Or what is probably something more reasonable? Did I go too far here? The thing is, this guy hasn't been a content creator long enough to understand, to critique himself yet. That's my take.
Basically, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
So I asked, when I said, hey, he's going to be on the show, what would you like us to ask him? I got flooded with a ton of questions. So I wanted to kind of go through some of these questions here, because the life of a Reddit mod is a fascinating one to me, right? And we're going to touch on that here very, very shortly. But so I want to go to Pescator over here on X. They said, and this kind of continues with what I was asking here. How long does it take him to write his fake troll scripts? And when did he decide to play a character? So you are saying that you are not a character and you are legit you here.
Yeah, I'm actually being serious. I will say that I do love humor, and sometimes it's actually hard for me to turn it off. So if I do make a joke, it's that's just my personality. But I'm being serious. Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess the question was how long does it take me to make a script? So I like to do my videos end to end in one day. So I
like to do that as well. With the project I'm working on, it's not going to be that. But that is for most YouTubers, that is what is preferable.
Think of an idea, I script it out, write it out, I film it, I edit it, and then I put it out, by 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And that's how I go. You can kind of see that in my other videos I've done in the past, where I know the production value looks a little bit funny sometimes, but I do it in a way where I can kind of get away.
Actually, I think this guy was using the broadcaster that I'm using, Meld Studio, because if you look at his initial video, it has that purple line around him, and in OBS that actually takes a little bit of time. But with so just for example here, let's see, camera. I'm only doing this. I'm not doing this in shorts. I'm going to be doing this in on the horizontal streams. So just give me 1 second. If I go, let's see here, inverted colors, gradient, glow styles. And then I go glow styles, and then I change the color to purple. And then I put the opacity down a little bit, the size a little bit. Let's see, the choke, about right there. Opacity a little less, size a little bit more. Here you go. You have this. Like, that's how long it took him to probably do that. And sorry for all the shorts and TikTok people that are watching, but this is what it looks like, and that's how quickly it does. I'm not sure if it was necessary. I will say that, I mean, I'm a green screen content creator, so I will say having a little bit of this helps with the depth of field when you're watching, especially since I wear black a lot, like with my blazer. I mean, it's like if I take this off, and usually I'm just the dress shirt, and then I usually wear the blazer for official videos. But yeah, I think he used Meld Studio for this. I just don't know why he did it, especially on the call out that he did. But hold on, let me take this off because I look ridiculous. There we go.
Away with easy, low production value while still being kind of funny at the same time.
Well, let's walk through your history with Reddit. Okay, some questions that we had. Kirsha wants to know, like, how did you become a Reddit mod? Let's say multiple questions. How did you become a Reddit mod initially? What was your purpose of becoming a Reddit mod? And how did the mod powers corrupt you?
Sure. So the way that I tried to see, so I used to actually work at Twitch TV. And so I was an engineer there on the Clips product. And clips are what is posted to this subreddit. And basically this subreddit is kind of the front page of Twitch. All the major news is kind of blows up there. And this was affecting the company a lot. Like people at the company talked about the subreddit all the time, and it was causing us lots of problems. And so after I left the company, I like to say that I went on like a Spec Ops infiltration mission, like from the.
But the thing is, he doesn't go into detail on how it caused problems. That's kind of a thing that stands out to me. Like, okay, because so when it comes to believability, I go, well, how did it cause problems? And then it just skips over that. It's like YouTube runs into the same issues. I mean, I don't know. Maybe their NDAs are way more clasped than Twitch's are. I don't know. But hey, there was issues with this, and that's kind of one of the problems with the initial video that he made, is that he said, "Oh yeah, live stream fails, affects Twitch." I'm like, by giving them more viewers, like I don't know what the problem is there.
Start to see if I could like take this thing over, and I would say that I certainly got lost along the way. And so this whole Reddit moderation thing, it's, I did not start out being this crazy, but I will say that.
So he does admit that he's a little crazy. All right, props to that.
At this wild world of Reddit, you don't notice where you are until you're like, playing weird political games and trying to manipulate people on this stupid thing called Reddit.
Wait, what did you just say?
Notice where you are until you're like, playing weird political games and trying to manipulate people on this stupid thing called Reddit.
Manipulate? I would like to know how so. Because that's a weird thing to say.
But until you're there. So that's the story.
So the power that you felt by being a Reddit mod went to your head, is what you're saying.
Kind of, but I would also say it's I tried to do, we'll say it, the right thing at the first, at the initial thing, and that never worked. Every time, I tried to just convince people, it didn't work. But every time I tried to break the rules, every time I tried to manipulate people, every time I tried to take it further and further and further, that worked. And and so it was just like a one step after another until
I don't know what he means by making it like bringing something further and further and further. Look, okay, and I hate to use Smash JT's channel as an example, but that's the only moderation experience I have, along with maybe some other channels. But like at one point, I was considered like kind of like not the main mod, but like kind of an important mod. Nowadays, like I'm just kind of like there, and if there needs to be additional like moderation, like I'll jump in. Like that's what I am now. So, but like at least in YouTube moderation, it is either you warn people or you like it depends. So let's just say hold on. Let's just say King of the Monsters. Right here. Let's just say he decides that he's gonna go AWOL and not AWOL, but like just be a nuisance. I've interacted with King of the Monsters enough to be like, yo, bro, I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to settle down. He'll probably listen to me and go like, you know what? Okay, all right, I'm feeling some feels, but you're kind of right. It's not good for the community. It's not good for the chat, right? And let's just say some random white guy comes in and, he's participating in the chat. And I go, hey, whoa. Like, hey, like, let's chill a little bit here. Like, I don't want to ban you, or give you a timeout, but I will. And let's just say he goes, well, fuck you, man. You shouldn't be a mod anyway. One, don't piss off the mod. They will just straight up timeout you or ban you in general. I have done that. And sometimes you give warnings, not because you disagree with what the person is saying, but on YouTube, like, okay, here's actually an example. So on YouTube one time, I was on watching Smash's stream, and there's a guy who kept saying, oh, it's a goy ops. I have no problem with someone saying goy ops. You're like, okay, a little much, but it's fine. And then YouTube just consistently kept censoring him over and over and over again. So I just went, and we were kind of fed up with this. I was like, hey, dude, can you please stop saying goyops? Or else we're going to put you on a timeout. And it wasn't because I was trying to be like, put my foot down and be like, I'm a mod. I am all powerful. It was like, dude, and maybe I just didn't explain it well enough. And that's probably on me. But there's a reason why I only timed him out, because I'm like, dude, I do not have the time to explain to you why what's going on in the background, because you don't see what's going on in the background. So I banned him for 24 hours, and he came back. He's like, okay, I heard what happened. So and then it was all good, right? You got to pick your battles, and sometimes mods aren't perfect. Like I'm technically a mod on Smash JT's Discord, but I'm never fucking there. Ever. Like I am not a Discord user whatsoever. It is like every time I go into a server, I go, man, why would I want to start a Discord server? That sounds like the biggest pain in the ass in the world. I do see the benefits of it. I don't know. Maybe I need to talk to Problematic White Guy or John and get his thoughts on it. But yeah. It's It's an issue with the tissue.
Yeah, I guess you could say the power goes to your head, or yeah, I mean, it's just, that's what I got rewarded for until I blew up on me at the end.
Okay, so
can I ask a real quick question?
Yes, please,
Sorry,
Phoenix,
Craig.
yes.
I was actually kind of curious, like, because I actually find this kind of fascinating. What were some of your tactics in manipulate? Like, what can you kind of step us through? How you did that?
Great question.
Sure. Wait, manipulate like what the other Reddit moderators or the
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess you tell us. You said that.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
See, that's the thing. He keeps saying manipulate. Like if you would have said, convince other moderators or convince like users or commenters, like I would have understood that. But he keeps saying manipulate.
Manipulate people.
Yeah.
Like, give us some examples of what that looked like.
Exactly. So the main way that I initially like became the top mod, like the dictator of this group, is that
Again, he keeps saying all these authoritarian words, and he's not joking, as far as I can tell.
one of the other top moderators had left, and so there was like a power vacuum, and so there was this internal fight between who will be at the top position. And what I ended up doing is I just ended up playing two sides against each other. I talked to one side and said, hey, these people are out to get you. They're doing all these bad things. And then I went to the other side and said, hey, those guys are out to get you. And then I was kind of like the middle of the road guy, being nice, working with everybody. Everybody wanted to be I was like
Here's one thing. There was one incident, I guess, in Smash JT's Discord. But outside of like one incident, in regards to moderators on Smash JT's channel, we have never fought. Like there is kind of like a natural like progression or kind of like handing over of like kind of like okay, like for me, like I'm a streamer, content creator. I'm working on shit while I'm watching Smash JT stream. Like I'm not gonna be paying attention all the time. I'm like I kind of treat it like a podcast a lot, right? Like right now, probably I would say the main mods for Smash JT's channel is Digital Alucard and Sergeant Sapient. They're fucking G's. Wyco, which Smash keeps calling him Wicho. Wyco. He's an awesome individual. We haven't seen Asian Swordmaster in a little while, but like life happens. Yeah. Other than one slight bit of drama on Discord in regards to a moderator, which got cleaned up very quickly, like within like a day or two. There's none of this mentality here. And yes, as a mod, you do have a little bit of an ego, which is natural. And honestly, that can be a superpower, but it also could be a detriment. So you kind of have to check yourself. So like as long as it doesn't go too far, then the creator themselves won't step in. Like, because that's the last thing. And the thing is that's kind of the reason why moderators are kind of checked, because at least on YouTube or Twitch or Rumble or whatever, because if you're making a headache for the creator, they will make a headache for you. And that is just the case. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's like, hey, I put you in charge of shit and you're abusing it. So there is a hierarchy there. So there has to be a level of respect between the chat, the moderators, and the creator, regardless. So I have never been a Reddit moderator. This is sounding like Game of Thrones shit. It really is.
I was just better than everybody else, and so they wanted to be on top, but they'll take me to second place.
Do you have any specific names or examples that happened?
I'm just talking like these are just like random nobodies. I don't know their names. They're just like random other mods that were fighting against me in the Game of Thrones Power War Reddit.
I fucking called it. Game of Thrones.
Okay, so this is probably the biggest question that we got from a lot of folks. And Phoenix, we'll come back to your question in just a second.
Yeah, of course.
Where did you get this confidence right? This confidence, like you just said it a second ago. You go like all these nobodies or whatever, right? Like, where did this come from? And did it come from the Reddit mod powers?
No, this started off pretty early on in my life, and that's I consider myself an anti-intellectual. So I went to a very top tech.
An anti-intellectual? I don't know what that means.
School, Carnegie Mellon, and I was, I'm in the tech industry, but I did not major in computer science. And so I had a bit of a chip on the shoulder where I was surrounded with all these very smart people who, thought they were better than me because of this kind of like degree or piece of paper that I had. And then I got into industry,
compensating. And by the way, in this case, that's completely natural. Like, if you need to compensate, like, okay, these people are more experienced than me, I need to compensate for my weaknesses and get better. That's actually not a bad thing. As long as what he's saying is true.
The same tech jobs as everybody else, and I kind of realized none of that bullshit kind of matters. Just if you have a goal, go for it, and if it makes you look silly, that's okay. And even more than that, the ideas that look silly, that look ridiculous on the front, are the best ideas to go for, because that means nobody else even thinking about it.
Toasty.
Like who would think that being a Reddit moderator would have influence or power or whatever? And so that's like the perfect idea that I would go for. Silly ideas that nobody takes seriously. That's just money on the ground for the taking. Yeah.
Actually, here's an interesting story, and Smash actually brought this up during a live stream the other day. It was kind of about moderation, but it was more so about people trying to have access to him. Smash knows that people contact me, not a lot, but enough that it's a little annoying. I mean, I'm respectful. Let's see. Like last week, I got just some random dude that had like 2 followers on X and like 50 subscribers on YouTube, and they're like, "Hey, do you think that I can get on Smash JT stream?" And I just didn't answer. It's like, no. The only time I considered bringing someone up, I forget her name. I could probably find her if I wanted to, but there was someone that interviewed David Jaffe, and she reached out to me, or I reached out to her, and then like she was just interesting enough at the time. I'm like, like she seems, well balanced and all this, but thankfully I went with my instincts and I go, you know what? I'm just gonna talk to her for a little while longer to see if she's crazy or not. And literally, like the next day, she like went off the fucking handle. And I was like, oh, okay. So, like, if you're ever going, like, if you're a moderator, or like if you're a moderator and a content creator like myself, like, and if people are reaching out to you, like, talk to them especially if you're like, hey, could be, because the obvious ones are the obvious ones. Like, no, like, I'm not even going to answer you. But then there's ones that are like, okay, you're interesting. All right. Like, give them like 2 weeks. And this was a matter of 5 days. Like, okay, yeah, you're cool. All right, cool. Interesting. Oh, very interesting video. Like they're building rapport. And I was on the edge of being like, hey, Smash, this chick's pretty base, consider having her on. But like, there was a part of me that just went, something just feels off. And I was right. And if Smash is in the stream right now, yeah, there was a chick that, and you'd probably be able to find her, I think. She interviewed David Jaffe. And literally it was almost like a switch. Like I forget what question I asked or what it was, but she just flipped into bipolar mode and just went fucking insane. I was like, okay, you're a different person now. Okay.
Speaking of money on the ground, what do you do You said you were in the tech industry. Are you still in the tech industry? Do you have a job or like?
Yeah, I've
outside
last
of
couple
being
years
a Reddit mod, or outside of formerly being a Reddit mod.
So yeah, surprisingly. Yeah, basically, I work in the artificial intelligence agency. Just basically doing web development. It doesn't matter where, but it's just let me use this. Like I have done like interviews with like OpenAI, Anthropic. I don't work there, but like those are the like very real companies like that I've interviewed with and had jobs at.
How have
A little vague, but okay.
any of your coworkers recognized you from this viral moment and been like, "Yo"?
I was worried about that for a second, but only one person did, and they're like, "Hell yeah, that's a really funny thing that you did." And so I don't know, or maybe they don't want to talk to me about it, or maybe they think it's like too embarrassing. But it hasn't caused me issues yet.
So you said you've always been super confident, right? You got granted a little bit of power over on Reddit through playing other folks against each other. You kind of rose through the ranks. I'm feeling there's a bit of narcissism coming from you.
Absolutely, for sure. I will not pretend like it's not cool to feel like you're this manipulator god, playing people kind of against each other, and it's even cool.
Okay, so here's one of the reasons I do not. Okay, remember, like if you were in the stream earlier, Leaflet was talking about the sneaky fucker. He is someone, as far as I can tell, that developed a god complex because he was able to manipulate. I don't know. Like, let me know, guys. I genuinely want to know.
Or to be like, oh, you're looking down on me. No, not really. Like I'm actually the one looking down on you because you're looking down on me because you don't take me seriously. That's why I'm the real threat behind the scenes who's gonna get you. It's fun. I will admit that.
I don't know whether to be impressed or sad in regards to this individual. Something I'm gonna have to contemplate.
But yeah, so
You're kind of like the ultimate Batman supervillain or something that's been corrupted by the internet in a weird way. You know? Do you see yourself? Do you see yourself as a hero or a villain?
I think that if I were to look back on myself like from 5 or 6 years ago, I would be like horrified. I'd be like, what did you become? But that's not how I feel. I feel that I'm right now. And so it's hard to say who is right, like my future self or my past self.
Vera, I'm curious what you think of all this.
I'm excited
I think
for this.
that this is the dumbest shit ever. I gotta keep it a buck. I think that this guy is the perfect encapsulation of a Reddit user, and Reddit's filled with retards.
I mean, in some ways you're right, but I guess I'll ask you a question.
I am right.
Do you think that social media matters? Like, do you think that X matters? Twitter matters?
Yes, culture is influenced by social media.
Yeah. I mean, and Reddit is 3 times.
Okay, guys. Hold on. This is gonna be a thing. So I'm going big mode right now. It's between these two people. I don't give a shit. I think this is the rest of the content.
As large as X or social media. I mean, so
it's not as large as YouTube.
You're right. It's right below YouTube. But I guess what I'll say is, I'll agree that this is all stupid. But that's like kind of my point. It's like all these large platforms, or this large platform, has eyeballs, has all these views.
I don't believe that the platforms are stupid. I think that you, as a person, are being ridiculous.
No,
you're right.
That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god. Hold on. Look at Stuttering Craig's face. Actually, look at all their faces, but especially Stuttering Craig.
You're right.
That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
That's
trying to
awesome.
recover.
Thanks,
I have a quick question.
Panda, I appreciate you being transparent, Vera. That's good. Yes.
Yeah.
Craig, that's exactly what you wanted. Shut the fuck up. Well, no, don't shut the fuck up. But but you know that's exactly what you wanted.
But the change is like, so when you say you're manipulating, you're not necessarily, correct me if I'm wrong, you're not necessarily manipulating it just willy-nilly. You are trying to make the community a little bit better, or what are some of your motivations for these manipulations? It's not just a power trip for you, correct?
Yeah, correct. Absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. What's the point of having power if you don't use it for a goal, right? Yeah. So, my initial goals was to kind of like help out the streaming space. So this old subreddit used to be used for some pretty horrifying things, like mostly like revenge porn against kind of like major kind of like female streamers. And I was against that. I was thinking like, how do I stop that? But then also I feel like I'm kind of like an arbiter of kind of like the drama or like the discourse. So if a bad thing happens about a streamer, I do try my best to like look into it. Like, is this true or is this false? And I guess, if I think it's like untrue, yeah, I'll get rid of it, right? And so some people would call that censorship. Like you're getting in the middle of it by stopping us from talking about this thing that, I think is false. But, I'm in charge, so I don't care. So yeah, I will, censor false things.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Vera, go ahead.
Why do you believe that you deserve this higher power? Do you have a high level of education? Have you ever worked maybe at a law firm, PR management, or
King of the Monsters, okay. Why I don't watch that channel? Shit's trash as fuck. They stayed awfully quiet during the Razorfist shit, which is hypocritical as fuck. I'm not gonna speak for side scrollers or them. Like and by the way, I am in no contact with them whatsoever. Like I never have been. They've liked some of my posts, but that's about it. Okay. So in regards to the Razorfist stuff, that's a toughie for me. So with Razorfist, there were allegations and they separated. Remember, Side Scrollers is still a company, and every company, whenever something like this happens, and it is the internet, if you have a clean break, then that is a good thing. Now, if the audience really demanded for like Craig or Blabs to address it, or Phoenix, they probably would. They already kind of did. I will say that it was a little vague, but it is understandable. See, here's the thing. King of the Monsters, I understand where you're coming from because I do share that sentiment, but I'm also a content creator and I understand. Like, think about it this way. Let's just say the same thing happened with Smash AT. Do I think that'll ever happen? No. But I'm just using an example because that's what I'm, I guess, known for, whatever. Smash AT has an accusation. I, as a content creator, would distance myself if like there was a real controversy. Of course, I'd probably have like, behind the scenes chats with him and see what the fuck is going on, whether like I would continue my support with him or not. And the thing is, he would understand why I would be doing that, and that's fine. And then you have to address your audience, and then you need to also understand, engage what the audience response is going to be. So in regards to Razorfist, at the end of the day, you had a lot of allegations that seemed very credible. And that is it. They were worth reporting about. They still are alleged. No one's been sued. But the thing is, when you have someone like Razorfist on, you are going to get some controversy either way. Like all of these individuals like that are on screen, myself included. I've never been on Side Scrollers. I'm not saying that. But You have to do just the basic best judgment as a company that you can. I'm not saying that how they responded to it was perfect, but it is clear that they wanted to distance themselves from it. And I think that action in itself is enough. And I will say, I am biased. I love basically everybody on the Side Scrollers podcast. I do. And I still probably would have been a supporter of Razor Fist, but then he went to after Smash JT for no reason. Smash JT apparently works at IKEA now, but you also have to understand that Razor Fist didn't respond to that very well either. And yeah, you could say that I'm being a little bit of Switzerland on this, and that's more than fine. I kind of am. I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to see it from Craig's point of view, and the side scrollers main heads. So that'd be Craig, Blabs, and Phoenix. I'm trying to see it from their angle, and I'm trying to see it as a company because it's very different for me or for Smash or for Hypnotic. Well, I don't know about Hypnotic, but I'm trying to use big names just to give a reference. And I'm not a big name. So, but okay, let me just use myself. I am a sole proprietor and individual, not a company. It like once you go from sole proprietor to a company, that means if you're a company, that means you're paying people. And you want and this is social media, so you need to be very careful when you do clean breaks with people. I don't remember exactly what Craig said. I don't remember what Blab said. I don't remember what Phoenix said. I don't remember what anyone said. But what I will say is that it looked like a clean break. It was like, hey, no harm, no foul. If things work out, then things work out. If not, that's fine. Well, King of the Monsters, it's very different when you're side by side with that same person. It's a different dynamic. It's different when I'm reporting on the King of England. The King of England is never going to be right next to me in the show, right? It's very different when it's like you've done, a year of shows with someone and then trying to figure out how to make a clean break while not affecting your brand. And the thing is, King of the Monsters, what I'm saying is that you are right to feel that way, and I understand that. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are things that you're probably not considering. And even if you did consider them, that's more than fine. Like, hey, you know what? A, B, C, and D, fuck side scrollers, I'm out. Like, I get that. I get it. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of the inside baseball of things you might want to consider. But but hey, but whether you want to hear it or not, I'm just trying to speculate to the best of my ability. And remember, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I say. If you don't want to watch their content, that's fine. I'm a fan of side scrollers. I'm a supporter of side scrollers. And yes, they have missed my super chats as well. They're a big channel. I understand why they would miss stuff. It happens. But the thing is, they're still respectable in my view. And if you don't watch them, you don't have to. That's all I'm saying. I'm still a fan. You don't have to be as well. That's okay. We all have our personal choices, and I will respect yours. All right. I respect yours. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of inside baseball on that of what things that probably like people should consider. But that's just me. That's just me. It's all right. It's all right. No hate. No hate for me.
or you just believe that you deserve that power?
The answer is I don't deserve it. I was just the one who took it. And I'm just the one telling you that. And that is almost like, that should make you worried about the rest of your platform. That, if you think that I'm silly or power hungry, what does it say about everybody else?
I don't know if I have this much confidence in being the supervillain. I'm a little baffled, in all honesty.
So do you feel like you're the only one that's spoken out about feeling that way, about having that amount of power, as you said?
I think people joke about it and they don't really take it seriously. Like the power hungry Reddit mod is almost like a meme in and of itself, but it's also kind of true. And nobody has thought for a moment that like maybe I should stop laughing and see what it says about kind of this platform.
I just kind of see you as like it's maybe I'm wrong here. It almost feels like almost like a politician in a sense, right? Like you have in your mind what you believe is good and how to move this platform in the right direction, and you're kind of making that political decision. And listen, you're gonna upset some people in those decisions, and you're gonna be good on the other side. Does that kind of feel accurate to you? It's almost like a political. It's like a politician
absolutely.
in a sense. Yeah.
And my only thoughts is like, somebody has to do it. Like if there was, a better person than me that took power, like I would be happy. I actually even think like the new mods that replaced me.
Well, see, here's the thing, King of the Monsters. They're actually not roasting him. Like right now, Vera is the only one that just like straight up told him how she feels. Right? Everyone else is being careful and asking pretty direct questions. They're not making it personal. So far, so good. Like honestly, right now, it's so far, so good. I think Vera, I don't think she's having any of it.
The new guy is actually kind of, I think, a lot more top of it than I am. And so I'm excited about that. But I wish there were like real politicians trying to control these subreddits instead of just like randos like me.
So do you stand by your statement that Reddit mods should be celebrated as celebrities or like influencers?
Well, so I think that influencers should be treated like idiots who have a platform that they don't deserve. And so the same.
Sometimes that is right, actually. There are idiots on the internet that do not deserve a platform. There are also idiots that do deserve a platform. I don't know. That can go both ways. Let me kind of hear him out again.
Mods should be celebrated as celebrities or like influencers?
Well, so I think that influencers should be treated like idiots who have a platform that they don't deserve. And so the same thing applies to Reddit moderators, right?
Allow me to kind of counter that a little bit, right? Yeah. Because look, I don't consider us influencers by any level. I hate the word influencer, right? Mm-hmm. But the influencers, people who have grown, they've grown for a reason, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas a Reddit mod, you are installed, and an influencer has grown their audience vast majority of the time organically. There's plenty of people who have not. We feel maybe plants or something that have been grown inorganically, but most of the time.
I took that personally.
All right, Smash. Let's congratulate you. Thank you for the 10 donos. But of course, we have to, give you a little something. Hey, Smash, how you doing today? What'd you take personally, by the way? No, this is a very interesting conversation. Hail Chad, great to see you covering this. I can't hang for too long. Just wanted to cover this tonight too. It's what, yeah, well, yeah, I'm doing a 12-hour stream today, so so I'll probably raid you. It's I'm just getting into this. I just covered there's a leaflet thing I covered. I covered you and Ron Coleman, your interview with him, and now I'm going with this. And I was trying to, and you could probably speak about this a little bit more, Smash. I mean, as long as you want to, I was joking about how some influencers shouldn't have an audience or whatever. Yeah, because yeah, there's some people that should, and we can argue that some people shouldn't. I would say, regardless, they still grew a following. Uh, Whether that was organic or not, I mean, that's a whole separate debate. But majority of the time, it is organic, I would say. I'd say it's like an 80-20 kind of deal. But we were talking about moderation, and like obviously, I I'm not the main mod of your channel anymore, and I don't think I ever was. I mean, at least I was a little bit significant for a certain period of time. But the way this guy talks about mods, and maybe I'm just very ignorant on Reddit. Like majority of the time, I'm just trying to get Asmongold to react to a video or something like that. But I don't know what it is, but how can a Reddit mod just have this sort of confidence and propulsion to be such an asshole? I like honestly, like when I look at Hassan Piker, I can at least see him playing the game of content creation, as boring as his content is. I look at this guy and I go, how how do you become how did you get where you are? I like how like last time and maybe this is just YouTube moderation that like is my reference here. Like I never thought that like there'd be like a Game of Thrones like situation like going into this. It is so fucking weird. Like I was saying, Smash, I was saying, like, yeah, there was a Discord mod issue one time, but other than that, it's kind of been like people go, people leave, mods situation. Like I would say that Digital Alucard and Sergeant Sapient are your main mods right now, and I'm just backup. Like Jay and myself are just backup, like just in case, like you have a guest that everyone hates, um, which has happened. Uh, but when I look at this guy, I have no, I can't. At least in regards to moderation, I I don't have any context because YouTube moderation is the only thing. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, is Reddit moderation like literally a battlefield? I mean, I know live stream fails is one of the most popular subreddits on the internet, but like, why would it get to a point where like you have to play sides? That's what I don't understand. And that's just ignorance. That's just me not knowing. So when it comes okay, again, I only know YouTube moderation. That's all I know. So sometimes, like I've said this before today, but sometimes it is just a status thing. Like True North, he's a moderator just based on status. Like he is a contributor. He's fucking awesome. And does he do anything to moderate? No, he doesn't. It's just a status thing. For myself, for Digital Alucard, for Sergeant Sapient, like we take that job pretty seriously, right? And hold on, what exactly did Sergeant Savvy say? Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So yes, moderators are installed by the creator. But the thing is, like, one things that the creator has to understand, and that's why, like, if you see Smash, myself, Sonia, Hypnotic, like we share the same a lot of the same moderators because they understand what the community is and they understand kind of what the creator wants and how that's organic, how things can change. They understand when there's kind of an outlier coming in and maybe they might not know the rules. And then there's times where you have to like time someone out who is like a prominent figure. Like I've had to time someone out for like 5 minutes and be like, whoa, dude, just putting you on 5 minutes, settle down. Like you're going a little hard. And then they apologize later. Like that's like it's a lot of back and forth. It just depends on the situation. God damn it, it seems like every single time that Smash JT has a guest on, the the chat's on fire. But uh, God, when Minimal Gaming was on, that was like holy shit. That was an interesting night for mods. But the thing is, like, it's just a lot of trust, right? And you have to understand the community. Have to understand what the creator wants. Uh, it just comes down to being just reasonable of what you understand about the community. Then you have someone like this though, who is just a straight up dictator. And that's the thing with like Reddit. So with Reddit, there's not a face for the live stream fails. Like who's the face of live stream fails? Who's the owner? No one fucking knows. I don't know. Like maybe other people know. I don't know. Like so that means that you're just straight up part of the community. Therefore, you should just start the community. And here's my problem with Reddit moderators, I guess in this case. Again, I don't know anything about Reddit moderation, but this is kind of my, offhand take on it. When you don't have a figurehead, or I would say a creator, as like the head household, then the power becomes way too strong for mods, right? Like that's kind of an issue that I have. Like because I know that Smash JT will give me a smackdown if I ever misbehave again, and which I have. He knows that. He gave me a smackdown one time. and I deserved it. Knowing that keeps me in check. When I don't see a face to a brand, and that's what's unique about creators versus like when I see live stream fails, I just know live stream fails. I don't know anything else. Like who's the creator behind it? I just don't know. Because you don't have a head figure or at least a face of the brand, I think these moderators just kind of go out of control. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm off base. Smash, you in all honesty, you were probably too polite because I was an asshole. He was. If anyone's gonna give you a SmackDown chat, have it be Smash JT. Like you can deserve it, and he's gonna be like, "So here's what I'm doing, and you need to take a break." Like, but he does it in Italian, right? You need to take a break. You're a little heated, brother. Just come back in a few days and we'll and we should be chill. And that's exactly what happened. So yeah. So if you ever need a smackdown by anybody, just ask Smash JT, and he'll be the most polite smackdown that you'll ever get. Anyway, let's continue forward. Then that completely like dismisses your entire argument that you said before. That is kind of what he said, but I think he stacked it. He tried to stack the deck. He went, hey, we should be treated like celebrities, but we also want to see the contracts. We also want to talk to lawyers. Like, I'm sorry, like you're stacking the deck here, and now he's backing off on that just based on this question. No video or audio on screen. Oh, sorry.
An influencer might have a talent manager who.
I'll back up a little bit.
Grown inorganically, but most of the time they've grown organically and they've cultivated an audience over time that is warranted of that success. Whereas moderators, they go to an existing platform and they are installed having that with very little reason for the success of said platform.
Yeah, I will say that I actually didn't think about that. So that is a good point. Maybe influencers are, more responsible than moderators, but that almost supports my point, because when I say that they should be treated like celebrities or influencers, I'm not saying that they deserve respect. I'm saying that they need help. And
sorry to repeat myself, but I'm going to repeat myself because you guys didn't hear the first thing. The thing is, you were stacking the deck. You said they need to be treated by celebrities, they need to see contracts, and they need access to lawyers. And now you're kind of reversing on that. Look, I understand. Like, Smash JT knows this. He would love to give his mods some more tools, but that's just the way of the game. Like it's not his fault. It's not my fault. It's YouTube's fault. Like, I wish that that YouTube gave mods some more tools like Twitch does. But I also hate fucking Twitch. So it's like, what are you going to do? Like, you have to deal with the tools that you have. Yeah. See you later, Smash. You have a good one, man. You have to use the tools that you have in the meantime. That doesn't mean that, you could demand them on Twitter as much as you can. Like, that's just basically like calling out to an angry void or a non-existent void, but you can. But when you're part of the largest Reddit subreddit in the entire world and you crash out the way that you have, that now you're going back because you were actually asked a fucking question. I don't know. I don't have a read on this guy other than he's just a maniacal fucking asshole dictator when it comes to moderation.
Influencer might have a talent manager who helps them out with all the stuff behind the scenes. Reddit moderators need this even more. Like, the fact that you're right, they are on a lower rung than influencers, which is why they need an adult in the room even more to like fix their shit.
You're not being paid, dude. And because you're not getting paid, you're not going to see the contracts. You're not going to see the lawyers. That's it. Look, if I was, like, I know I'm doing a 12-hour stream today, and that's more than fine, obviously. Almost halfway there. But unless it's their full-time job, you're not going to be getting paid. How many hours you put in is on you. No one else. If this is your hobby, if this is what you like to do, then fine. But no one has any obligation to pay you. Therefore, if you're not being paid, then no one should listen. That means you're expendable. If you become a problem, then you're out. You became a problem. And you're not accepting that whatsoever. I think he's going to have his 15 minutes of fame and then go away. That's my take.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that's a platform structure change that they would have to implement. And it seems like for so long, they don't have to pay moderators or have the resources to have a team behind you to have that support.
Exactly.
The way that I took that statement was a little strange because I thought the whole point of Reddit was anonymity. Like, you're supposed to remain anonymous. But now I understand what you mean when you said that.
Yeah.
Notice what she just said.
It was a little strange because I thought the whole point of Reddit was anonymity. Like, you're supposed to remain anonymous. But now I understand what you mean when you said that.
Understand that she just said, I understand what you mean. She didn't say, I agree with you.
Yeah, there you go.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned a minute ago that the idea that you would decide what gets seen, you would sometimes censor things, right? So one very noticeable incident, and then we're talking about what was the biggest mod that the biggest subreddit that you modded for, the one you were just booted?
Live stream fail.
All right, so live stream fail. They were pretty notorious about limiting things when it came to Hassan shocking Kaya the dog.
Ooh, great question.
So what do you think happened? Do you think that Hassan shocked his dog? And why did they, over on live streams fails, immediately ban any mention of the dog shocking incident?
Sure, I can give you the very direct reason why.
Please.
So first of all, he absolutely shocked his dog. He
Then
did.
why censor it?
Holy shit. Damn, Smash JT just left like at the when it actually mattered. Holy crap. What? Dude, I can't wait for the reasoning here.
So initially, technically it wasn't me, but these are very dynamic situations. When we're looking into this, the initial clip, we don't know if it's true or not. And so somebody was like, well, this might be misinformation. We should look into it. But then we did eventually allow it after like a couple hours. And it was the #1 most topic on the subreddit for months, for like a month or two, if not the largest topic that has ever been on the subreddit in its history. And so it does feel weird for people to say like, and not only that, like, but Hassan himself knows who I am, calls me out by name, and like hates me. And so it does feel.
Wait, what?
In its history. And so it does feel weird for people to say like, and not only that, like, but Hassan himself knows who I am, calls me out by name, and like hates me. And so it does feel kind of weird for people to say like, oh,
maybe I missed that. I don't know. There's been so much Hassan news because he just keeps saying stupid shit. I don't remember him doing that, but I'll take him at his word.
You're on his side or whatever, when, we kind of like let this be the largest negative PR campaign ever to hit them in his career either. So, but yeah, I mean, the reason why it was censored is somebody was like, they're like, I don't know, let's look into us. This could be misinformation. And then, and there was an argument back and forth. Somebody's not always right. And then we convinced the mods, and then we trying to change the position we allowed it. So that's how it goes.
What does that look like? What's the conversation look like? You are the head mod here. So don't you ultimately, is it like you're the president, you get the last say in the matter, or is it more of a democracy where there's a voting process?
There used to be a voting process. I got rid of the voting process, but
he got rid of the voting process. So let me get this straight. He complains about shit being unfair while also saying on the other side of his face that he got rid of a voting process. I've pot calling the kettle black. Oh my God.
It's more of a, it is more of a discussion. So I don't like, I understand that I'm the head mod and I have this power, and I don't like to use it unless it's
that is so much bullshit. I think you love to use it, dude. I am, there's some shit that I'm gonna take your word on. There's some shit I'm not. This is one of those where I am not gonna take your word on it. I think that you are a power hungry individual, and you got too big for your britches, and it was time for you to take a potty and then relieve yourself from it. The subreddit, I mean.
It's very important. And so, I will let other people kind of make up their own mind or argue about it or whatever. And that actually was one. I was outside of that conversation and let other people argue it out.
But this was the biggest story on on you just said it yourself. This is the biggest story on the subreddit that possibly ever happened, right? How would you be outside that conversation? You're the lead.
I mean, it wasn't that at the time. Like so when the first clip came out, we were not expecting this to be viral for like a month or two. I guess like I also was outside of it because I saw other people were solving it. So other people, there was one mod who didn't want it, and 3 or 4 did want it, and so I saw them argue it out and fix the problem and deal with the situation in a way that I think was good.
And that is something he like. Again, I'm just speaking as a YouTube moderator. What he's saying isn't wrong. Sometimes, especially if you don't have a position, you kind of wait for people to figure it out, and it just works out. And then you only we had like 5 mods one time. I think it was myself, Wyco, Digital Alucard, Asian Swordmaster, and Sergeant Sapient. And there was this guy that was on there, and he was just saying weird shit. And it wasn't necessarily like outside of the bounds of the community, but he was definitely testing the waters. So you're kind of you're waiting, you're kind of waiting it for it to play out, and then he says the thing that you're like, okay, nope, taking a timeout. And then you just watch from the next time. And then once I put them on a timeout, and this is also happened to me as well. Like, then all the mods said, "Oh, thank God you got rid of that guy." Like we were like hair trigger right there. And I've said that myself to like Wyco or B-Man. Like that's like, I'm unsure, and then they say the thing, and then B-Man pulls the trigger. I'm like, oh, thank God you got rid of that fucking guy. Like, because it just wasn't part of the community, clearly. And he finally said the thing. He went a little bit above someone's line, and like, because we're still thinking about the community, and we're still thinking about the creator the entire time. So we don't like, it is sometimes a careful balance, but so yes, there are times to remove yourself and just kind of wait and see what other people do. So this is what makes me believe that he's definitely he was a moderator for live stream fails, because he's talking about stuff that I myself have dealt with.
There's a perception when it comes to live stream fails and Reddit and in general, and that is it is extremely biased, right? It is a very left-wing heavy platform, right? And the perception is that it protects, specifically when it comes to LSF, that it protects certain streamers. Do you feel that mods are running cover to protect certain streamers, specifically Hassan? Are there any potential background deals that are there? Maybe not from Hassan, but from other streamers to say, hey, put a clip up here. Like, have you ever been? Let's start there, then we'll continue.
See, here's what's awesome about Craig's question here, because I am fucking biased, and I'd probably be right here with Vera being like, you motherfucker. like that's where I would be. But Craig is being very smart. He goes, wait a minute, there's a opportunity to see through the looking glass here to see how the sausage is made. Let's see that, because that's a not necessarily more interesting question. It's a more interesting question outside of the person that's saying it. And what he says in response should hopefully give the community or the internet in general, like, how Reddit moderation works, because we don't see that outside of the H3 thing with those mods in the lawsuit. We don't see shit like this.
I mean, for him, it feels so ironic to hear this, because he himself Hassan thinks that this subreddit is his biggest enemy in the world. And so I hear that from him, and then I hear it from other people like, oh, you're protecting Hassan. So in a very ironic way, the more that you cause harm to somebody, the more people are going to think that you're protecting them, because of the 1 or 2 things that you do remove end up being noticed for. So I call it selection bias. Like, you'll see, the like one post will be like way over the top, like even something we won't even allow, and then people will see that one post, but they don't do the math of like say like, okay, you allowed 100 others and you only remove one.
He's not wrong about that. Yeah, he's not wrong. Honestly, I think what he's trying to say is that there's context. And here's what sucks. Like, I'm gonna be kind of the worst person to talk about this because I'm not on Reddit. I basically use Reddit to just promote my content, mainly on Asmongold's subreddit. Like, I'm just not gonna lie about that. Or my friend's content on Asmongold's subreddit, in hopes that he'll react to it. But he's not wrong, because there are times where you see the same content or the same words over and over and over again, and then someone puts it in a very different context. They could be joking, but you want to be safe rather than sorry. And then you see people complain online or on the Discord, and you're like, oh God, like I just can't do anything right. Like, I allowed 700 of these and everyone's complaining about this one. So he's not wrong about that. But the caveat is, I don't know anything about the live stream fail subreddit. I just don't. So he's not wrong in regards to just general moderation whatsoever. But I also don't understand the context of live stream fail. So, yeah.
I would say that like LSF is like one of the more like centrist, platforms out there. We have, Hassan's audience, Destiny's audience, Asmongold audience, XQC. We have it kind of all over the place. So I just think it's silly. That's my thoughts. Yeah.
Blabs, you've been fairly quiet. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Hold on. Watch your face. Watch your face.
That's my thoughts. Yeah.
Blabs, you've been fairly quiet. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Do you know that, like, indie movie Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, where Palpatine goes unlimited power?
Yeah.
Just care.
Dude, look at him. He's getting off on this. This man, this is the most attention that he is ever going to get, and he is going to milk every single second from it.
Curious about that, because I feel like you are kind of taking a lot of power and without any reason for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'll say again, I should not have been let to do this. I wish there was more confident people who would kind of take over these.
He just said I was the worst choice. You just said that. Why would any subreddit actually take you in now? You just said you were the most powerful person on a subreddit, on the most popular subreddit in the goddamn world, and you said, nope, they should have hired me because I have tendencies. What are we doing? What are we doing? What the hell? I have no words. I don't know. It's like, at least he's self-aware. I want to give him that, but I'm just like, what? You want to know what the internet is for? The internet exists to make you realize that people like this exist. Like, that's... Wow.
Subreddits. So it's not up to the power-hungry people who are willing to harm our own sanity to do it for it. Yeah.
I have a few other questions, but I'd like to open the floor to Vera, Meg, Phoenix, and anybody else who'd like to ask questions.
Hold on.
Watch
Vera's face when he says, I want to open up questions. Watch Vera's face.
Do it for it. Yeah.
I have a few other questions, but I'd like to open the floor to Vera, Meg, Phoenix, and anybody else who'd like to ask questions.
Vera, you cannot hide. You cannot hide your disgust.
here. Vera, do you have anything else you'd like to?
Wait, hold on. Brunch Princess. I'm kind of rooting for that guy in the same way one would root for a Batman villain just to make the plot more interesting. Yeah. The thing is, like, I think right now, Brunch Princess, it's how long his 15 minutes of fame is gonna last. I think that's the big question. Because right now, he has an incentive to say stupid shit. And if he continues that, either the audience is going to get bored from it or they're going to embrace it. Right now, it's on him. I'm sorry, this is the internet. Sometimes shitty people get attention.
And then what the hell means for
Nope.
Brian? Nope. Okay. Meg?
No.
Phoenix?
Well, my only question, because so far, I think what you've been saying kind of makes a little sense. I'm trying to gauge everything and put in and be as fair as I possibly can with you. But is there anyone that you're saying that you feel that you're not? Am I getting this right? That you feel like you're unfit for this job and you wish someone else would replace you? And if that is, if I'm hearing that right, who is the perfect person for that role then?
Like community managers or something. Like there are like people who like this is their job. They do it for other companies. Maybe people who run Twitter accounts.
So that is the thing is like being a social media manager is a thing. And there are Reddit mods that are paid. I would say, I don't know, this might be out of bounds here. Chat, let me know. So I will say that because Reddit is different than YouTube, so I'm trying to reframe my thinking on this. Because so much more comments and chat and it just everything goes through Reddit. It's slowing down, I think, but it wouldn't be I'll frame it this way. It wouldn't be the worst idea if a subreddit gets popular enough to start paying its moderation team. But the question is, which mods get paid? How much? Is there a time clock? Is it contract work? Like the thing is like I'm kind of in this in between where I go, does Reddit pay for it? Does the content creator pay for it? Does the owner pay for it? Like, because difference between an owner and a content creator, it's like there's a lot of questions because I'm not against mods being paid. I think if you have a creator that like streams like 6 hours a day, like on Twitch, and they have, over 30,000 viewers, you know what? That sounds like a full-time job to me, right? When it comes to Reddit moderation, God, that's a full-time job. Like you need shifts. I don't know. I don't know Reddit well enough to kind of give a complete take on it. But but it wouldn't behoove me to at least consider mods being paid if they're doing a good job doing it. Man, it's sticky. It's a very sticky situation there.
Really just anybody who, both takes it seriously and isn't, broken by the internet, it's almost like
I'm sorry, dude. You are an individual that is broken by the internet. It is obvious. Like, he has good takes. He has some bad takes. He's at least informed is the best compliment that I could give him. But he is internet brained. If you are a Reddit mod, then you're probably like internet brained.
the worst people who can take power are the ones who do it, when it should just be like I just think it should be meritocratic. Like maybe Reddit itself, they should have applications and they should just read them through and pick the best one instead of it just being kind of random. And it's not meritocratic. It's not people just treating it like a job, because it is a job. Maybe Reddit should just pay people money. Like, people talk about that for a while, and you don't have to do it for every subreddit. You could just do it for like the top 100 subreddits.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. But the thing is, you don't just get hired as a community manager. You have to understand the community. So, I mean, if that was a prerequisite that you understand the community, man, it's hard to put that on paper, though. Yeah, see, that's a hard thing to do. Like, I understand what he's saying, and honestly, it's not unreasonable, but it's just hard to regulate. And this goes to what I was saying before. Well, who pays, the content creator or Reddit, right? Like, that's kind of where it gets really sticky. Like, if this were to happen.
A lot of ideas.
All right, Chad, if you'd like to ask Brian a question, you can. The viral Reddit mod, or X Reddit mod. I still have a couple more questions from X. Fluffy Pro would like to know, who is the most powerful streamer that you've destroyed?
Ooh.
Let's see. I think Atrioc is up there. So he had
that's
he
easy
was
pickings,
doing
though.
deep fake porn or something of like other female streamers, and the reason why that came out is because like one frame of like where he was buying the deep fake porn or something went like viral on LSF, and so like kind of because of that thread, he took a lot of hits, and he was like canceled for like years. Not because like I wasn't like trying to really destroy him, it's just that's what the subreddit did, is like that was where this big controversy went viral on.
Okay, so you didn't go out of your way to try to destroy him with your powers.
No. And I'm not even really ever doing that. It's more of I'm the arbiter, right? So if I see somebody else trying to destroy them, and I think it's like unfair or untrue or whatever. Actually, I have a better example. The answer is Miskiff. Like, we did it like twice. Okay, his career got destroyed twice because of us, but yeah.
Why? What'd you do? What happened?
There was Dramageddon 1 where he was supposedly protecting some friend who assaulted somebody, and then that was like viral for months. And then there was another more recent one that was super viral related to like Emaru, where he was accused by Emaru of stuff, and then that was the whole front page for like a week was drama about my stuff. And
He's not answering the question. I mean, he's explaining why it was popular, but not how the moderators, quote unquote, destroyed them. So I'm very about the answer.
And like, yeah, we saw this happening, and yeah, we let it. We didn't really want to take sides on this one because we didn't really know, and so yeah, we just kind of let it go.
What does that mean?
You feel I have a strong.
What does that mean?
Like Sith Lord energy coming from you.
I think more my. So
I don't know about that.
Who gave power?
Sith Lord with the golden heart? Is that what you're like?
No.
Well, I'll let him talk.
There's a better analogy. Who gave Emperor Palpatine power?
He did.
He took it.
No. It was Jar Jar Binks. Jar Jar Binks made Emperor Palpatine the Emperor. He introduced the motion in the Senate. So that's who I think of myself as.
Jar Jar Binks.
You think of yourself as Jar Jar Binks?
That's what he did. But like, you joke, you laugh, and then you realize he caused the fall of the Empire.
Holy shit. Fuck, I need to rewatch the fucking movies. Because he might be right. I think he's wrong in his analogy, but in the Star Wars franchise, he might be right. Holy shit. Oh, no, hold on. Wait, no. I don't know. I will go with Star Wars theory on this. Because there's some shit that's probably in the background that is not seen in the films. So I'm going to reserve judgment. But either way, I'm thinking that dude, Brian, you are Palpatine. It, a more reasonable Palpatine, I think. I think you just chose the wrong battle here.
But it's true. I mean, but he did. That is actually true.
I love, Labs, I love your reaction to this. All right, listen, some more questions, and we're going to get to some from you guys in the chat. Optipops says, ask him if it's policy to stifle speech in certain subs from the higher-ups or if it's on a sub-mod basis. Like, do the higher-ups deem some subs problematic, or do the mods themselves make that determination?
You have to like really.
That was a very confusing question, so I'm just gonna rewind it real quick and so I can understand it.
Chat. Optipops says, ask him if it's policy to stifle speech in certain subs from the higher-ups or if it's on a sub-mod basis. Like, do the higher-ups deem some subs problematic, or do the mods themselves make that determination?
So
you have to like.
So I think the question is the higher-ups meaning like actual Reddit employees, and then you have the owners, and then you have the mods. So the question is, I think, if I'm hearing it correctly, how far does the hierarchy go, essentially, is, I think, the basis of the question.
Really screw up to get kicked out, and it has to be in like in very specific things. So admin,
or do the mods themselves make that determination?
You have to like really screw up to get kicked out, and it has to be in like in very specific things. So admins almost never step in, and I mean it's like for very obvious stuff like death threats or violence or whatever. But mostly things are just controlled by mods.
Yeah.
So the mods have all the power. Yes, Phoenix.
Super fast question. What would you say is your like top 3 like attributes in this role that makes you, perfect for the job? What would you say are your 3 greatest strengths?
I mean, one is like being willing to do things that look silly, that other people don't take seriously. 2, it's the ability to take action without really regards to if it will succeed or fail or not. I think that people are way too afraid of failure when you can just, kind of like move on. Even like I didn't really know what was going to happen with my original video, and I was just willing to put myself out there. So I mean, those are the two I guess I can think of.
Okay.
See, I think that he would have like been more sympathetic, like, "Hey, I messed up. I understand why I messed up. Here was the reason for it. It obviously it turned out bad." I think he would have been accepted back as a moderator on that if he would have been like, "Hey, I fucked up." But the problem is that he doubled down. And right here, what he's saying is nothing. Like, literally, Phoenix asked him a question. Like, let's listen to the question again. Like, and he said basically nothing about that question.
So the mods have all the power. Yes, Phoenix.
Super fast question. What would you say is your like top 3 like attributes in this role that makes you, perfect for the job? What would you say are your 3 greatest strengths?
One is like being willing to do things that look silly.
So essentially, that's just knowing what the memes and the culture is behind a community. That is basis 101. It's the basics.
That other people don't take seriously. 2, it's the ability to take action without really regards to if it will succeed or fail or not. I think that people are way too afraid of failure.
Yes, you have to take action on things when something is going awry, but then what he's saying afterwards doesn't really make sense to me.
You can just, kind of like move on. Even like I didn't really know what was going to happen with my original video, and
see that. Yep. Because he asked about moderation, not about the video. So he's kind of avoiding here. Man. Thing is, like, it's weird because I agree with this guy to a certain extent, but his angle and his personality is just coming off all wrong.
So, and I was just willing to put myself out there. So, I mean, yeah, those are
he just made it about himself. I mean, hell, I make things about myself. Hashtag, check out DM Guardian on as a Chrome extension. 14-day free trial for premium stuff. Yeah, I'm not afraid to say that. But like, there's time to make it obvious, but because he is so hard to describe because there's so many things wrong at the same time that I honestly can't find the words. The most that I can say is that he is taking advantage of his 15 minutes of fame. And if he has a chance to be a full-time content creator if he channeled it right. Yeah, those are the right words I'd use.
the two I guess I can think of.
Okay.
Well, you have responded to videos from Moist Critical. You've seen Asmongold react to videos of yours. If you had them in front of you right now, what would be your message to Asmongold and Moist Critical?
Brunch Princess, I think he partially recognizes that he messed up. Don't know much about Reddit, but I would expect job responsibilities should be limited to get rid of posts that are illegal or out. Yeah, like the one thing good about YouTube is that even though sometimes we feel like that they over moderate in their automated systems, they give moderators like myself to be like, so what they do, here's the thing that you guys don't see if you're not a mod on a YouTube channel. So, let me give you an example here. Let's see. Let's go to YouTube. Let's see who's live. Let's see if there's anyone that I'm a mod for. On a different account, I'm a mod for Hypnog's channel, but okay. Let me just kind of break it down. We're gonna go full screen here for a second. So, yeah, this makes a little bit more sense. So you guys see the chat, right here, right? So imagine that Brunch Princess on this chat. Let's just say that it was problematic, and YouTube deemed it problematic. You guys wouldn't see this, and I would. And then it's up to moderators to decide whether it's something that is acceptable into the community or not. So literally, there are stuff that maybe that you see that, like, let's say you type in chat and you're like, oh, it went through and everything's all good. You probably see that, but it's probably invisible to the rest of the chat. But it's visible to us, and it's up to us to allow it through. So those are things that you don't see behind, streams. And that's honestly the biggest power we have, and the one that's most utilized is because I'll say on Smash JT's stream, we allow 99.1% of most of the chats. We really do. But we consider a lot of different things. We consider if it's hey, it's part of the community. We say this kind of stuff. We're just joking around. That's fine. And then there's other stuff that we understand that we need to be more careful about. I am not personally going to go through this with you guys, but there are stuff that we recognize is not good for Smash JT or the channel, right? And that's what he relies on mods for. I'm not like a made mod anymore. I'm still active in the community, but yeah, I'm more like I'd say if tier 1 was like the main mod, I'm like tier 4, tier 3 nowadays. You just got to understand the community, and at least know what's going on to a certain extent, so that you can, so that the creator can comfortably rely on mods to take appropriate action. I hope that makes sense.
Let's see. I would almost like go like super serious into it. I would, talk about how, this is how large this company is. Like this is, how many views it gets. And I would ask them, hey, like maybe stop laughing for even a second. And like, just kind of like think about, do you think social media even matters? And are there ways that, kind of like maybe your laughter is the problem. Maybe the reason why this platform is so bad is kind of because people just kind of laugh at it.
Well, don't you think there's good reason to laugh at it? I mean,
yeah, I don't. That felt like a
There
non-answer.
is, but you should laugh at it, and that should make you want it to be better. You shouldn't laugh at it and then dismiss it. You should laugh at how bad it is and think, what if I didn't have to laugh? What if it could be better and could be treated like a more serious platform, like every other social media platform?
Social media platforms are social media platforms. They are algorithmic use. There's popular ones, there's unpopular ones. It depends on maybe like following, sub counts, like all that jazz. I don't know if I agree with his assessment there. Like certain platforms definitely do have stereotypical, like look at Kick, for example, or Rumble. You look at Rumble, you go, okay, it's a right wing, conspiracy theory platform. The thing is, as much as I would say that's not all it is, I could see why people would think that. It's very stereotypical. If I look at Reddit, I'd say it's a very left-wing platform that clearly its mods need to be reined in a little bit. And like honestly, like just a little bit. When I look at YouTube, sometimes they over moderate, right? But also at the same time, I go, it's at least good that these moderation tools exist, right? Like, so with every platform, there's always going to be some sort of downfall to it. Well, not downfall, but like a misstep or something that could be improved upon. Like, and it's never going to matter how much is improved, because there is still always going to be the core concept of what either that channel is or what the platform is. So that's an either or. I don't like his statement of like platforms just in general. I think he's encompassing that a little too broadly. Yeah, that's what I would disagree with him on.
Well, I think every social media platform gets laughed at.
I like how just Craig is like, I just took like a minute to comment, and he's just like, no, this. He does in like a second.
Yeah. And so whether you're on X, Facebook, Threads, Blue Sky, Reddit, whatever, even YouTube. All right. So listen, there are some questions from the chat, which I want to get to. But also I want to play a quick game where I asked Grok, I said, Grok, what are some Reddit mod stereotypes? And we're going to check some boxes here. Okay. Number 1, power tripping basement dwellers.
I love that Craig did this. Like, because this was kind of an intense conversation, but I love that Craig made it fun. Like, like if you're gonna end on a high note, let's kind of have fun.
Well, I think we got the power tripping thing. Yes, you admitted that. Correct?
Yeah, right. I get 2 floors in my apartment, so I'm in the bottom floor right now. So
okay, so do you live on your own?
I do. Yeah, San Francisco. Yeah.
On your own in San Francisco. No mother, no father, no grandma.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Just making sure.
All right. He's just balding,
dictators
guys. He's just
and fragile
balding.
egos.
Wait, hold on.
Just making sure. Dictators and fragile egos.
Dictator, but no fragile ego.
Okay. All right.
I don't have any reference point on that other than what's been reported, and I'm also not in like dedicated to any subreddits myself. I just use it for marketing. So I wouldn't call that a yes or no question. That's kind of up to debate, in my opinion.
You said you are employed. You are?
Yes.
You're actively employed right now?
Surprisingly, yeah. Yeah, surprisingly.
Okay. The physical appearance, and yeah, I mean, you do understand you would look like a typical Reddit mod, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. And I appreciate that
It's
you
very
understand.
brave and bold of you to say so. That you know that you are.
Yeah, like, see, I'm having a hard time completely hating this guy. Because there is a lot of honesty. Well, okay, hold on. Let me rephrase. With as much arrogance as he has, he is bringing a lot of honesty. That's why I can't completely hate him. Well, I don't hate him, but like I can't completely like disloathe him because I kind of there's this kind of taste in my mouth where I'm like, I want to learn more. And I think that if he wants to be a content creator, I think he should continue to like leave breadcrumbs of how Reddit moderation works for large subreddits. And if he does like 20 videos on that and then also streams, I think he could actually have a career in content creation. Because one thing in content creation is that you have to take advantage of the moment. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but you got to take advantage of it. Worst thing I ever did is make my Chrome extension, but because that was like a month and a half, 2 months of me not making content, basically. But yeah, it's hard to completely dislike him. Like it's an 80% dislike.
I think he's been nothing but fair, personally.
Yeah, no. Like, it's very commendable for you to come up here and say all this.
Yeah. Do you feel like you're hypocritical or narrative pushing?
Yes. Certainly over time, yeah.
I want to know that you have hit every single stereotype pretty much at this point, with the exception of being that you have a job. So congratulations. I mean, that's great.
He doesn't live with his folks either.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Good stuff. All right. So some questions from the chat. Very important questions, I think. Envy Snake says, was he bullied in high school?
No, but I was with all the people who were bullies, so they wouldn't bully me, right? Because it was like private school. It was actually Bill Gates's kind of high school, and we were all.
This fits.
Yeah.
Blaz, go ahead and continue. Why does it fit? I'm sorry.
Bill Gates. No, carry on.
No, I'll tell you why it fits, because he was smart enough to know, and I knew this too, that you make friends with the bullies and then they never bully you. That kind of goes back with that little politician mindset. So he had it as, even younger. You had the smarts to know that.
And I understand that mentality. If you're friends with everybody, then your enemies are smaller. I don't, because you never, everyone has enemies. But if you can dwindle it down to be like your enemy is like, okay, well, I can't do anything to him because at least my buddy really likes him, right? Like, honestly, that's smart. That's smart. I did kind of the same thing. Not gonna lie.
Ministry of Wrong Thing says, question for the Reddit mod: fuck, marry, kill Karl Marx, Joseph Stalin, or and Rachel Ziegler. Which
kill
would
all
you?
of them.
Asking the important questions, and he said, kill all of them. Okay.
Are you saying kill them all?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. But that's not the game though. You got to fuck one, you got to marry one, you got to kill one. So I'm going to hold your feet to the fire here.
I guess.
Whoa!
I'm sorry. Whoa! What? Hold on.
So I'm going to hold your feet to the fire here.
I guess.
Whoa!
I know it sounded like something. I don't think that's what he was meaning to say. I will give him the benefit of the doubt there. But for posterity's sake, we're going to hear it one more time.
Fuck one, you got to marry one, you got to kill one. So I'm going to hold your feet to the fire here.
I guess.
Whoa! I'm sorry. You said what?
Rachel's a girl, so I guess marry, fuck her, and then I killed Joseph Stalin and then marry Karl Marx. I don't know. He's more of a cool dude. Okay, Karl Marx. I don't think Stalin was cool, but I feel like Marx. He had something going for him.
Holy
There's like a movie about him.
fuck, bro. Jesus Christ.
Let him talk.
That's a good question. Good question. Go ahead, Vera, and go ahead,
Nothing
Brian.
to say.
Yeah, God.
Well, why was he cool? I'm curious. Why was he cool?
No, I remember I saw a poster of something called Young Marx. It was like a movie in France, and he looked hip in that one. His new pictures, like his old pictures, yeah, he does
So
not
you're
look cool
talking
there.
physical appearance, then yeah.
Oh my God! Look at Vara. Look at Vara.
Something
just
called Young
like
Marx.
losing
It was like
her
a movie in
mind.
France, and he looked hip in that one. His new pictures, like his old pictures, yeah, he does
So
not
you're
look cool
talking
there.
physical appearance, then yeah.
Yeah.
Ha.
Okay. Do you
not
feel
not
like
his ideas? He's an idiot.
Oh, okay. Well, a little clarity, I guess. That's good.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're an underdog fighting the system?
Yes, but who better? Who else would fight the system other than kind of the underdogs? That is kind of the point. Yeah, I mean, I am. That's my whole story. Is like I am sick of the system. I try to go through the system first. I'll try to do all the right things, and then it'll always fail every step of the way until you're pushed to your route without my kind of decision into breaking the rules. So.
Adundum over on X says, ask him if he had a chance, would you still have made that initial video? If you could go back.
He's not gonna.
I think I would. I don't go back and think about kind of mistakes that I made. I think forward. It's what do I do now, not kind of the things that got me into this.
The thing is, like, if you're a YouTuber or a content creator in general, like, it's kind of what I said before. You critique every video that you post yourself. Like even like I said, even my Alana Pierce videos. I wish I did better at them, even though like it's probably, at least video wise, what I'm known for. So it's easy to have regrets and then being like, you know what, I posted what I posted. Hopefully I do better later. Yeah, actually even killed answer.
All right. Is there anything else you feel like we need to add to this conversation before we let you bounce?
I have a question, actually.
Yes.
This is basically like the check boxes for Reddit mods, and I'm being genuine when I ask you this. Do you have any like mental disorders?
ADHD, actually. I think that comes out very, very real. Yeah.
See, it's hard to completely hate him.
So, like, I don't know. Actually, when I watched your initial video, I kind of could see that there was definitely humor behind it. I think I definitely got that. Have you ever considered? Because I actually think it'd be worth the exploration. Have you considered maybe flipping on a camera and I know you don't like influencers, but maybe like I don't know, doing some live streams or anything like that? I think the people would. I think the people would love to see that.
I am trying to do that, actually. I have like 30, 40 other YouTube videos in there, mostly pre-prepared content. I will say that it's much harder, on live stuff, especially when I'm like dealing with like a chat like this.
Sure.
I get very overwhelmed. I've got like hundreds of people kind of yelling at me. I can do like one-on-one, couple conversations like this where people are being kind of good faith, but I'm not going to be doing like live debates or anything because I collapse is the answer if I
no, I would just love to see you just start making some videos and stuff like that. I think it'd be kind of fun. Yeah.
I think we've been fairly good faith this entire time. I think we can have opinions about it, about things, but and once again, this is in good faith. I'm legitimately asking this because the internet has asked this, right?
Hold on.
Your comb over isn't fooling anybody. What about just shaving it off, man, and just letting it go?
I don't like doing what people tell me to do. And so I'm not
Attaboy.
sure if that's a good idea, but
Attaboy.
that's what I'm doing, yeah.
It's hard to completely hate him. The thing is, I hate his arrogance. I love his honesty, but I also hate his personality. But I'm like, yeah, I'd have him on a stream. Like, I'm not lying, guys. I'm not lying. I definitely would do that. I can't lie. Smash JT, put him on your stream. Oh God, I'm awful. I'm horrible.
Okay, so you're saying you want to keep the comb over and let it go, baby, let it ride.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I listen as somebody who male pattern baldness hits everybody. 80% of men. So I get it. Totally understand. Okay, well, Vera, Meg, the floor is yours by all means. If you have any other questions or statements before we allow Brian to make his last statement, by all means, floor is yours, ladies.
No, I don't really have any interest in his story, so I've got no questions for him. He's a pretty arrogant a-hole, which Reddit is full of, and we already know every Reddit mod is.
Meg?
Sorry, I was muted. No, I mean, I think it was very admirable of you to face
they are being
these questions
so nice.
and come on here and
He didn't dodge one.
Nope, and you're totally being yourself. And whether or not I agree with the power trip of Reddit moderators, which I don't, I do have to commend you for sitting through questions like this. So, good job.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Okay, well, Brian, you got the last word, my man. Is there anything you want to say to the Reddit mod community for voting you out, or just what's next for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I say good luck to them. They're a good team, and I hope they succeed. And I am looking to talk to other content creators, do more stuff like this, since that's the big thing. Yeah.
Hey, YouTube said you should watch this video.
I am so polarized on this man. All right, let's see what the comments say. Fair play for him coming on. Yeah, I mean, either way, like, I wouldn't say fair play. I'd say, good on him instead. But honestly, not interested in Reddit drama enough to watch this, but I'll give the guy, yeah, a lot of people, Reddit is in the way that toilet paper is common. Not wrong there, buddy. There's no way this guy's a real person. He has to be trolling. I think it's like, I don't think he is. Because there was way too much honest things that we have observed as people that are not mods on Reddit. I do not think he's trolling. I think he's being 100% honest. I will say that he did deflect some questions, so he like kind of half answered them, but otherwise he was pretty honest, just an asshole. Like, mad respect to the dude actually coming to the stream and answering every question. Yeah. Yeah, essentially, at least from this guy might be happy you gave Vera because Ryan might have given him a stroke. Yeah, that is probably true. I felt some swipes were taken at him, but he took them as he knew they were coming. And well, the thing is, like, when you get obliterated by the internet in a week, then you've heard them all. And it is different than getting them directly from content creators. But even with Vara just not having any of his shit, he still took it like a champ. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lie. He still took it like a fucking champ. And kind of proud of him. But the thing is, like, my big question is, what is next for him? That's the thing that I'm wondering. Like, what is next for this guy? All right, let's see what else is going on the internet here. All right, Smash. No, I don't care about Highguard. I don't care. Don't care. Oh God, is there like nothing going on the internet right now? Yes, Smash, you did make that. What's going on? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. honestly, look, Vera said her piece and then just let it ride. That I do not have any comment. Honestly, she was saying what a lot of people were thinking, and I think that is enough. In all honesty, I think that is enough. Let's see here. What's going on? What's going on? Man, not a lot going on the internet today. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not seeing shit on my algorithm. And I'm not gonna take views away from the real life fake wizard. He's too much of a boss for that. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Man, not a lot going on. That'd be good content here. What the?
Everything he sees.
I appreciate what Ben Affleck said on Joe Rogan, but I'm betting on AI. What the fuck is this?
This slaps everything he sees. What's next? Slap.
Hold on. Wait. Was that Logan Paul? Was that... Wait, hold on. Was that Logan Paul? Or Jake Paul? Okay.
Life already slapped you once. So stop living like a scared little bitch, nigga.
Hope you're okay, honey.
I'll slap the out of him.
Oh shit, we're fucked. Like, we are fucked, dudes. This is not a real trailer. This was just AI. And if I didn't know any better, it would look real to me.
This slaps everything he sees. What's next? Slap.
Other than the Sydney Sweeney, but that might have been purposeful. Yeah, this looks... Like, they even got... They even got the coloration of the TV for the 80s right.
Life already slapped you once. So stop living like a scared little bitch.
I'm trying to pause because this is copyrighted music, so...
Hope you're okay, honey.
Okay, wait.
Hope you're okay.
I found... Okay, it's not necessarily a flaw. So this is Sydney Sweeney, right? You see that her teeth are together? Teeth not together with armpit hair. Teeth together. Huh.
Okay, honey.
Dude, this looks... So all of these look really good. Right here looks really good. It's this guy. Because you can see a little bit of an outline going on. And then there's a fuzz right here. I don't know if that's purposeful. Hold on. Oh, yep. See right here? For some reason, there's a smudge. And what the fuck is this? Like, you guys see that? Because it's moving. Huh. Oh, wait, is this supposed to be a camera? Ah. Okay, that was just missed in the AI and the editing. Okay. Wait, hold on. Why is this pointing? Is that backwards or forwards? This looks backwards to me. I don't know. Okay, nope. Holy shit. Is that Will Ferrell? Yeah, right here. This guy looks like Will Ferrell. Huh. Damn. Okay. Well, shit's getting fucking crazy. I will say that much. Let's see what else is going on here. Let's see here. Why is my... Did I not color it correctly? There we go. Then turn it to here. Boom. And then turn this to, let's go with teal. Then move it to here. All right, good to go. There we are. Oh, you didn't realize it was AI? Like, I knew immediately just because of the premise. Because sometimes, like, you can predict Hollywood. And it just wasn't very believable. Let's see. Oh, do we have a new Amelia?
Come along, won't you? England needs fighters, so I'm going recruiting. Come along, won't you? And by the way, everyone you're about to see is officially a patriotic British nationalist. Our king isn't fighting for us, his own people. We need you, Aragorn. Ready to save the world again, James?
Oh my god.
I need you to fight in the streets
No.
with me, Cammy. For England. At least one bloke in the UK still owns a gun. We need the Order of the Phoenix. One's out. I love your hair. No more exploring, Lara. We've trouble back home in England. I need every Space Marine chapter in on this one, Captain. For the Emperor. I can't believe they let me keep the wand.
Constantine? Really? Constantine?
Constantine.
Careful where you point that, love.
Time to clean up the city.
Wait, Dredd is in London? Whatever.
Judge Dredd. Well, I'd call that a good start. What about you?
Well, yeah, like Constantine makes sense. I was just more confused by Judge Dredd because I don't think he's ever been British anywhere ever, to my knowledge. Oh, this is about the First Lady. Okay.
Ohio man's threat against ICE agents draws backlash amidst deportation push. This dude is threatening to shoot ICE agents because he thinks they are terrorists.
To any ICE agent that thinks they're gonna come into my home,
Not gonna lie, as someone who is
shit! I just got triggered.
Okay, not sure what happened there. If someone subscribed it or followed, thank you. Sorry, I missed it. But he looks like the people that I take care of at the residence that I do. Someone with intellectual developmental disabilities even talks like it. To me, in my kind of professional opinion as a former homeless man, he looks like he's on drugs.
and
And I don't think any one of you would disagree.
terrorize me and my family,
What are you gonna let
you
him know?
will be met with lethal force.
What do you-
I will kill on sight. Will shoot to kill if need be.
There's even more of this. This is the guy that they got. And now he's going even harder on this. Oh man. Look at all these other videos.
That's pretty good. Like, I was trying to think like a counter. I'm like, nope, it's pretty good.
And the thing is, I can't even say anything to him. I can't. Like, bro, like, he makes fun of himself. This guy got, like, 1 arm and 3 legs, and he didn't give a fuck.
Turn on the shot collar.
Like, I can't even say anything to him. I just have to agree. Like, I don't know.
When you're so disabled, it's like, I have no argument.
For, like, 6 months? What are you talking about 6 months for? God damn. Ohio.
Man, his editors just go a little too hard sometimes. Let's see. The perfect Valentine's card doesn't exist?
It's Valentine's Day. I just...
Making love great again.
Hey, sexy. It's me, Donald Trump. Since it's Valentine's Day, I decided to do a little something special for you. I must say, you stole my heart like a 2020 election. And quite frankly, I just wanted to tell you how special and amazing you are. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day, and let's make love great again, shall we?
I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. No, let's see. All right. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. This is an abject lie. The child, yeah, we already know that the child was abandoned. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, Fable. Hold on.
Fable is Playground's first open-world action RPG.
and we couldn't be more proud to be carrying on the work of the legendary Lionhead Studios, the original creators of the franchise. And although our game is a new beginning, I think what we're making is really faithful to the spirit of the classic Lionhead trilogy that we all love.
Does the woman still look like shit? That's what everyone is asking. And if you're not going to address it, at the very least, I have a feeling people won't buy the game. And I don't even remember when the last Fable came out. So, and what? You need at least a 6 to 7 year window for like major games, and you're definitely past that. So, but let's see.
At the heart of our game is a simple recurring question. What does it mean to you to be a hero? Our game is about choices and their consequences. It's packed with action, drama, British humour, moral dilemmas, and quite a few chickens. All of this combines in a fairy tale which could only be Fable.
In classic Fable fashion, you begin the game as a child.
Is it just me? Because usually you don't see like high production in something like this. And there's a part of me that's like, is this AI? I know, I think it's not. Hold on, where's this coming from? GameSpot? Okay, so it's not AI. But this is a lot of production for a behind the scenes. Like, this is like how far does this go? Okay, it goes to 1080p. That's fine. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical here.
Growing up in the sleepy rural village of Briar Hill. It's here that in a moment of extreme danger, you're...
Notice that we're not seeing the face. I'm just saying. I'm not judging the final product right now. I'm just saying that it seems like they're avoiding the controversy altogether.
Heroic powers first emerge, and we discover that you are Albion's first hero in a generation. But not long afterwards, disaster strikes, and the people of your village, including your beloved grandma, are turned to stone by a mysterious stranger. Suddenly alone in the world, you'll set off on an adventure which will change Albion forever.
Venturing out into the world is a huge moment because this is Albion like you've never seen it before. Idyllic rolling hills, magical forests, bustling villages, sleepy hamlets.
I will say the environments look really good. Like, in all honesty, they really do.
It's oversized vegetable patches and stunning vistas. And because our Albion is truly open world, for the first time, you'll be able to explore this rich and detailed world seamlessly, with the freedom to go where you want from early in the game.
We can't wait.
Early on? Okay, you have my attention.
To welcome you back to Albion's iconic capital city, Bowerstone. Home to Fairfax Castle, the old clock tower, and the legendary Heroes Guild.
It's a huge city, full of contrasts. Rich and poor, nobles and commoners, royalty and criminals. You'll spend plenty of time here during the game as you discover the secrets of the Heroes Guild and its reclusive guildmaster, Humphrey the Golden.
Oh, wait. Is that our character? Or the default character?
Guildmaster, Humphrey the Golden.
I don't know, Galactic. Fable is not well known to have a custom creator, but maybe I need to continue the video. Okay, like, I'm trusting you here, like.
In the north of Albion, you'll find mountains, craggy coastlines, spooky marshes, and the bleak, windswept city of Bloodstone. Here, you'll meet the leaders of two rival gangs, vying for power, and uncover the secrets of the sinister but extremely well-organized Cult of Shadows. Our Albion is beautiful, handcrafted, and richly detailed.
In Albion, heroes are special, different. They're stronger than regular people. They're more skillful, more charismatic. More importantly, they're those rare humans who can harness and use magic in the world around them. They have the power to do what they want.
And so do you. In our game, we want you to play as the hero you want to be. And that starts with being able to choose how your hero character looks.
So, in Fable, you'll be able to pick from a range of different character heads and customize your clothing, hair, skin tone, tattoos, and scars, so the hero you play represents you.
But as well as your appearance,
Nice to meet you too, Madison. Very interesting. So Galactic. Isn't it kind of odd that the default character for the man is incredibly handsome and the default character for the woman looks like that she has extra chromosomes? Just saying, that's kind of weird, but it also seems to suggest that character customization came later, because that's a new feature in Fable that I don't believe has existed before. So obviously, I have no proof. It does seem like an add-on to cover for their mistake. I'm just saying. That's what it looks like to me. I'm just saying.
you can be the hero you want to be through the way you play, through the skills and abilities you learn, and through the weapons you use.
Just like the classic trilogy, heroes in our game fight with a combination of strength, skill, and will. Seamlessly blending melee and ranged weapons with magical abilities gives us style-weaving combat, allowing you to show off your personal playstyle against single opponents.
Dude, this actually looks really fucking good. It really does. I think the character creation was definitely a new thing. I don't think it was planned. I think they saw the backlash and then added that in. But regardless, this actually looks really good.
And large groups of enemies alike. Melee is at the heart of our close quarters combat. You'll use light and heavy combos, often knocking enemies off balance and executing stylish finishers.
Yep, you're either doing square, triangle, or XY. Yeah, we get it.
Swap to your ranged weapon to bypass enemy guard and deal with troublesome flying enemies. And of course, you'll be able to unleash your powerful spells to both manipulate and devastate your opponents.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. This just feels weird. Hold on.
And of course,
no, we got the shadow there. I don't know. Something's not playing right for me on this video. There is something that is tampered with. And it's one of those you can tell. but you don't know, right? So I don't know. Am I off? Like in regards to the game, it looks great. But when you go IRL, like something just looks off.
You'll be able to unleash your powerful spells to both manipulate and devastate your opponents.
We're excited to be bringing back some fan favorite adversaries for you to fight. Hobbs are back, as are Balverines, Hollowfolk, and Trolls.
And we're adding brand new enemies too, like this fearsome cockatrice, a giant fire-breathing chicken. Each enemy family is different, with their own weaknesses to exploit and defenses to overcome. But with all the unique tools in your combat toolbox, how you defeat your enemies is up to you.
But there's more to being a hero in Albion than fighting, so much more. When we talk to people about their favorite memories of the original games, so many of their stories were about the stuff you can do when you weren't just being a hero. The normal, everyday stuff which happened when you interacted with the people of Albion.
For me, what I remember most vividly are the inhabitants of Albion.
I'm sorry, guys. Does something seem off when we have the IRL? Like something is just bothering me. Maybe it's just like so high production and I'm just not used to these event trailers and behind the scenes being this well produced, but something just feels fucking off. Like Brunch Princess, like I'm saying the game looks really fucking good, but I'm just like, what is going on with the IRL? Like, am I just, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy.
And the things you can do with them, or to them.
The crazy thing about the classic Fable games was that in the middle of a sprawling RPG was almost a complete other game where you could just mess around with the villages and townsfolk.
And we've built that same experience in the middle of our game too. Buying a house, getting a job, making some money.
Yeah, but this is like absurdly high definition. Like it's a little weird. Like, and maybe I'm just not used to it, but like this is a little much for me. It's so much that I question it. I don't know. Maybe I've been holding on to my skeptical brain for too long. Maybe.
Romancing a villager, getting married, having kids.
Fancy a date?
Perfect. You can get to know me better.
Buying another house. Buying every house in Albion. Buying every business in Albion. Getting rich.
Marrying a bunch more people, having a bunch more kids, probably getting divorced along the way for good measure.
And this game within a game is unique to Fable. It's systemic, interconnected, and you see the ripple effects of the things you do everywhere you go.
And all of this revolves around the people who live in Albion, who we call the living population. There are more than 1,000 of them, and every single one is unique. Each of them has a name, a role, a daily routine, and their own personality. You could follow any one of them for a day and just watch them live their life.
They'll get up, go to work, spend some leisure time on hobbies, then go home to bed.
But what's even cooler is that you can talk to every single one of them in fully voiced conversations and interact with them in loads of different ways. Maybe the job they go to is working for you because you hired them to work in one of your businesses.
Okay, I understand. Okay, now I kind of understand what's kind of bothering me. Does anyone see any mics on these people? And yes, I know boom mics exist and shotgun mics, but listen to their voice and how just maybe I'm crazy. I don't know, but something just feels off, guys. Like the game looks great. I'm not lying about that. But something is off about the IRL shit. I'm sorry, like it's gonna bother me.
Then go home to bed.
But what's even cooler is that
like listen.
You can talk to every single one of them.
It's as if the mic is right next to her face.
in fully voiced conversations and interact with them in loads of different ways.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Like something's off. I don't know what it is, but something is off.
Maybe the job they go to is working for you.
Yes. Well, so okay. I have done ADR before. And thing is, I was an amateur actor. Do you think that devs that have no relevant experience in ADR is gonna be this fucking perfect? No. Like something unless they replace the voice, like there's something off. Guys,
Because you hired them to work in one of your businesses.
Hey, you. Working hard? How can I help you, boss?
I'm choosing to ignore it.
Maybe the bed they sleep in is in a house you own because you're the landlord.
Or maybe their bed is on the street because you evicted them.
All right.
Oh, it's you. You're awful.
And all of the stuff you do affects what they think of you.
You're a legend.
Because everything you do builds your reputation.
Very impressive. Now that's an hero right there.
Morality is...
Hold on. So yeah, the customization's there because hair's different. But the thing is, you could change hair in the previous Fable games. Okay. Definitely, I'm very optimistic with what they're showing. I really am. I'm not the biggest fan because, you know, last time I checked, there wasn't any Asians in like, you know, a Western fantasy world. But Fable actually has done a decent job since the very beginning to at least like incorporate that into its world at the very beginning. And there's enough absurdity that it still works within the world. So I'm tentatively going to like give this the slight DEI stuff a pass. So because honestly, it does look really good.
Impressive. Now that's an
Chicken
hero
chaser.
right there.
Morality has always been super important to Fable. That tension between good and evil underpinned all of the original games. And morality is central to our game too. But we have a slightly different take on it.
Huh. Chicken chaser.
For us, morality isn't black and white. There are lots of grey areas.
Oh, reputation gained for kicking the chicken. Interesting.
And importantly, morality is subjective. No two people see things exactly the same way. And that's how it works in our game too.
Everything you do earns you a reputation. And every person in Albion will have a different reaction to you as a result.
Hello there.
Yeah, we get it. You're rich.
They'll remember things you did directly to them, they'll love you or hate you for the choices you make, and they will always tell you why. Although, usually from a safe distance.
Our game will never judge you, but the people of Albion will, loudly.
Imbecile.
Your reputation is created by the choices you make, and you are going to make a lot of them. Big choices, little choices, moral choices, and some choices that will actually change the landscape of Albion for the rest of your game.
What, are you going to pull Final Fantasy VI on us here? Or Castlevania? God, I'm trying. The only thing that's like bothering me is the literal IRL from the devs. Like the game is actually, I'm very interested. Like I want to play it. Like it's one of those take my money situations. but the devs being so crisp in the frame, like it just something seems off, and that's why I'm not trusting it. Like
We call this idea, your choices change the world. Let's give you an example.
Early in the game, you'll meet a character named Dave, an egotistical gardener in a rural village who discovers a magical growth formula. He accidentally turns himself into a giant and becomes a big problem. It'll be your job to deal with him, and ultimately it will be your choice whether to kill him or to spare him.
Spoilers, but okay.
If you kill him, his giant corpse will lie on the farmland just outside of town for the rest of the game.
And that is going to affect house pricing.
Thank you. Okay, I know it's like doing the IRL stuff, but thank you for pointing that out. Hold on.
Brand new enemies too, like this fearsome cockatrice, a giant fire-breathing chicken. Each enemy...
We need one where they're just walking. Okay, there's the woman. Still the woman. Okay, let's see here.
Maybe trilogy, heroes in our game fight with a combination of strength, skill, and will. Seamlessly blending melee and ranged weapons with magical abilities gives us style-weaving combat.
Yeah, it's just same animations, and that's fine. That's understandable. And honestly, I mean, we're nitpicking right now, and I'm not seeing it.
More.
All right, hold on, guys. My food just got here. Just give me 1 second. Just gonna do this. I got my chicken. Sorry, I'm hungry. I'm streaming 12 hours today.
choices and some choices that will actually change the landscape of Albion for the rest of your game. We call this idea, Your Choices Change the World. Let's give you an example.
Early in the game, you'll meet a character named Dave, an egotistical gardener in a rural village who discovers a magical growth formula. He accidentally turns himself into a giant and becomes a big problem.
Okay, that's definitely different than what the narrative was earlier, that we were all assuming that you were small, like something turned you small rather than the other way around. So, okay, that's all right.
It'll be your job to deal with him, and ultimately it will be your choice whether to kill him or to spare him. If you kill him, his giant corpse will lie on the farmland just outside of town for the rest of the game.
And that is going to affect house prices. It will also affect what a lot of the villagers think about you.
Especially Dave's sister. In Fable, the choices you make will define you. What does being a hero mean to you?
At Playground Games, we've built a pedigree for beautiful, immersive, open-world experiences. Yes, they've typically involved sports cars, but this is a passion project for all of us here. Every member of this team, which we've built from scratch, has two key things in common: a deep love for the franchise and a burning desire to bring it back. We're making this for Fable fans just like us, but also to introduce Fable to gamers who've never played the series before. It's been great to finally tell you a little about the game we're making. There'll be much more to share as we get closer to our launch. I'm excited to tell you today that Fable is coming to Xbox, PC, and PlayStation in autumn 2026.
Okay. So we're expecting September, October, November? Not gonna lie, guys. The game looks great. And as much as I want to hate on them, because it seems like that the character customization was an add-on, I'm actually fairly optimistic. Minor DEI stuff, but that, you know what, that's kind of fine. It's always been there in the context of the world, so. No, I don't have a mouth. Let's see. What's going on here? Science finds on Fable. Manfred. What? Manfred after mass shooting does it. Shooting and. Are you fucking. What the hell's going on?
An arrest in a triple homicide. West Shoes Greg Fox is live in that neighborhood tonight. And Greg, this man has been on law enforcement's radar for years now.
One of the things that bothers me more than anything in my time on this channel covering different various crimes throughout the country are situations like this. Situations where the signs were all there on the suspect. A previous criminal history would indicate that he's obviously a clear danger to society, and yet the system ends up bending over backwards in order to aid and abet that criminal, and that's exactly what happened for Ahmad Jihad Boje, who is the accused shooter in this triple murder that occurred in this Kissimmee neighborhood against three individuals who were on vacation, possibly trying to see Disney World or Universal Studios.
I have a question, and I went to a school that had a shooting. We all knew who probably the person who would be the next one at the school. Can we just be honest with ourselves? We were all in high school. You knew the number one candidate who would be the most likely to do it. It doesn't even matter if they did anything wrong. You just knew who it was. But this does not seem to be the case.
Or something in the
like, it's almost, at least the way that Sean is presenting this, it's as if the warning signs were not just like kind of known. It sounds like they were documented and written down.
Kissimmee, Orlando area who rented an Airbnb and unfortunately were next to a guy who had already attempted a mass shooting. Like, he actually shot people in the previous instance. He didn't kill them, and yet despite the fact that that mass shooting was caught on video, he was arrested, he was put on trial, they were unable to secure a conviction due to a ridiculous defense, and as a response to that defense, they ended up just setting this man free. And now a couple of years later, Ahmad Jihad Boje, a man who tried a mass shooting before, didn't kill anyone, has done it again and murdered 3. And here are the 3 individuals that lost their lives due to the fact that the prosecutor didn't care enough back in 2021 and 2022 when the shooting occurred and when the trial was, in order to hold this man accountable.
Smash JT, did they take your mallet? Yeah, no, sorry. I know this is serious, but this is kind of all right. I mean, it's not surprising, but because the world is unreal right now.
They are as follows. The victims are James Punchin, Douglas Kraft, and Robert Kraft, who is Douglas's brother, and they are of Michigan and Ohio, again on vacation, renting an Airbnb, when a man who has been adjudicated mentally ill decided that he was going to murder all of them, again, something that he had attempted to do before against other random individuals in the past, and yet he got a free pass on. And this is what we're going to talk about today because it's absolutely crucial.
So wait a minute. Did he just say that he tried to murder these individuals and then did it again and succeeded? Hold on.
To hold this man accountable, they are as follows. The victims are James Punchin, Douglas Kraft, and Robert Kraft, who is Douglas's brother, and they are of Michigan and Ohio, again on vacation, renting an Airbnb, when a man who has been adjudicated mentally ill decided that he was going to murder all of them, again, something that he had attempted to do before against other random individuals in the past, and yet he got a free pass on. And this is what we're going to talk about today because it's absolutely crucial.
So he kind of did the same thing, different individuals. Okay.
But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Over. Now, this is the Indian Hill subdivision, number 296 Indian Point Circle. That's where 3 men's bodies were found today. It's also right next door to the home where Boje was living. While the sheriff's office is providing few details about the shooting deaths of 3 men, neighbors tell us the home was where the murders occurred was frequently used as a rental. In a release earlier tonight, Sheriff Chris Blackman said there is no threat to the community as a suspect in this horrific and senseless collection of murders has been caught and arrested by Osceola County deputies.
So the Osceola Sheriff's Department is being very limited with the details that they're putting out to the public. They want them to know that everything is safe. It's no big deal. They actually have the suspect.
Yeah. I know I'm not talking a lot on this because like I'm literally getting the information as we go. But it does seem like already that if they're hiding certain information, could be, any color of the rainbow. And if they withhold that, usually we just seen it before. PR goes into overdrive.
In custody, and the local news media is essentially forced to press neighbors for information on this particular case, which is how we know that what these guys were staying in was an Airbnb rental or frequently used as an Airbnb rental, and not to mention the fact that we also know from supplementary reporting that they were not Florida residents and they were there on vacation as a group looking to have a good time. But this idea that everybody's safe, that it's no big deal, nothing to worry about because the shooter is off the streets, rings incredibly hollow to me because again, this guy had shot people before in a public place. He was caught on video. He was arrested for that shooting, and yet he was out just a couple of years later to do the same exact thing again.
A couple of years? Look, if you're planning on shooting people indiscriminately, you at least, and this is me being charitable, at least 5. At least 5. I prefer 10, but at least 5.
In this particular area. Now, they interviewed the neighbors. Obviously, they're incredibly distraught. They had no idea that an adjudicated mentally ill criminal, a potential murderer, was living right next to them, that everybody was aware of the danger that he presented, but he was just released back in 2022, was their neighbor, and yeah, they have statements like this.
Here's what one of the neighbors told us.
It's a little concerning. I have a daughter. Thank God she's not here.
There you go. I like that, Galactic.
Yeah, it's concerning, you know, especially that this individual shot openly in a public area like a gas station for a simple thing as an argument and was released. You know, so it's not surprised. It's scary, but it's not surprising, you know.
So this guy's grateful that his daughter wasn't there because he doesn't want her to be in danger. He also didn't want her to see the 3 bodies of innocent people that were left for dead in the neighborhood after Ahmad Jihad Bojeh decided that he was going to launch this attack on these individuals. But he also takes note of the fact that we shouldn't be surprised by this because Ahmad Jihad actually did do a shooting at 7-Eleven over an argument a couple of years ago. And of course, he questions the criminal justice system that releases a guy who is caught on video committing that very crime, again, only a couple of years ago. Attempted murder should have the same consequences of murder, but guess what? Even though he fired into an individual, hit him, started firing at other random people at 7-Eleven, he was not guilty by reason of insanity, and therefore he was released out onto the streets shortly after his trial.
Wait, what?
At other random people at 7-Eleven, he was not guilty by reason of insanity.
So, by reason of insanity, and then didn't go to an insane asylum? Great. That, you know what? That tracks.
And therefore, he was released out onto the streets shortly after his trial.
More now on the prior arrest. Back in May 2021, Bojeh was charged in the wild scene that unfolded at a Wawa convenience store. Shots were fired at random cars. One man was injured, but he survived. Bojeh was charged with multiple counts, but when the case went to trial the following year, he was acquitted by reason of insanity. A deeper dive into his criminal history reveals mostly small, nonviolent crimes, drug arrests, and so on in Osceola and Orange counties, but nothing to suggest what might motivate someone to commit a triple murder.
I'm sorry, did I just mishear that?
Nothing to suggest what might motivate someone to commit a triple murder.
No, the local news person actually did say that based on his criminal history, while showing B-roll of this man firing a gun randomly at a Wawa gas station, there was nothing to suggest that he would do a mass shooting.
How did we get here? Because at least when the reporter's reading that, you're just like, are you really reading that right now? And I understand if they're like reading from a police report or something like that, but and here's one of the reasons why people don't trust the news anymore, because man, there is lack of personality for one, lack of transparency too, and just everyone sounds the same. And when everyone sounds the same, you kind of tune it out. So like if you read the news or hear someone like I can look at Tim Pool and Steven Crowder, for example, like they're pretty much aligned on most things, but they are different people. I can hear their voice and I can almost distinguishedly kind of recognize what they would disagree and agree on. And I hear this news reporter and I go, fuck, why are you any different? You know? You said it, not me, Galactic. You said it, not me.
that he would kill 3 random people, even though, again, you're showing me footage of him firing at multiple different people in a parking lot of a Wawa. By the way, I may have said it was a 7-Eleven gas station earlier on. I apologize for that. It was, in fact, a Wawa. But he's like, yeah, nothing would indicate in his criminal history that he would do something like this, except for the time that he did something just like this. It just so happened he missed his shots. Nobody died in that particular case, even though somebody was wounded. What the hell is this guy talking about? His criminal history is exactly indicative of a person who would do a mass shooting, because guess what? He tried to do a mass shooting. In fact, he did do a mass shooting. He attempted murder on multiple people in that Wawa gas station just a couple of years ago. He was only found not guilty by reason of insanity, but for some reason, the prosecutor in that particular case didn't do what was normal when somebody is found not guilty by reason of insanity. Because guess what? That is not a free pass. That is not something that says you get to go back out onto the streets and offend again. That is something that usually results from you being committed to a secure psychiatric facility for a length of period of time that is nearly equivalent to the sentence that you would have gotten. And considering it was multiple counts of attempted murder, considering he used a firearm during the commission of the crime, which in the state of Florida is a 20-year enhancement if that crime is a felony, you would think that he should not be out onto the streets living in a regular ass neighborhood with an access to a firearm in order to commit the same exact crime. But again, the local news media is like baffled by this. They're like,
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm fucking tired. And I've been doing this for, God, since 9:30. Because I'm trying to find instances to comment and give opinions, but I'm honestly fucking drained. I thought I would make it to 12 hours. I don't think I can. I need to take a rest. I need to take a break. Though it does seem like I found my limit around 7 to 8 hours. So good for me there. At least I learned. But yeah, I gotta take a break, guys. In the meantime, let me see if there's someone I can raid. Cause man, like once I got food in my belly, I was like, oh no, I need to take a break. Oh, J Viper, yeah, of course. Okay, let's raid J Viper. 1 second, guys. 1 second. God, I hate when it goes to YouTube. YouTube being weird. I hate that it does what it does sometimes. All right, J Viper. And then, right, doesn't matter there. All right. Oh God, I am exhausted. Thank you for joining the stream. And at the end of the day, you are somebody. I am nobody. I hope you have a fantastic evening. If I can find a button.
We've laughed all night, we've had our fun, but every stream must see its sun. From games and jokes to stories told, you've been the spark, the heart, the gold. The lights go dim, the clock runs late, it's time to close this streaming gate. Nobody smiles wide.